Welcome to Hearthstone Legends, where we look back at some of the most iconic moments and matches that make the players we know today legends. Today, we take a look at Tom60229, a player whose continued hard work and skill took him all the way to the World Championship. The first match we'll see is between Tom and Powder in 2015. The Asus ROG Summer Tournament saw Tom take wins over Vortex and Ostkaka to make it to the finals and face Powder. This match really shows off some of the classic decks from 2015, Patron Warrior, Combo Druid, and of course, Face Hunter.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the finals of the Asus ROG Summer 2015 Hearthstone Tournament. I am Monk. Savitz, as always, is here with me. And finally, for our final match, we have Gara. How are you doing, guys?
A really nice crowd here. It's the finals of the Assembly 2015. I'm very excited. Those people went to 3 very, very tough days to get here where they are. I'm very excited for the upcoming best of 7 match.
Oh yeah, we started with 32 players and now we're down to 2. Both of these players definitely deserve their place in the finals, playing for that grand prize of $10,000 and 100 World Championship points. I'm pretty excited.
Yeah, not only the money, but the World Championship points are so important to both players. Tom last year was at BlizzCon, and currently he is ranked 3 in terms of Hearthstone World Championship points in the Taiwan region. The only 2 players ahead of him are Spider Roger and Frozen Ice. If he wins 2nd place in this tournament, he'll advance to number 2 in Hearthstone World Championship points. But if he wins this tournament and gets 100 points, he'll advance all the way to the top to number 1.
And that's insane. And there's like only very little time left to collect points, so he would basically guarantee top 8 in the Taiwan region, so this really means a lot to him.
Oh yeah, exactly. There's only 1 ladder season left. There's quite a few more open tournaments, but there's only 1 or 2 big lands left. So this is exactly the final chance. Meanwhile, Powder, he has around like 40, 50 points, and if he wins this tournament with getting 100 points, he'll advance really high in the rankings as well.
Yeah, he'll go straight up to the top 8. I don't know, the 50 points for the 2nd place probably not gonna do it, but with the 100 points, definitely he'll be up there and competing. But I'm probably not guaranteed, but at least like having a very good chance at getting that top 8.
Yeah, not only is the points really important, of course, the money is always nice,
yeah,
right?
I mean, 10,000, wow.
10,000 for 1st place, 5,000 for 2nd place. Now we have a slight change of rules for the finals. Instead of best of 5, we're going to extend it all the way to a best of 7. Both players will, again, ban 1 deck, but each player will also have a revival. So, like, maybe if 1 deck is banned, like Warrior is a very common ban, for example. But if 1 player bans Warrior, then Hunter might be able to be played twice.
Yeah, if you're new to the revival thing, basically what that means is that one of the decks that you already won with, you can bring it back. So if you think that your Druid is amazing against everything that your opponent has, you can play it again and try to get the 2nd win, maybe easily or at least be a little bit favored going into the remaining matches.
Yeah, we're seeing the lineups right now. Powder, his Warrior is banned. His Warrior is actually a control Warrior, and it actually makes sense for Tom to ban that since he's bringing Rogue.
I like that the 2 most common strategies throughout the tournament are like in the finals, the Hunter ban strategy from Powder and the Warrior ban the Patron Warrior ban strategy from Tom, and that they face like one of each types that they face in the finals.
Yeah, it's pretty hilarious. The Powder specifically designed this anti-handlock strategy to beat Life Coach at the round of 8. And there has been no handlock to be found, but he's still here, and it's not only that, but he won his semi-final 3-0. So seems like that lineup is doing just fine against other stuff too.
Yeah, for sure.
The Malagos Warlock also from Powder is a really strange pick. I think he's like one of the only players to bring that deck to this tournament. Malagos Warlock did really well at the last big land at DreamHack, but ever since then, it's kind of like died down a bit in favor of the more popular Zoo and Handlock.
The strange thing about Malagos Lock, I talked to Mr. Yagut about it a lot because he's kind of known for playing Malagos Lock on ladder. He like reached rank 1 legend with it, and he said like the thing about Malagos Lock, it isn't favored against anything, but it isn't like too bad against anything. So it's kind of always alright. Like it's a very weird deck when you think about it.
Yeah, it sure is. I believe we're about ready to get into the first match.
Tom60229 versus Powder. It's very reminiscent of the DreamHack finals that just happened last month. Tom kind of representing Tiddler Celestial, both Asian players, and Powder kind of representing Dog, the foreigner player.
Yeah.
Is it about time, like, is Hearthstone going the way of other esports, where the Asian countries start dominating?
It's so funny because Reynard said that at some point that in esports it takes like 1.5 years around that the Asians take over the game. Like it happened like in Dota, in League of Legends and stuff like that. And around now it would be the time for Hearthstone. And as we can see, like Tiddler and all the Asian players are winning more tournaments, like Roger becoming more and more popular. It might actually happen.
All right, here we go. Game 1 of the best of 7 series.
So Patron Warrior against Mid-Range Druid. And you know, it's not just any Druid, but it's Powder Druid. What's so special about Powder Druid, you may ask? Powder Druid has either 1 or 2 Stranglethorn Tigers in it. Kind of like Stealth Druid.
And also that Mind Control deck. Double Shades. That is excellent against the Patron Warrior. He can coin out one of those on turn 2, he can play the second one on turn 3. If they grow just a little bit, like a couple of turns there before the whirlwinds happen, they're gonna be out of reach, and without the brawl in the Patrons, there's no real good way to deal with them.
And he just hovered over cards to symbolize his opponent that he has like options to coin out the Y-Growth or save it or use some innervates, what he just did.
But this is going to be a Shade into Shade for sure.
Just amazing. The best start you can have without Innervate, without Wild Growth.
Yeah.
Powder's in a pretty great position right now.
Yeah, he's gonna, even after the Shades, he's gonna be coming out so nicely with that Pilot Destroyer into a 5-drop.
I'm playing unusually fast at this moment.
Wow. Just going for the Warzone Commander.
Yeah,
that's really interesting.
This is a very common strategy from good Patron players, because you just force your opponent, like you have to deal with the Warzone Commanders, and they want to like disrupt the curve from the Druid. Like he might have some Innovate plays or some White Growth or whatever, and just to bait out Refs that they don't have that available for later for the Patron turns, because usually you need like a Spell Power swipe or like double Ref or Ref plus swipe to clear the Patrons.
Yeah, seems like it's gonna be working out quite well. Getting the charge with that minion, and the Warzone Commander, it might still be there in a couple of turns. We'll see.
Both players putting quite a bit of pressure on each other, but neither is able to really interact too much with their opponent's side of the board.
Yeah, this is actually a full clear. It does require him to unstill both of his Shades, but I think he'll be just fine with that. On the other hand, both of those Shades would be down to 1 HP if he was to do it. And after that, he knows that there's a lot of Whirlwind effects in the Warrior, so he might just play the Shredder, or maybe even Wrath the Warzone Commander.
He's like the main card you play around in the early game is Battle Rage, and now I think this is like the main concern he has right now, Battle Rage. Like, if he plays the Shredder, would he play too much into it? Like, the Warrior hasn't taken any damage yet, so he wouldn't draw too many cards.
Yeah, he doesn't want to risk the Battle Rage here.
And this looks like a fine board for him.
Yeah, but I mean, he's playing against Patron Warrior. Patron Warrior always runs 2 Whirlwinds, and actually both of those are in Tom's hand right now, and we are for sure gonna see at least one of them come down here.
Tom's hand looks pretty close to amazing. All he needs is 1 Grim Patron. Grim Patron plus Inner Rage plus Whirlwind on turn 6. One of the game-winning turns.
Oh, that's a nice minion to get. It's really sticky. I don't know. Like, is that really a good hand? It's like he has the spells, but he needs something a little bit more. He needs that Patron. If he doesn't draw the Patrons or the Battle Rage,
I think it's a very bad hand because there's so many dead top decks he could get. Like if he draws Battle Rage now, it's basically a dead card. Or like even if he gets an Emperor or something, like the value of that, he has no card draw. He really wanted to see more card draw in his hand.
It's one of those hands that has the potential to be a good hand.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. Potential is there, but right now it doesn't do anything.
You know what? There's very interestingly, there's a Grom in his hand as well. Pretty much in the Western scene, Grom is completely extinct in Patron.
It used to be a thing. When Patrons first came out, it seemed like almost everybody was playing it. But then in these recent months, in this past few months, almost everybody ended up cutting it.
I think in this particular game, the Grom is actually hurting him, because when you cut Grom, you want to put cards like cycling cards, like Slam, like Shield Block, and he really needs those cards instead of just like this dead Grom in his hand.
But if you put Grom back into your patron deck, it kind of changes the playstyle of the entire deck. For example, as we see here, he plays the Frothing just as a threat on board. But if you play the just cycle version of Patron Warrior, like you basically have to hold every card in your hand, like even the Frothings, because you need the damage for the OTK. But when you have Grom, it just like allows you to play those minions as just minions on board, because you have the additional damage from Grom.
I believe throughout this round of 8 and the semifinals also, that Grom has been hidden. Tom's Warrior has been banned, so Powder does not know that it's in there, so he might end up playing the big game hunter before the Grom comes down, and that would really hurt him.
Powder could also be setting up a board in which he can use the big game hunter, Frothing Berserker as well. It's actually very possible that might happen.
Good.
Especially with the unstable goal being drawn, that's more likely than not I'd say he will play that.
Yeah, that is so clunky. It's just... Oh, feels so bad not drawing a single weapon here.
Yeah, kind of actually strange because I think most lists that have double unstable goal have a lot of cycle in their deck.
Oh yeah. I know. What's the cycle we've seen so far? We saw one no mission inventor, but that's like no slams to be found. Okay, well, that's 10 to face, and he has 12 more in his hand.
I was thinking if he could have dealt 12 somehow to set up this Grom, if he would have damaged the unstable ghoul as well, and if he would have hit face with the Taskmaster.
So much damage, and but where does he find that remaining few points of damage? I guess he could top deck a weapon. He needs to get a weapon. If he finds a weapon, Powder is gonna be forced to heal, and like I mentioned earlier, Powder does not have the knowledge that the Grom is in there, so he might end up drawing cards with the lore. How threatened does he feel at 15? Oh, there's the weapon.
You hit first with the weapon, so like just to hide the information that he has Grom, right?
He would be one off in that case, because the druid can use the armor up to go up to 16, and then even with a 12 from the Grom and 3 from the weapon, he would be one off. So he's kind of forced to go face here.
Yeah, no, I mean attack with the weapon face, but not play the Grom, of course.
Oh yeah.
So now
He has to heal.
but does he know that? He's only dead to Grom plus Enabler, you know?
Yeah.
He has only 2 cards in his hand.
Yeah.
What are the odds?
Just
plays
go
it
for the
safe.
heal. Yeah, and I mean, it's pretty threatening. You see that the warrior is going for face with the weapon instead of clearing the tiger. I mean, you can kind of figure it out. There's quite a bit of burst coming.
So that's it, right? He lost.
Yeah, I don't
He has the
really
Savage Draw in hand.
think
Is that
there's
enough?
a way for Tom to...
Powder nodding in agreement. He's like, yeah, I made a good play
Yeah.
last turn. I'm proud of myself. Double Savage Roar.
Playing the double
Pretty good.
roar. Just with the keeper he would have already had enough, so he didn't need that top deck in order to win that one.
Very nicely played by Powder. Taking a read of the situation, playing it safe. And he basically locked out the game entirely from Tom.
Yeah, such a weird hand from Tom there. Didn't work out this time.
Again, it just seemed like the Grom hurt him quite a bit. If he was able to switch that Grom out with a slam perhaps, or even a shield block, maybe he would have gotten the card draw eventually to maybe eventually even draw into a battle rage there.
Yeah, I think slams might be what he got for that, and maybe some other things too. So we didn't see slams. It's been getting more popular with those slams, at least to play one. In most lists there's also 2.
Yeah, quite strange choices from the remainders of the decks. We have Powder now with Hunter, and it's actually quite an interesting matchup. Hybrid Hunter versus Patron Warrior.
Oh yeah.
I would say, I think most people would say these are the 2 dominant decks in the format.
This is what you see on ladder if you play at Legend.
Yeah, we made a point yesterday. We had a row of computers in the lounge yesterday, and pretty much there were around 8 or so players laddering and just grinding ranks. And in all those computers, we saw Warrior versus Hunter, Hunter versus Warrior, Warrior versus Warrior. We saw one interesting Warrior versus Priest, but besides that,
Who plays Priest?
I know some guy on the European ladder.
So weird. I mean,
The funny thing is, it's even on all 3 regions. Like the top 10 legends on all 3 regions are patron players or like patron counter players. Like this matchup is like from the hunter perspective so difficult to play because I feel like the warrior is so favored.
Oh,
Animal companion.
I think because it's a hybrid hunter, it's more favored than if it was a mid-range hunter. I feel like the mid-range hunter, the problem with that deck is it develops like good minions, but it's just sometimes the warrior can stabilize, and then the mid-range hunter doesn't have enough burst. Meanwhile, as the hybrid hunter, you have those arcane golems. Of course, you have kill commands, and you have wolf riders as well, just to finish off the game.
For example, he was kind of lucky with his animal companion.
Yeah,
because if he would have gotten Huffer, that would be really bad.
Yeah, and also Misha would have just died to the weapon, and the unstable good would still be around.
Yeah, we were talking yesterday, like the really main response on turn 4 to the animal companions is the death spite, and what animal companion you get is so important. Misha is like 4 damage to your face, Leok is 2 damage, but Huffer is usually 8 damage to the face.
That's such a huge difference. I believe that's also part of the reason why we've been seeing so many slams, because that's one of the cards that deals with the Huffer without taking that extra 4. With those 2 Gnomish inventors, he really wants to get one of them played right now, or they're gonna just stick to his hand until the end of the game. Wow, that's a great pickup there. Playing those armor smiths simultaneously with the whirlwind effects is gonna give him an insane amount of armor.
He's like nodding in agreement with his hand. Yeah, I like this hand, I think.
This is pretty good.
This looks like a similar deck to what Shio played in the Archon League, with the Hymens and the Wolf Riders. Does he have Tigers in that as well?
Probably not. It's not a very common choice in Hybrid Hunter, but it's become much more popular. Powder, though, we saw Tigers in his Druid, so maybe you could put him on Tigers in Hunter as well.
Yeah, quite possible. He can only play the Leper Gnome. He figures that it's really likely that the Death Spite is gonna go off next turn. So that Leper Gnome would kinda only be 2 damage. But if he doesn't play it, is there a way that Tom can save the weapon maybe?
But it feels so bad to just like sacrifice it.
It's true.
And he got like an additional damage with Knife Juggler in, just because he decided to not attack with the weapon. And if that's the case, then he can just get more hits in.
Can he wait here a little bit more, or is just do you maybe just take the armor? But this is an interesting turn. He needs to prepare for the Hymen. He knows that Tom plays 2, not just 1. That he knows that Powder plays Hymens. So when the Hunter is about to get to turn 6, you always, and you're playing against Hunter, you always have to take it into consideration. What if the Hymen is going to get played next turn? What is the play here that allows me to deal with it in the most efficient way?
Doesn't look like he has a really good way. He can maybe set up the frothing, but then he can't deal with the 2/2s.
This is alright. He has one of the armor smiths is down now, and next turn he can play the other one and
yeah, he's deciding to play the Acolyte to get an Execute or something.
Yeah, he needs an Execute or Battle Rage. That would also be incredible.
Oh yeah.
Battle Rage value right now for the Warrior is is so much. It's effectively a sprint for 2 mana.
Yeah, and impossible for Powder to deny as well.
Yes. Okay, let's see what he draws. Inner Rage. Do you start with the Inner Rage on the Acolyte maybe? Seems like he's gonna just trigger that freezing first.
Just to be 100% sure what it is.
Yeah. Here we go. Going for the Patron. Gets quite a bit of armor while doing it. Without the Execute, there wasn't a good way to deal with the Hymen, so he chooses just to ignore it and make the strongest possible play for himself to improve his own board state instead of responding to the Hunters.
This is really the worst board for a Hunter player, because you have to deal with the Armor Smith. And he got so much armor already with it that you can't just go for face, so...
Everybody knows face is the place.
yeah, smoke it up. Well played.
Audience going crazy over that face attack. So that's the Wolf Rider. Yeah, gotta deal with the Armor Smith. It's gonna... Like, going for face there with the Wolf Rider, it would have been 3 damage, but leaving the Armor Smith up, that would have been even more healing than that 3. But the good news for Tom is that he does have the second one, so he will be healing up quite a bit more. Oh yes.
Crowder's reaction is exactly. Oh, of course you had that.
Yeah, this is like the card you want to see the least, like the armor smith.
Out of all the cards, absolutely.
Crowder even gets his water.
Yeah, he's like thinking about the next game already. So what does he have left after this? Okay, the board is full, so there's not gonna be anything more getting played.
That's almost certainly lethal.
Yeah, I mean, how does Powder?
Yeah, he has to deal with both. He
You-
has to deal with the armor smith and the frothing. It's just impossible.
So
And the
that's
patrons.
26
And a full
power.
front of face.
Yeah.
So you arcane golem into the frothing berserker.
Seems like a winning play.
Yeah. Congrats to Tom tying up the series 1-1, and we definitely have a series on our hands right now.
I'm curious how the old Buzzard Unleashed combo would work against Patron. It would be probably like an even matchup then.
Oh, you want to fight imbalance with imbalance?
You need a couple Hunter's Marks to deal with that board. For free.
A little bit of mind game is going in because both of these players now have the option to revive the decks that they already won with. So they might, like, if they expect their opponent to play something that that would be good against the remaining decks, they just might use the revive straight away to kind of take the opponent by surprise. But if he were to use the revive right now, then they won't have the option to revive something else later on.
Wait, do they have to wait till the series finishes and then revive? Because that's like in other tournaments the case. You have to first win with your free decks and then you can revive. Or can they revive at any point at the time?
I believe they can revive at any point.
Yeah, I think most tournaments have it where you can revive at any point. Tom switching it up to his own hunter.
Oh yes, and Powder bringing out the druid with those tigers.
That actually makes it very difficult to pick. Because you never know when your opponent is going to revive a deck.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so right now, even though it's 1-1, it's like both players have all their decks available.
Yep.
I do think maybe like the strategy though is to wait until the end, see what your opponent has, and then pick a deck or pick the revive that's appropriate. Because if you commit too early and you lose that match, you're left with 3 decks. Meanwhile, you can, if you pick later on, you have maybe 2 of a deck that's guaranteed to be strong against your opponents.
I think it's just all mind games. Like if you predict that, for example, one game before that, if your opponent has one deck remaining without the revive, and you know that they're gonna pick it, then you just revive whatever beats it. So it's a bit of a guessing game. Wow.
It's always tougher.
But in this situation, actually, from Tom's point of view as a druid, it's not too bad because he does have the coin keeper.
Yeah, he had every answer though. Swipe, coin keeper, anything would have been okay.
Yeah. In this scenario, he does take that 4 damage, which he would not if it was a different animal companion. But he also develops 2/4 on the board. Alright. Still no inner weights to be found. Oh, that's pretty good for Powder.
Curving out pretty excellent here.
Oh yeah, another shredder. The tiger, I guess, would have been a tiny bit better, but still.
Oh, interesting trade there.
Yeah.
It's fine. You keep the board clear.
It's just every little bit of damage on face is so valuable, and face has taunt.
Well, the Druid of the Claw has taunt.
Okay, but whatever.
This is probably where he's gonna use his owl and just smoke it up.
Yeah, I think so too.
Question is if he goes for the freezing or for the mad scientist and then hero power. You don't want to give him the taunt back, which you just silenced.
It's
Is
gonna
it-
be 7 mana though.
It's 7 mana, yes. Yeah, that's. But you're definitely considering.
Yeah, Savita, I guess you were right. Face does have taunt.
Yep, not the Druid of the Claw. What were you talking about?
Oh man, what
What
was
is
I talking?
cheating?
Okay, well, this is where the second swipe probably comes in. I mean, there's not really anything else. Checking for snakes first, being careful.
Or not.
Ooh, a beast.
Nice.
It's nice, right? If he gets like a kill command here.
Yep. Or Houndmaster.
Yeah, that would be sweet.
Yeah, that would be brutal. Alright,
So-
do you just suck and Golem here? I think you do. Yeah, just play your entire hand. It's not that big of a difference if the druid has 7 or 8 mana.
It's actually no difference because he will most likely go for the 7 mana play anyway.
he has to. Yeah. What can he even do here?
I guess his best bet is some kind of taunt.
I don't know.
Ancient of War, perhaps?
Yeah. But that is not it, and I believe that's gonna be game right there.
And he can get this taunt back,
Because that, yeah, that,
but that's not enough.
that Druid of the Claw is not going to be killing any minions because of the freezing trap. He doesn't have another taunt. There's just no way.
What can he even draw at this point? The answer is nothing.
Yes. There we go. So Powder taking that one with his Hunter. Taking the 2.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I understood what that meant.
That's what
You
I'm
did?
talking about.
How can you understand that?
I speak fluent Finnish. so
Oh
yes.
yeah, sure you do. You learned quite
They
a bit.
basically said powder boys.
Powder boys. Yes, that's what
Okay.
they said, yeah. That's
Oh,
exactly
there's
what
only
they
one meaning to that, basically. Powder boys.
Powder boys.
Well, Powder, he needs some boys right now because he's in kind of a desperate situation. 1-2 right now. The Asian player, once again, in a big
Yeah.
finals in Europe, has a lead over his
No,
opponent.
it's Powder with the lead.
Oh, Powder has the
Yeah,
lead.
Powder won the last game, so it's
By the
Powder
way-
is up 2-1.
Like, have you ever asked like what the 60229 stands for?
Yes, I have actually.
And
I
what
was,
does-
I, was, I was actually very curious about this, and I personally asked him. It's basically the zip code or like some kind of code of the elementary school that he grew up in or he went to, like as a kid.
Wow.
I thought like maybe his battle tag, but it's too long.
Yeah.
Like some Asian battle tag. I don't know.
I mean, there's quite a bit of Asian players, so who knows? But I mean, how do you know your battle tag when you're creating the account?
Yeah.
That's cheating. Just like taunts. Here we see the rogue again.
Alright.
I always love it when we have rogue in the competitive games. Because it's so easy to just drop the ball, prep the wrong spell at wrong time and lose the game because of it. But usually the players who bring it are the ones who know exactly what they're doing.
And again, Monk, man of all statistics. What is the statistic between like the opinions of pro players in this matchup specifically so biased?
Yeah, Gar, you're one of those players that thinks that Druid is favored, but
I think it's even.
You think it's even,
But
okay.
there's people that are like, oh my god, Rogue
Yeah.
is heavily favored.
pretty much all the players who main Rogue, Firebat, like Dog, even Hyped, they think that Rogue is favored, but in the actual stats, it actually says that Druid is pretty vastly favored with a percentage of 62%.
Wow.
That's like 2 to 1, basically.
Yeah.
So what's the play here? You could coin out the Shade. It's obviously better the earlier you get it out there. But he could also maybe just get a 5-drop out there. The Shredder is my least favorite play. I don't know. I mean, it's pretty sticky.
Well-
but it does die to like deadly poison.
Yeah, each play, I guess, is
Yeah.
vulnerable to different
Yeah,
things. This is
that's
vulnerable to deadly poison. Maybe the Drake is vulnerable to some kind of Viscerate play.
Oh, yeah.
And whoa!
What is going on?
MLG tactics right there. Well played.
Yeah. Well, I know Nyria is in the audience right now. He's pretty experienced with these Lord Walker Cho plays.
Uh-huh.
There's no coin for him, but
I think that benefits the Rogue way more. I mean, because he has so many minions in his hand. Yeah, like this turn sucks.
Yeah.
give the Rook some wild growth. Come on, man, be fair.
Well, you might just have to give the Rogue a coin now.
You have to give him something.
You have to play a 5-drop, right? But man, here's a Violet Teacher on board. He has no swipe. Do you really want to give him a coin?
I don't know. That's so tricky.
Now we have ourselves a very nice match.
Yeah, this is getting interesting. What do you even do? I mean, without that Joe on the board, he would have like an okay turn in coining out one of the 5 drops, or maybe just brought Wild Growth, or so many things. There goes the coin to the Rogue. Rogue players always want the coin, and when this game started, he didn't have it, but I mean, I guess that'll do.
He could theoretically kill the Joe.
Does he want to?
Yeah,
I mean,
do you even want to?
he could just play like a Drake or whatever.
Like,
That's always the question. Like, who's like backing out first?
yeah, exactly. It's basically because the Cho has 0 attack.
Yeah.
The player with the Cho can't even kill it off. It's in the power of Powder, or in the power of Tom right now.
Oh wow, coin eviscerate going to the Druid. But the board position that he accomplished with this is so amazing. Like, it almost feels like the Druid will have to give that stuff back to the Rogue. What is going on?
And Powder looks so confused. He's like, did you really just give me the coin back with Eviscerate? Those are good cards.
Yeah. Okay, so... And then what?
Lothep is usually good here.
Uh-huh.
Blood tap on 5 is usually never wrong against Rogue. Oh man.
I mean, I guess you just do it. What can go wrong?
Famous last words of Eats.
So now with that kind of board, there, Tom60229 can kill the Joe if he wants to, quite easily.
Also like the way, like how fast Tom played this, looks like he's experienced with the situation facing a Joe as Rogue.
Does it happen that often?
I don't know. Like in very important matches in tournaments, I've seen way too many Joes from Shredders.
Yeah, it's no coincidence.
Well, Tom is one of the most experienced players in Hearthstone, playing every single open tournament that there is, so it wouldn't surprise me that he over anyone else has experienced this more often.
Still keeping the Joe up.
I mean, he knows already how difficult it is for Druid to remove this board, and without using spells, I mean, that's close to impossible.
Yeah,
like impossible,
Swipe
yeah.
in particular.
Powder does play an MC deck, but he hasn't drawn it. So that would have been maybe one of those swing cards that he needed, but just nowhere to be found right now.
Powder's facial expression is like, are you freaking kidding me? Oh man, that hurts.
Coin, like, it's just
Coin. He's thinking about coining Dr. Boom here.
I've never seen so many coins in one game.
Actually, the most coins I've seen in one game was in your game. Where you
Oh yeah, the
Yeah,
Galvanix one. Oh, yeah.
Those aren't real coins, though.
No, those don't count. Going for the boom. If you're not sure what to play and you have the option to play boom, just go for it. It can do ridiculous things sometimes.
Afraid of the spell power more than the Violet teachers?
Yeah, seems so.
Time waits for no one.
Okay, taking it out.
Sap. I don't think you actually mind giving your opponent a sap too much.
Oh, I mean,
Because you get it back.
yeah.
You are, like, this seems to be a good Fan of Knives board, but you kind of don't want to give your opponent a Fan of Knives.
But
Yeah,
you
the
get it
fan of
back.
knives. Yeah. That's so weird. I mean, maybe he feels like, okay, we're done with Joe and just kills it first. Yeah. Rip Joe. Well, it was quite enjoyable while it lasted. Wait, what?
You gonna give him a fan?
I don't know if giving a fan was worth 1 damage on phase.
Yeah, I have to agree with that. I mean, fan seems pretty good here.
Yeah, I think fan is quite alright.
He wants to increase also the chance of bombs hitting the new 1/1s. Then he had like one. I don't know. Actually, I don't know.
No.
It doesn't.
No, it doesn't-
It's the
it
same.
doesn't
It's the
work
same.
that
Yeah,
way,
yeah, it's
yeah.
the same. I don't know. Yeah. I was trying to figure out why he gave him a Fan of Knives. It's like it seems like a bad card to give the opponent, especially
Yeah.
with one Azure Drake left.
I mean, I could have understood it
Or
if
two
he
Azure
could have like filled the hand or something, but no. So, because now with like something like the fan into Eviscerate, into Rot, he can clear most of this stuff, everything but one teacher actually.
Wait, did he want him to kill the 1/1s because he has oil in his hand? But that also
It's like
doesn't
a
make
bit-
sense, right? Because you would spend on new ones. I'm trying to figure out like a reasoning. I mean,
Yeah.
he has like there has to be. I mean, he decided to give him the fan, right?
Yeah.
Like one
Yeah.
damage phase was not the reason. I'm just trying to find why.
Maybe he felt like, okay, there's probably a swipe anyway, so it doesn't matter. I don't know. Might have been a misplay.
Yeah, but Occam's razor says it's probably a misplay there.
Yeah.
Instruction begins.
Where does the
Let's
oil
see.
land? The
I mean-
teacher would be the dream, but it's only 1 out of 4.
Display,
this
boys.
time.
So what can you do here?
Not much. Top deck a swipe maybe? But is it even enough?
Well,
That should be it. I don't see a way out for Powder here.
No, it's over. He really needed swipes earlier.
I concede.
It's bad, man.
Oh, what a game! Like that's so.
and it feels like once again in this tournament, Lord Rocker Cho has decided a game. We saw in the last semifinals, Explosive Sheep dropped out of a shredder, and
Yeah,
that was
that
just
was
like
insane.
it was insane. It completely turned around the game.
Yeah, and both times it was in Tom's favor. He's been really praying to RNGesus before these matches.
Yeah, he's the Pilot Shredder Whisperer, I would say.
Okay, could be. So
What to
now
say?
once again we are at a tight situation, 2-2 this time around. Both players still with the revive option.
Yeah, the revive action actually makes the situation like really difficult. I think this is around the time when you start thinking about
Oh yeah, this is where
reviving
the
decks.
mind games kick in. Like, is the other player gonna save the revive, or because if you think that the other player will not use the revive just yet, then you know the class that they will be playing, and then you just revive your own deck that matches up the best against the one that your opponent has left.
So Tom has Druid and a revive, but that actually doesn't match up against. Oh, actually, the Warlock from Powder is the Malagos Warlock.
Yeah, it is.
I would have to guess that. I think that's like the weakest deck in his entire lineup. So maybe he doesn't want to revive that later on. And we're gonna see a Druid Mirror. I think Powder is the one to revive his Druid.
Yeah.
Or no, Powder.
Powder,
Powder actually. Did he revive his Druid before?
he lost with his druid last game, so
Yeah.
what did Powder win with?
No, Powder didn't like did Tom revive.
This is a bit confusing. Oh, I think
Yeah.
maybe the graphics were wrong. For,
Yeah, the graphics have to be wrong. I mean, yeah.
Has anybody won with the druid?
Yeah, Druid doesn't seem to be doing well, at least in this finals.
Yeah.
But of course, Druid versus Druid, my favorite matchup in the entire game.
Your favorite Kappa?
Kappa.
Yeah. It's not many players really enjoy it that much, simply because how often it at least looks like it would come down to the draws instead of the moves that players are making. Looks like an easy shredder here. Then in next turn he has the option to just go with the Shade and the Wrath. It's so much nicer on the curve than the Shade would be here.
Now, even though this is a Druid mirror, I don't think it's exactly a mirror. Powder is known for choices like MC Tech and Stranglehorn Tiger. Meanwhile, Tom, he's probably playing a much more standard Druid, although I haven't seen Ancient of War from him yet.
Yeah. Okay, this is an interesting turn. A lot of options. Looks like he's going to Wrath that wants to get that.
Oh, we get so many like rare outcomes of the shredder.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. But that might not be terrible. I mean, it turns into a Chillwin Yeti after he silences it.
Yeah,
But, yeah.
if Tom ever gets some combination of Keeper of the Grove plus Savage Roar, that could be lethal with this board.
That's just ridiculous. But yeah, could happen. It's not like you want to silence it bad, because there's usually something to silence even in your opponent's deck. But it's not bad. I mean, without the silence, it's completely useless. So it's like the Keeper is effectively 2/4 Battlecry summon a 4/5 with charge. That's pretty sweet. There's no way to keep it taunt or anything with these lists.
Yeah, we have to go all the way back to the days when there was Ancient Watcher plus Sun Fury Protector Druid.
Uh-oh. If he doesn't trade anything here, he knows that Powder might have the MC deck. I think he's making that trade maybe
Yeah.
a little bit because of the MC deck potential.
Oh, I definitely think so. Oh, this is another awkward turn, though.
He has some options. He could just Force of Nature into that, get that forward to face, or he could also Savage Roar and just trade the Shredder into the Druid of the Claw and get the Shade on the board.
I think you're slightly more likely to Force of Nature just because you have the Ancient of Lore already in your hand. You can refill your hand on turn 7, possibly get a second Force of Nature.
But also getting that Shade out right now, it seems quite good.
Yeah,
so
usually
I don't know.
yeah.
Like it's not an easy decision.
And also, just generally, Savage Roar is the part of the combo that is harder to get out of your hand.
Another Raptor. I'm just waiting on the Keeper of the Crow at this point to bring that 4/5. Oh, whoa! And there we go.
You can go for the Azure Drake and next turn Shredder plus Keeper.
Yeah, it's still gonna be good later.
Oh, here's Dr. Swag.
This is more mana efficient. That's nice it would be to get that Ancient Watcher activated as fast as you can. This is so much better with the mana. Because if he went for the Keeper, he couldn't have done anything else.
Vibe looks like too good here.
Yeah, I don't know if you can pass it up.
But whoever like removes gives the opponent like always like the first to act.
That's
to develop
true,
a minion.
yeah, because you really wanna not only play the AoE, but you wanna play something, some minion of your own on the same turn. What if you just Druid of the Claw taunt maybe and use the hero power on the Shade? How dangerous is it to leave a spell power up?
That might actually even be the best play. Because if he just swipes, he's so vulnerable to any minion that he plays.
Yeah, that's true.
Spell's Flower Swipe doesn't actually match up that well against this board.
And the swipe is a little bit easier though to play later on too. Costs 1 less mana. Emperor Tourism.
Oh man, the Doctor.
Yeah, Druid of the Claw is pretty sweet here. But Dr. Boom has green borders. How do you say
Yeah.
no?
That should be like a tooltip for new players.
Every time, like
Like if you have this card,
you
and
should
it's
have
in
the
your
yellow
hand.
borders like activated, like you know, when some kind of battle cry is available. Just like, dude, this card is available. It's like worth mentioning.
It's rarely a bad play.
Yeah, I mean, how can you go wrong with it? I mean, I guess it's pretty bad if your opponent has lethal after you play it, but that's like the only time.
If he swipes it, it can go horribly wrong for Powder.
Oh yeah, the boom, but oh man, if they take out the Shade or something. The swipe doesn't feel that great, but on the other hand, like, what else can he do? It's so dangerous to leave those boom bots up. One Roar has been played by Tom, so he doesn't have to be all that worried about the second one. But it's a tough turn.
Might kill the Azure Drake now. He tries to find a BGH.
Another wild.
Or MC Tech wouldn't even be too bad
Yeah.
for next turn.
Yeah, it would have been amazing.
Oh, he's even considering just trading both minions into Dr. Boom. I don't think that's quite a winning play.
Like,
But the other issue is because
go face with the Shade, I think.
yeah, because the boom bots might easily
Yeah.
just kill the Shade. You might be missing 4 damage here.
See?
Okay, pretty good.
Yeah. Only 1 damage on that.
That could be much
Okay.
worse.
Yeah.
If that would have hit for 4.
Keeper silence on the Watcher to trade. Maybe.
Also, like when you run an MC Tech, Watcher is a really good minion
I
for
have
you.
no time.
Like
Yeah.
because you just leave it on board and later on it will give you value.
Yes.
But now it's really dangerous.
I think
Oh, is that correct?
Yeah.
Like he knows he runs MC Tech, right?
Yeah, he does.
and not only that, I think it might be premature to just throw the Sylvanas out there. The Emperor seems to be a little bit better, perhaps, because the Shade might just directly trade into the Sylvanas.
How crazy MC Tech would be on this board.
Pretty crazy. What can he really do here? The Doctor Boom, you can't really play it because then your Shade gets stolen. Should you just...
He's missing 1 mana
What
for...
if, yeah, like all the plays seem a bit off. He could consider just trading the Shade for the Sylvanas and fight for the board. Because he does have more cards than his opponent. So maybe trade the Shade for the... it's a tough turn, that's for sure.
What if he trades and then Force of Nature Hero Powers to kill the Watcher? He's only left with a Keeper, 2 cards in hand.
Yeah.
Time waits for no
Like,
one.
nothing is perfect. There's things that he can do, but nothing seems perfect.
With this play, he's going to do what?
He's gonna keeper the
Yeah, the
Dr.
Dr.
Boom.
Boom, I think so, yeah. Probably.
yeah, it's not perfect, but
Oh, wait, he's not killing. Nice.
Oh man, what if there's a Wrath from Tom now?
Yeah, I was like, is
How
that
many has he played? I'm not sure. Did Tom play 2 Wraths? It's so hard to keep track of cards when both of the players are playing the same class.
wow? It's dangerous.
Yep. Innervate Shredder.
16.
Take out the Keeper. Just hope that there's no combo.
Let none survive.
I mean, the MC deck was obviously not there, because it would have come down last turn if
Let
it was.
none survive.
Oh yeah.
With the Roar in hand, this
14.
just set up the lethal.
it feels like this game is gonna end very
So,
soon.
so if Powder draws Savage Draw, he wins.
Yeah, the game is over if he draws that.
That was his setup. Now
Tiger not gonna do it.
how many cards does he have left? Like that was his play to find second Savage Draw and win.
Yeah, Powder still has both remaining.
he probably has
I
around
think Tom played one, but Powder has both. He's gonna be forced to do like Force of Nature here. Well, okay.
Oh.
So this is so awkward now with the 6/6 Shade, because Sylvanas might steal it. He needs to also kill his own Shade. He goes for the clear.
It feels like with this play, not unsettling the Shade last turn, it seems like Powder was trying to, or rather Tom was, wait, it's Powder right now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's
it has
Powder
to be
right now.
Powder because of the Tiger.
Yeah.
So the graphics are a tiny bit.
Yeah, Powder was trying to basically win the game with a Force of Nature Savage Roar here, but I felt like if he just went for like the board clear and the more stable play, he might be able to outvalue his opponent instead.
Maybe, yeah, because he did have more cards, but it's still a bit weird, because when you go for the clear, the Roar is no longer lethal, and your opponent is the one who gets to play their minions first. Oh man, going for the Shredder. That should do it. There's 12 on board, yeah, even more than enough, but that's why it was not needed. Tom60229 taking a third mirror.
Tom60229 is almost available to repeat the performance of Tiddler Celestial, once again heralding the domination of the Asian countries in Hearthstone.
That's like pretty scary for the future. I mean, I'm not Asian. Am I never gonna win a tournament again?
So he's gonna revive a deck now, right?
Yeah. Which one will he go with?
The Druid seemed to do pretty well for him in the last game, though. But
Oh,
I think
yeah.
I think just in general, people rate Hunter
Yeah.
as like the best class out of all the remaining classes.
But he has
the
Patron as well.
situation is that Powder has a revive left and he has a Druid. So from Tom's perspective, I think it's like the smartest thing is just to pick the deck that does best against Druid, because
But
he
Tom's
knows that
Hunter
that's
was banned.
Oh yeah, he has Patron.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's gonna
So,
go for Patron most
for
likely.
Yeah,
sure.
almost certainly
it's-
Patron.
Yeah, should be that. He's probably feeling confident playing that against the Druid.
Also, if like Powder decides to revive now, Patron should be fine against whatever.
But there's no real reason for Powder to revive right now, because he's still gonna have to win with his Druid against whatever deck gets revived. So by playing the Druid first, he will get the information which one is the revived deck to revive more accordingly.
So it is.
And it's actually Druid from Powder that's been arrived. Right, Druid beat the Patron Warrior in the very first game.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
now we
Yeah.
know both revive decks.
Yeah.
Oh, it was revived?
Yeah, and he
Yeah.
still has to play the Maligos. Like I was still
okay.
waiting the
Yeah,
whole time for the
exactly.
Maligos Warlock.
Right. Yeah, that's right.
That's why it was so confusing.
Yeah, it was a bit confusing. So the Malagas, so Powder has the Druid and his Malagas Warlock.
This hand has the potential to be good, but
Yeah.
there is a keeper here.
Oh yeah.
It's so funny. Whenever you see Patron, you're like, this hand has the potential
Yeah.
to be good.
That's such a nice
We
hand
said
for
that
Powder.
exactly the last time we saw
Yeah.
Patron Warrior.
That time it didn't work out so well. But I'm really liking Powder's hand here. He can coin out the Tiger, follow it up with a low tap. How does the Warrior deal with those? The Tiger is gonna be going to face twice.
But immediately coin out the Tiger though?
I don't know. I mean, keeper on curve. That's pretty sweet too. That's pretty cool.
If he would have had an inner rage, he would have played it immediately. And he plays only one Taskmaster. Like the deck usually just runs one Taskmaster. So what else would he do to just get like a card draw?
Yeah, you could see
Why would he play the loaded first? What's the reasoning behind that?
Whirlwind. Stopping Whirlwind, right?
Okay.
Now he might know he has to silence these acolytes.
And that's like he will keeper one and kill off one with the.
Yeah, he kind of has to, otherwise the battle rage.
Oh,
He could kill
Oh,
both.
charge into one.
Yeah, he could kill both by charging into it. But is the silence?
Is that better?
I don't know, because the silence is not all that valuable. Oh,
Oh
man.
no! Oh no!
Oh man.
That's really bad.
Yeah, Tom is gonna be getting quite a bit of
Oh.
cards. He has double. Well, he's gonna fill up his entire hand.
If he
And
draws
with the
Battle
sl-
Rage here, it could be like
Yeah,
Oh,
I mean,
amazing.
and even with the slam and the fire.
Oh!
Oh my god, this is over.
So
He would- oh my god.
he has some first ball problems right now. How do I not draw too many cards? Like, that's just incredible. It doesn't even need the battle rate. You can just. Well, you probably want to save the whirlwind though. That's the last whirlwind, so yeah. It does allow him, or would allow him to deal with that low tech, but he can just trade one of the acolytes for it too.
Pretty dominating position here. Now Tom, he doesn't have that problem where he's run out of cards, and he won't have it for the rest of the game.
Oh yeah, this is going so bad for Powder right now.
Just missing that Emperor.
Yeah, but I mean, if he plays the Tiger here, top decks the Force of Nature, that's it. He can
Yeah.
play the turn 7 combo. Actually turn 6 because he had the Wild Growth. Probably his best bet at this point. Even if he doesn't find the combo right now, he can dig for it next turn with the Ancient of Lore. No way, that's good.
That's too late.
Already,
That's
yeah.
too late, man. You had your chance.
That Tiger.
How different he would the game would have went if he would have went for the keeper play and
Yeah.
just save.
There would be about 5 or 6 fewer cards in Tom's hand right now.
Can he get even more?
Oh, what do you do here? So many options.
Missing an inner rage for an amazing
Yeah.
turn.
Or an Emperor for getting an amazing turn later. Like, even though he has so many cards, having something like 2 Patrons in his hand, it doesn't really count.
Yeah. Pressure, boys.
Both
Yeah.
players are going full on aggressive.
Yeah, Powder drawing for lethal here. He has 2 Forces of Nature in his deck. Can he get one of those? Not yet, but he will get another opportunity. He will actually get 3 more opportunities with that Ancient of Lore.
But leaving a Warsong alive,
Yeah, I mean, he might just lose the game straight away.
he has a full hand. And he has a Warsong already developed.
Yeah, he could just, like, Froth, Hero Power, Innermate Keeper, go face for 5. I think that at this point you kind of want to get that 5 in there. Tom is only gonna have 7 mana next turn, so there won't be too crazy combos happening since no Emperor has been played yet.
I think Powder is seriously considering saving his Innervate, since if he draws Force of Nature next turn and he doesn't have Innervate,
Time waits for
But does he
no
need it with those minions on the board? Maybe he can throw another Roar with 2 minions on the board if he innervates the hero, because it's so weird leaving that up. I don't know. Yeah, I like this. Still not too great, but it seems like the best one out of the bad options. Now with that second Roar. 7 power on the board. A Swipe would also do it. Druid of the Claw, that would also do it if there's no executes coming.
It's a big deal that
But Tom does have to execute.
that Tom hasn't gotten the Emperor. So it is not that scary yet.
Yeah, but I mean this is pretty bad.
Yeah, but this is it's over next turn.
Yeah, even if he gets the Force of Nature now, he will only have 8 mana. He won't be able to do the combo.
Doesn't have an enabler for Gourmage.
Violet Edge Trader. Oh man.
Ah, this is such a bad situation because, oh god, I don't want to be in his shoes. Because he has to draw, but if he draws it, he's dead. He has to go face with the keeper. He really needs the damage because 15 life is like barely out of reach. So even if he finds the combo. But he has to deal with the board or he's dead. So everything he does here.
Yeah, I don't see a winning play here. Even if you take a big risk, there's no reward in any of these plays, really.
Well, here's the thing. There's only 11 damage on board, and you've already seen one Warsong Commander. So maybe Tom doesn't have like a charger to go along with it. Although we do know that he has Grom in his hand.
Yeah.
But if he doesn't hero power,
Oh, that's
and
the inner, right? So
if he doesn't go face in hero power face, just armoring up is out of reach, even if he fight, and that's like the only way he wins. He has to hero power. Like if he armors up and clears the board, he's at 15 life.
that is going to do it.
Oh, but he has the innovate. So
Yeah, I mean, just the Death Spite is lethal already. He
Yeah,
has
it's-
14 power on the board. He did not
was-
even need that.
yeah, there was no way
What is he doing?
wins.
Oh, he has 11 power on the board.
No.
Oh, yeah,
One
oh,
of
yeah.
them- Oh, he just missed lethal.
Yeah.
That was... Oh, did he? Maybe he didn't. How much was that?
Take a look at
It
Twitch
was
chat.
14 plus 4. Yeah, he had it. He had lethal with the Death Spite. It was lethal.
Let's take a look at Twitch chat if that was lethal.
3
Yep.
3 power patrons and 1 5 power
was lethal.
patron. Yeah. Okay, Twitch it knows. I mean, he's still gonna win. Not a big deal. But that's
I concede.
that is that.
Well,
We have our champion.
Tom is your Asus ROG Summer 2015 champion. 2 times in a row, an Asian has won the championship. Asia is taking over.
Great performance.
All the way from Taiwan, and it really paid off big time.
Tom, congrats. Your first big tournament win.
Really happy, yeah.
How did it feel, basically? Like, those patron games were pretty amazing overall. Like, he got like a pretty good opening start in that final game, but you just were able to take it with those amazing acolytes, whirlwind into battle rage even.
I'm pretty happy I can use the Patron Warrior because it's my first time for this tournament. Yeah, and I really confident with this deck. Yeah. So I choose to revive it. I think Patron just like if you have normal lucky, I think it just be any desk. Yeah.
Cool. I have to ask, was it all just BM? I mean, you had lethal one turn earlier. In the very last game, you had 14 power on the board. You had a Death Spite in your hand. You could have ended it one turn earlier. Did you notice that?
The very last turn.
Yeah.
Good lethal.
You
I
went
have
for
really
trade?
thought.
Yeah, you had lethal.
I didn't see it, yeah. So
Okay.
It's alright, it's alright. You won the
It's
tournament.
okay, it's okay.
Yeah.
Probably doesn't feel too bad right now still.
Now, I have to ask you, Tiddler won the last big tournament in the West, and you won this tournament. Is Asia going to take over?
take what? Take
Like-
over.
Take over the Hearthstone World Championships. Take over the Hearthstone world.
No, I think I have really good luck today. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I think we're ready for like the prize ceremony right now. So let's walk over to the trophy.
Okay.
Oh, second player first.
Second
Powder,
player
let's
first.
go.
Powder.
Well, Powder, congrats. You got second place, $5,000, and at least 50 World Championship points. How do you feel?
It feels a little bit bad right now, just losing, but I mean, I'm happy getting second place. I'll have to rewatch the final, see if I made any mistakes. I probably did, so. But I'm happy. I'm satisfied.
Yeah. There were like some pretty interesting games in that finals, especially with that Lord Walker Cho in the finals. Like, how did you feel about that? Did you feel that was like one of the worst drops you could have gotten?
When I first got it, I didn't think it was that bad, but when he dropped Violet Teacher into Violet Teacher, I mean, it's like the worst thing I ever could have gotten, so it kind of screwed me up.
It's alright. Well, at least you got into the finals and you represented your team pretty well. Powder, you got $5,000, 50 World Championship points. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Tom, can you please come up?
Tom, you also did pretty well. In fact, you probably did a little bit better than Powder, winning the entire tournament. Congrats to you, congrats to your team, and for your efforts, you win 1,000 Hearthstone World Championship points. You are now the highest ranked player in Taiwan.
1,000 points.
100. All right, and you also win $10,000. Congratulations, Tom.
Thanks. Really, really happy. Yeah.
Come play high five.
Wow, what an amazing 3 days of games. We had 2 group stages, all so exciting games, and it all came down to this. Tom60229 from Taiwan, taking home the trophy.
Great event.
Amazing. Once again, congratulations to Tom, and I think that's all for Asus ROG 2015 Summer Tournament. Thanks for everyone for watching, and see you next
Thanks
time.
everyone, and see you next time.
Continuing his success in 2015, we saw Tom make it through the group phase of the ONOG Summer Circuit Finals along with Kalento, who would then go on to face once again in the finals. With Kalento being the favourite after his dominant performance in 2014, let's see how Tom managed to snatch the victory in this rapid-fire best of 7.
Welcome back, everybody, to the One Nation of Gamers Summer Circuit 2015. That is an excellent mustache, sir. Keep doing your thing. You're beautiful. And you keep doing your thing, everybody. Thanks so much for joining us as well. We've had a lot of fun. It's time for the grand finals between Kalento from Cloud9 and Tom60229 from YE Flash Wolves. I'm Frodan, and here's Monk, and we're going to bring you guys the action. Monk, what are you expecting for this series?
Expecting some really great games. I was in the bathroom with Tom right before the break, and he's basically talking about...
Wait, whoa.
Not in that sense. Don't have way too dirty thoughts, but Tom, we were talking about the classes and like Hearthstone and like normal things, basically.
Yeah.
Okay, you're going to go there. Well, he was saying that...
Tell me more. I want to know.
I am trying to tell you. You keep interrupting me, Dan, but basically... Tom was saying that he thought Kalento was a more difficult opponent, not because of the skill level of the players, but also because the deck lineups match up better in Kalento's favor compared to what Trump was bringing.
So he feels like Kalento has an advantage over him.
Yes, definitely. Okay. I think a large part of it comes down to his Malagos Warlock and how it doesn't deal as well with Kalento's lineup compared to, let's say, Trump's Handlock and Trump's Control Warrior. It seemed like the Malagos Warlock almost got a free win off of Trump's lineup, having 2 matchups that are 80% or more.
Man, you get a lot done when you go to the bathroom. I just kind of do my thing and leave as soon as I can. But, you know, It seems like you had a really good bonding experience with Tom, and maybe that'll be the motivation that he needs to win this tournament and win a lot of money. What did they get for first place here, Monk?
First place, you get not only $10,000, but also 100 Hearthstone World Championship points. Second place, not too shabby as well, $5,000 and 50 World Championship points.
And thus, the stage is set here. Who will win the 10,000? Who will get those 100 points? And, well, I guess it's basically fighting for top 1 in their region in terms of the regional points. The way BlizzCon will go down, excuse me. 4 players from 4 different regions will qualify. Tom is on top of his region over in the Asia-Pacific region. That includes Taiwan, Korea, etc. Then you have Kalento on top of Europe. You have China as well as North America, where players like Trump will be fighting for their spot in the upcoming weeks. So that's why it's important to win these points. That's why it's important to win this money. And that's why it's important for you to try to get a chance to win this TSM PC. Let's have everybody win here. The way you can do it is to hashtag Geico Gaming and tweet at @onog_esports. Taking a look at the lineups one last time before we go into game number 1 here. I have to agree. I think that Kalento's Hunter here provides a pretty big problem to deal with. And I like that Kalento brought a very well-rounded lineup. Seems very dynamic, and there's all kinds of styles that you can't really prepare for.
Yeah, Kalento's lineup, it's the Hunter in addition might be really the doom for Tom. A lot of his decks aren't really as well equipped to deal with the Hunter. The Paladin might be a little weak to it. The Malygos Warlock certainly is probably going to be a bit weak to it. And I think actually the worst deck against the Hunter might just be the Tempo Mage, since it doesn't have too many defensive options. It's about getting tempo, but when you're facing off against a deck that just goes for face, the tempo might actually not matter as much.
You know what's also interesting too is that these guys have similar group stage classes, but they all have different styles. So for example, the Kolento has the more aggressive Secrets Paladin. Tom has the mid-range Paladin. Kolento has the, his Demon Handlock, and then Tom has his own Malygos Warlock, and then there's Patron versus Dragon. So it's a lot of cool stuff. Oh wait,
actually,
that's not Warlock.
Kolento
He's playing
actually
Priest.
has Priest, and that's
okay.
a slight mistake.
I was confused for a second there. You know what? I'm AFK. You cast this by yourself, Monk. That was embarrassing.
No problem. Well, we'll start off with Kolento. I believe it's actually... Is that Kolento's deck? Yes, it is Kolento's deck. Kolento is the one that's the face hunter-ish, but he actually has a snake trap in his deck. That's what really confused me at first, but it's not that uncommon to have snake trap in a face hunter-ish type of deck, or we don't know, might be hybrid instead.
Well, Explosive Trap does imply that it's face hunter, and that's another aggressive deck coming at Kolento. And that is a good draw from Tom. The cool Taskmaster will be very helpful to deal with this Leper Gnome. Perhaps Kolento will consider otherwise, though, because now that he has Knife Juggler, he can maximize his damage potential by playing Abusive Sergeant and Leper Gnome on turn 2 and getting those juggles out. So Tom needs a Fiery War Axe, and he doesn't get it.
Kolento just happens to play the right creature that the answer is not in Tom's hand. He either had the Cruel Task, he could either have the Cruel Taskmaster, a Acolyte, or the Unstable Ghoul, or the Fiery War Axe, and he did exactly Fiery War Axe to deal with this.
Yeah. And this is something that people have to pay more attention to than rather dismiss. The fact that you have multiple options on turn 1 that could determine the outcome of the game. If you play the Leper Gnome and your Cool Taskmaster gets the value of sniping it, and then you challenge the Knife Juggler, that's so much damage you avoid. And that's why a lot of times you have to go for the assumption that your opponent doesn't have the optimal response, because if you don't, you can sneak in so much more damage to your opponent.
Not only that, but the answers to Knife Juggler, there's only 2 of them in Tom's deck, the 2 Fiery War Axes, whereas the answers to the Leper Gnomes, for example, there's a lot of them. There's the Unstable Ghouls, there's Armor Smiths, and there's Cruel Taskmasters. So maybe Kolento is just playing for the play that gets punished a less percentage of the time.
It's a lot of damage with the Abusive Sergeant coming in to play here. I think Abusive and Leper Gnome still serve the same purpose. They're all going to get the damage in. Abusive Sergeant is still 2 damage, whether you play it from the hand on a charger or an existing minion, or you play it just as a naked body. So I think it's okay just to play Leper Gnome here. It actually kind of doesn't really matter.
Well, also Abusive Sergeant is even more useful generally when you want to get past a taunt, for example.
It's true. No taunts really exist, though. This is the Patron Warrior. Unstable Ghoul comes to the hand. What he wanted to see. That will stop a lot of the damage here. 4 damage will go into this Unstable Ghoul. And then Kolento will just go right back charging at it. So maximize your damage every turn. That's the goal of this aggressive hunter. Argent Horse Rider is definitely a possibility. If he wants to maximize his damage, he goes for Abusive Sergeant as well.
I'll show them.
Also, you just want the Mad Scientist as early on the board as possible. The Mad Scientist, not only does it not have charge, but also the effect, it needs to die before the effect actually goes off. So just he's putting all the power as possible into like 2 turns later, for example.
Definitely. And so Tom has the Inner Rage that helps buys him a little bit of life. The Cool Taskmaster Inner Rage does give him some options here, but he also could try to be a little greedy and go for Death Bite and Inner Rage instead. I don't know if that's worth it. It's almost to the point where you have to just avoid dying as opposed to figure out a way to win right now, because the priority is that he might kill you the next 2 turns.
I'm a pretty big fan of the Death Spite. You really want to set up those whirlwind effects early on. And also, you want to set up the Acolyte of Pain. This is way more of a defensive play, though.
Yeah.
He's taking less damage from it overall.
All right, well, now Klento is going to rely on whatever he draws to see if he can fill out the curve. It's a Knife Juggler. He saw his opponent didn't have a Fiery War Axe. And he knows his opponent's playing Patron. What would he do on turn 5 if he already burned his Inner Rage? He certainly wouldn't play just a Patron on board. So it might be, in Kalento's mind, it might be safe to play the Knife Juggler and either Hero Power or Explosive Trap. Either way, he's going to be using 4 mana this turn. He's definitely going to try to avoid using the Horse Rider.
Another thing that Tom has to consider is that he doesn't know what traps are in Kalento's deck. He mostly assumes that they're going to be explosive traps. But if there's snake traps on the field, it definitely would have been better to equip the Death Spite earlier on in order to possibly deal with them.
Oh, really? Okay, I'm very surprised by it. I was anticipating him going for a mana-efficient play. But he's saying that, you don't have a way to deal with this right now. You've burned a lot of your 1 damage, so I'm going to go really aggressive with this Charger.
Yeah, it's just the effect of having a Divine Shield compared to just having a 3/1 minion in terms of the Wolf Rider. I believe in this Face Hunter deck, the Horseman has really replaced the Wolf Rider because the Horseman, even though it does less damage overall, it has its worst burst. It's just a more consistent threat. We've seen a lot of Face Hunters even add in Piloted Treaders for like the very same reason. It doesn't deal as much initial face damage, in fact 0, but it does get a lot of damage over time. Usually a Warrior, for example, they have to hit the minions with the Death Spite in order to kill it off.
Yeah, so I like that Kalento takes this line where he realizes that the Mad Scientist could get damage in as well. And if he wanted to really set up a Knife Juggler, he would have to trade in the Scientist, otherwise the Juggler doesn't do anything. And he says, you know what, I'm just going to try to maximize damage on both ends, present an opportunity for him to try to deal with a Divine Shield. And Tom could have, but it would have also been inefficient for him, so he chose to set up this Acolyte instead. Kalento has drawn the Eagle Horn Bow, which is 6 damage, and he can continue to push a little bit more if this Eagle Horn Bow can get a charge from the Explosive Trap. That's very optimistic to say that that'll happen very time soon, so he's just going to go ahead and charge for as much damage as possible.
Yeah, we also have to keep in mind that most likely there's also a Snake Trap on the field since the Mad Scientist died.
Oh, you're right.
So this Knife Juggler, again, will get a lot of value off.
Or will it? I mean, it realistically could also just juggle straight onto the Acolyte once and then, twice on the Armor Smith.
Yeah. I mean, that Armor Smith was certainly a huge draw.
Or it can let the Knife Juggler survive as it juggles twice on the Acolyte. No, that's not what he wanted.
Oh.
This is slower than Matrix bullet dodging.
Oh.
I can't tell if that's what he wanted. Oh, I guess
after he sees the Unstable Bull, it's almost certainly not what Kalento wanted. Even a Leper Gnome. This is just what happens when Patron just has all these defensive creatures in the early game. Not only did Tom have both Unstable Bulls, he had like a Whirlwind, Bull Taskmaster, and even some weapons that he could have used early on in the game. Even though he has the Grommash Hellstream in his hand, which is not really useful, and he also had the Emperor in his opening hand. Just all of Tom's top decks were just carrying him through.
Yeah, but the game's still not over.
Yeah, Face Hunter can certainly take a win still from here. Quick shots
just
are
has
the
to
key
draw
card.
A quick shot. Yeah, quick shot into something else. So if Tom feels like he has to play defensive, he has to just play the slam and armor up. He doesn't want to take any more damage than possible. Hunter will have guaranteed 5 damage next turn.
Yeah.
And if you take 4, you're going to be playing with 2 health. That's really scary.
What's also really scary is that Tom doesn't really have a good immediate way to close out the game soon. He'll have to take at least 3 turns, I'd say. Meanwhile, that means Kalento has about 3 draws in order to finish off the game. The hero powers will kind of cancel each other out. But
not bad.
Yeah, not bad. I think Kalento would have preferred more damage, but the Iron Peak Owl certainly isn't useless.
Do you think he might even hold on to it to try and get kill command synergy? I think he is. I think that's the goal. And he also wants to bait his opponent into attacking so he can get more damage.
Not only that, but most of Tom's inner rage or whirlwind effects are gone right now. So it's less likely for the Acolyte to be able to activate without a minion on board.
Glaivezuka, so Kalento can make a decision if he wants to just start hitting with the weapon, because this Glaivezuka also represents 4 damage. So next turn he'll have 4 damage and the following 4 damage. It's still going to be multiple turns before he can whittle him down, but then if he draws another point damage through kill commands, then he would have it. He can hold on to Glaivezuka in case he picks up a charger and get the extra damage in.
It's not like Kalento won't be able to use all his mana, or he will be able to use all his mana in the very next turn. Another danger here is that Tom might be in danger of dying to Unleash the Hounds if he loads up the board way too much. So let's take a look at this. If Tom uses a Death Spite right now, he can get in 8 damage with the Death Spite. He can get in 12 damage with 2 turns of attacking from the Acolyte and the Emperor Thorazane. So that's 20 damage. And Grom, on top of that, will be lethal. So he can actually set up lethal for the next turn.
But he has to attack into an explosive trap.
Yes.
So he also makes himself weaker.
This works as well.
So they, essentially, Kalento has to draw 2 points of damage, or else it's this game. No, he can silence and stay alive.
This seems like an equivalent play, except you get a Grom onto the field, which might be slightly worse since it gives more Unleash the Hounds value.
There's so many cards that kill.
You like Huffer?
Huffer's pretty good right now.
See the audience.
New expansion, same result.
Yeah. Really clapping for that Huffer. People love it.
I'm not sure, man. That sounds more like a groan of disdain than a sigh of relief, unless you're Kalento. Yeah. But you know what? That was a really close game. And I mean, it's one of those things where you can always go back and forth on the small micro decisions. But in the end, I felt like Tom really played the best he could have. And he played so defensive, too, and still had opportunity to flip it around if he had a little bit more health.
Just a little bit more. This matchup often comes to like that kind of perspective where it's just a little bit more, and it's one player just getting the win over the other player one turn before lethal from the first player.
All right, well, that wraps up the first game of this series. Very explosive, but the best is yet to come.
Yep.
Again, we had those differences in the classes, even though they both have Paladin Warrior. They're different archetypes, and one more correction, Kalento does have that Dragon Priest, not a Warlock deck.
Yeah.
And I want to see how that Tempo Mage relates to everything, because I want to see more Spellslinger action. I want to see more Unstable Portal, because it's fun stuff.
Yeah, I want to see more combinations of Alexstrasza and Preparation and lots of fireballs.
Tidecaller.
Yeah. That was also a key part of that game.
You know what's insane is, like, imagine if he got those cards reduced to the point where he could Alexstrasza, like Fireball, Prep, Fireball, Frostbolt, because he had all those cards, and that's literally like an OTK.
Yeah. And Trump, basically, he had to not hero power. He had to have not.
Right. Well, you get what I'm saying. Like, it's 30 damage in one turn, assuming it's like you're playing against Priest or something. It's crazy. Crazy.
So we're gonna have a Priest versus Paladin matchup.
Traditionally, the slow Priest had an advantage over the Paladin because you could outvalue them. Cards like Tyrion never truly would be a threat if you had Mind Control. Anything that was weak, like Minibot, could get stolen by the Cabal Shadow Priests, and then you just can't really outpressure them if they have AoE. However, things have changed a lot in this Priest deck. They don't really run those big AoE wipes like Circle of Healing. They don't have Mind Control. They've even stopped using as much removal. Instead, they placed it with mid-range threats. So I want to see how this more regular mid-range Paladin fares against the Dragon Priest.
Yeah, not only that, but there have been quite a few changes in the Paladin deck as well. I think the key change being a lot of mid-range Paladins these days, they run Justicar Trueheart, and Justicar Trueheart seems to be the one minion, the best minion you can have as Paladin against Priest. not only do you summon one dude, but you second a second dude. And Priest only has about 2 AoEs generally in their Priest decks.
Yeah, they're both the 2 Holy Novas. Tom drops the True Silver Champion, so his Quartermaster plan has been foiled, but that wasn't really going to work out anyways. Lenzo going to just drop another dragon. Do you like Twilight Guardian or do you like the dragon?
They're, I guess, fairly equivalent. The Dragon's Kin Sorcerer, what that does is gives you more Lellen's Chosen value, but it's might feel a bit more all-in. The one reason I like the Twilight Guardian, though, is because it gives more flexibility. The Twilight Guardian only works if there's a dragon on the field, and if you play the Dragonkin Sorcerer, then you might not be able to play this Twilight Guardian later on into the game.
Good point. Very good point. Tom has to deal with a giant Twilight Guardian now. That's a 5/9 with Taunt. No way he's getting past that without a Quality or Peacekeeper. In this case, he's going to try to use Sylvanas to try and get ahead of it. And that is an interesting draw. Cabal Shadow Priest. You can steal the 1/2, but then the True Silver plus the Sylvanas guarantees a high value steal.
Very tenuous situation for Lento. I think as Priest, this is the card you fear the most.
Your mind.
He's going to try to let the Sylvanas steal the 1/2, which would be a pretty big deal.
Oh!
What's mine is yours is mine is now yours.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Just generally, Sylvanas, like, when you're winning by that much, the Sylvanas is the only thing that can ruin your day.
That was the worst Murloc, too. I mean, at its core, this worst Murloc still puts out 12 stats, equivalent to, if you combine it all, is 6/6. So that's why the Murloc Knight for, you know, pretty good. It just spreads it out, so it's complicated. Although, spreading it out doesn't exactly guarantee you anything. A Blackwing Corruptor here can shut down the 1/2 and you kill the Murloc Knight. And you're going to have to be dependent on the True Silver Champion to once again climb back in value here.
Really back and forth game. And
yeah.
I think it's a lot about how TGT has really influenced a lot of the decks into more board-centric decks. Okay, going for the 4/4 because he doesn't really want it to get healed, doesn't want any extra Northshire Cleric value.
Yeah, and we also can see another Blackwing Corruptor going to be jumping out here most likely. Although, maybe he can draw something else that's nice too.
It's also a pretty good draw.
Yeah, the Wyrmrest Agent does challenge the weaker minions on board, but it does die to the True Silver Champion, so it's in a really unique position where he's going to evaluate off the Pilot Shredder drop. Oh! Lose a Mana Crystal. So everyone talks about Darnassus Aspirin as a fringe scenario, as a nerf to the Pilot Shredder, because you don't get the Mana Crystal effects from playing it, but you get it from losing it. So instead, Tom has only 8 Mana Crystals next turn.
But Tom, you know what? It's really late into the game. We'll see pretty much like how much it matters. I guess he now can't play the Tusker Jouster plus the Piloted Shredder, but would that have been the best play even?
Depends, because the Tusker Jouster gets challenged by one of the Blackwing Corruptors.
It also means that you're less likely to play Quartermaster, and I think Quartermaster would have been a great play as well.
Yeah, it still is. True Silvers have been exhausted.
I think when it comes down to these kind of positions, Paladin might have an advantage because it's really hard for Kolento actually to deal with this kind of board without those Holy Novas that he necessarily needs to draw. In addition, Tyrion is something that Kolento I don't think he can deal with really. With no mind controls, he has to Shadow Word Death it, and then Tom will get a 5/3 Ashbringer, which Kolento, we haven't seen any Harrison Jones from him either.
Well, he does have Sylvanas. I think he might be tempted to drop Sylvanas now to try to complicate boards. Assuming he doesn't want to go for shenanigans like Dark Bane plus plus Power Word Shield. That could also be something he would like to experiment with, but it depends. There's a lot of options at Kolento's disposal. I generally like dropping Sylvanas on a board that feels like it's getting a little bit too big. But at the same time, whatever this Darkbane shoots is okay.
Oh.
Okay. All right, and the thing is he can protect it too with the Worm Rest agent, so it's not even that bad of a situation, even though it shot the weakest minion.
Yeah. In some senses, this Darkbane is kind of like the Murloc Knight of the Paladin. It's like something that kind of has taunt, because if you don't kill it right away, it's going to get way too much value. On the other hand, though, there's not really too many buff cards in Kalento's deck. We theorize that there's only about 5 or 6 of them at most, and you've already seen 2 of them, so it's less likely for Kalento to draw one of the remaining ones in his deck.
Yes and no. I mean, it's kind of like the same idea of dragons. How many dragons does he have? Probably like 7 dragons. You have the Twilight Whelps, the... maybe actually 9, because the Twilight Whelps add another additional, because you have things like Dragonkin, Sorcerer, and Drakes. But in other dragon decks, for example, like Dragon Warrior, where you have a limited amount, it still is a decent likelihood that it could happen. Very fast math here from Tom to be able to figure this out, and as a result has a board of 1/1s.
This is kind of the strength of Paladin that we're seeing post-TGT. They just have such an ability to refill the board after every single turn with a combination of Monster for Battle, Murloc Knights. Even the Quartermaster does a lot here.
Well, the threat of a Quartermaster is pretty big.
I wonder.
Kalento would love to pick up some way to clear the board, and he does technically have it, but he doesn't want to do it that way. The Pyromancer effect only gets triggered through the Shadow Word Death.
Yeah.
Is this a time where you just drop your Sarah and hope that you can pick up something nice and force your opponent to trade into it?
Yeah. Not really too many other options, and again, it kind of comes down to how few buff effects are in this deck, and how so many buff minions there are.
Oh my goodness!
Another top deck from Tom.
How much damage is this? 5 plus 12, 17, 9, 18? 18 damage?
Unfortunately, it's barely not enough to kill Kalento.
It's enough to trade into everything here.
So he'll see first if he can possibly survive something like a Yasura Awakens.
Yeah, well, I think he wins that joust by a big margin.
Twilight Wipe sort of got stopped there.
Yeah. And he says, you know what? If you have the Yasura Awakens, God bless, but there's really nothing I can do about that. And he doesn't have it. And Kalento is in a position once again where he needs to get a Holy Nova to survive. Although Deathlord, does that help him enough?
With the Deathlord, he essentially has 16 effective HP in addition to the heal.
And then you can Shadow Word Death the 5/5.
Kill off the 5/3, so I think that's going to be enough.
Assuming his opponent doesn't pick up a quality. Actually, he can put 2 taunts as well, right? He can put the Worm Rest and the Deathlord.
I wonder.
So what are you thinking? While Pyromancer to soften things up. So that way everything crashes into the Deathlord and makes it weaker and more vulnerable.
Yeah. Now also the agent as well, so that's actually the biggest wall that Kalento could put up.
Yeah, I like it. Very nice.
Oh.
Is that lethal? It looks like it is, exactly. I believe so, yeah. So you can be able to push through, and you have the 4 damage. So the pressure from the Paladin was just too much. And Kalento not able to stabilize. That second Quartermaster draw from Tom was nuts.
Just so much pressure by Tom putting on to Kalento every single turn. Kalento tried to deal with all the minions as best as he could, but he eventually ran out of the key resources, and he had all the minions in his hand that weren't necessarily that useful against those kind of minions. The Dragonkin Sorcerer being one of the main ones.
Yeah, and so I think he didn't really. I think it's a really good example of how the Priest traditionally needs those AoEs in order to stop the Paladin from building the mountain pressure, and maybe the Dragon Priest wasn't supposed to win that game. However, the Dragon Priest does stand a chance against some of these other classes, so we'll see if Kalento can whip it out and make it effective. It has been one of his decks that we had the biggest question mark over because no one else has brought Priest to this tournament except for him.
Just the number of AoEs in that Dragon Priest is kind of strange. It's only 2 of them with the 2 Holy Novas. We have yet to see a Chill Maul, and the Chill Maul would have been just absolutely amazing in that particular game, essentially stopping all the Quartermaster minions altogether. It's kind of like both an anti-Silverhand recruit card and an anti-patron card. Arcane Blast. Interesting.
Yeah, new shiny tools. Not the most shiny because it's not golden, but shiny nonetheless. Yeah. And he's got the coin, and he's got the Flame Waker. So there's a lot of good synergies and things going in advantage of Tom here. However, how does it relate to Dragon Warrior? I'm not entirely sure, Mo.
I think this hand would have been just really amazing against something like the Mysterious Challenger. Paladin that
would
Kalento's
be crazy.
Using. In this matchup, though, I think you want just more solid minions. Mirror Image is also a good option, as long as you can get a minion behind that so the Fireworks can't touch it. Arcane Blast is an interesting one because it might even replace an Arcane Missiles in this deck. I'm not actually sure which one is better overall. Keep in mind, there's 2 Azure Drakes in this deck, so you could potentially do something like Azure Drake into Arcane Blast, and it sort of acts like an Eviscerate play for 6 mana.
What? The Nexus champion Sarad gets spells?
That's amazing. That could just be game winning.
That's ridiculous. That is ridiculous. Like, the fact that you're a tempo deck that benefits off of spell synergy with your cards, because he's going to have cards like Sorcerer's Apprentice and Flame Waker to benefit off of it.
Yeah. Nexus Champion Sarad also, what's really good about it is that it's also at 2 mana. So you can even use it at turn 5 or maybe on turn 6 to get just an amazing number of spells. It's like a mini Archmage Antonidas. For 2 mana, not a bad deal, I would say.
It's a 4/5 too, so the stats aren't nothing to scoff at. Tom really evaluating if he can get away with doing something.
I would just be greedy here.
Huh?
I would just be way too greedy here.
Yeah, Unstable Pool. Or Stable Portal.
That's also an amazing one.
So basically he's just getting more infinite cards. That's essentially what he's doing.
Leave me alone.
Oh, Kalento, poor thing, about to discover what Unstable Portal has just done to you. 2 legendary cards that potentially have big impact. Because, I mean, this Gazlo can draw some really devastating mechs. Like, if it draws Snow Chugger, that's really hard for War to deal with. If it draws like really big ones, you forget about like huge mechs that can actually be threatening, like the Foe Reaper or...
In addition, by hero powering, Tom has the opportunity to gain even more 1 mana spells.
My goodness. Oh my goodness, how do I fit in all this synergy? Like first world Unstable Portal problems. My hand is too epic.
Yeah, it's epic. My hand is too legendary because you have all these legendary minions in your hand.
Good point. Touché, sir. Okay. I mean, this is where Crip casts way better than I do because he knows these weird shenanigans. Predict them very easily. Okay. I think he was hoping to hit the Twilight Guardian once, so that way he can hero power it down.
Yeah, the problem is you really want to hero power this turn to get some value out of this Nexus Champion Sarad.
Yeah, you sort of want to do that. And he gets spell, 0 mana cost per turn. Yeah, all right, that's okay. That's not a bad card to get.
I think I'll take that.
Not a bad card to get. Against a deck full of mid-range minions like Azure Drakes and Blackwing Corruptors? Yeah, not bad.
Yeah, imagine if this were an arena deck. How good would this be?
Now that is literally a crypt video that I would watch. Well, he clears the board, and he loses Champion Sarad, which ends up picking up Flame Strike. Not bad. Oh, stop it. There's just way too many shenanigans in this deck. Spell Slinger. Oh, jeez. We've seen that before, but just forgetting about what it can do.
The problem here with Tom is that he hasn't been able to use too much synergy with a lot of his unstable portals minions, which is quite unfortunate.
Yeah, it was like good on paper, just it didn't fit in because he didn't have enough crystals to use everything.
We were kind of, like, I don't know about you, but I've been kind of watching the bottom half of the screen the entire game. Haven't actually been paying attention to what Kalento has been drawing, but he's just been getting so many temple minions the entire time.
Kalento did draw his Blackwing Corruptor right at the moment he needed to. That was a very powerful moment. You know, Tom doesn't get the Flame Strike just yet, so whatever he puts out will get challenged immediately, and that allows Kalento to make sure he gets some value.
What I will say, though, is that Flame Strike seems to be really good against this type of Dragon Warrior, because all the minions are quite mid-rangey, and if you just look at the board right now, they're all around the same mana cost, or around the same health.
Yeah, but now he's starting to fall. He's just too far behind on board tempo. That's a card that could help him, but it's not even the fact that he's Flame Strike, he's dealing with minions, it's that there's more minions coming where that, or there's more minions where that came from. Shield Maiden or Blackwing Technician, shield, like you can shield block and then Blackwing Technician, Alex Josh's charge. These are all possibilities here. All of them still present a reasonable amount of damage.
I wonder if Kalento was paying attention as to whether that was actually a spell in Tom's deck, or if he got it from some sort of shenanigans Nexus Champion Surad.
You can hover over and see, though. It still tells you nowadays.
Oh, okay.
So if you hover over the Flame Strike, it'll tell you.
Now?
Thanks to Blizzard for always improving our game.
Yeah. Nice little plug there. So the Blackwing Technician and the Alex Josh's charge is more damage. So if Kalento wants to be aggressive, he can set his opponent to 10, potentially like below 10 health the following turn. I don't think he has a 2-turn lethal. And in order to do so, he can shield block first just for sequencing purposes.
My work is paramount. Leave me alone. For the Life Binder.
A lot of pressure here.
Yeah. It's not quite lethal, but if he draws weapons, it is, and his opponent doesn't deal with it. He's going to force 2 mana out of his opponent anyways through the ping.
Tom immediately knows that he has to do that. Cleans up the board quite a bit, and Kalento, he really wishes he had some weapons right now, although his current hand isn't too shabby.
Yeah, he still has some cycle opportunities. Slam, Execute, and then the Shield Maiden allows him to clear the board and have a pretty dominating presence. His opponent still has enough cards where it's like, well, am I using this Execute too soon? What if he drops Antonitis and I can't answer it? What if he's dropped Dr. Boom and I can't answer it? Am I better off slamming, trading into the Flame Waker, and just playing something else instead? Depends all on his next draw here.
Some kind of weapon would be really nice.
I'm okay with playing Sludge Belcher and then hero powering as well, because you can kill the Flame Waker. You're outside the ping range, at least from what you think. We know that there's a fallen hero, but you're outside the hero power range for the mage. You kill the Flame Waker, let the Mana Worm run into the Sludge Belcher, just pick up the pieces afterwards.
I can take the hit.
He doesn't trust the Mana Worm. I don't either. I hate worms.
What has a worm ever done to you?
It made me slightly uncomfortable while I was camping once.
I can see why you might hate worms then. There's
Wanted.
quite a bit of options to clear the board.
Don't do it.
Charge. Divine Spirit. That's the wrong deck.
Divine Spirit.
Whoa, that's interesting. Now that is a huge Sludge Belcher. It's gonna be a 3/10.
Yeah, and not even any silences in Tom's deck.
No, he's gonna have to get through the hard way. Is this a board that you need to brawl on?
You don't need to necessarily brawl on it, but it might be an option.
Shield block for an answer first. Picked up another Drake.
Yeah, and then just go with the Divine Spirit.
Divine Spirit. You created this, Spellslinger. And I think it's time. It was finally time for Kalento to get his own really ridiculous scenario. Tom's just chuckling. It's like, well, Can't really do much about that. Kalento pushes for damage, realizing that this could be a lethal opportunity. Antonidas charge. Now that's a combination that I wasn't thinking about when I was getting ready to cast this game.
It's kind of like the Warrior OTK all over again. If Tom had gotten Alexstrasza off the Unstable Portal and then charge off of the Spellslinger, this could have been an amazing game.
This is already kind of a ridiculous game. Though. I don't know much more you could want. Fortunately, Tom doesn't have enough to pick off every minion on board, so the Shield Maiden still represents lethal. If it can just get one weapon here. Any weapon will do. Azure Drake, perhaps. Or he might feel like he might need to brawl instead. We'll see.
He's at way too high life total. Oh, there it goes.
There's the weapon. Kalento will end it face-to-face, man-to-man. Kill him with his own hands.
Really back and forth series we have at the moment with Kalento taking a 2-1 lead, but Tom is certainly really fighting for that spot. He's had a lot of great plays. He's had a lot of great Spellslinger cards, and maybe some not-so-great ones that he's given to Kalento.
Well, that Spellslinger card wasn't entirely too useful. It was, it acted just kind of like burn damage in a way, and it just ended up him being a little bit short. Those Unstable Portals were so ridiculous, but he never got to benefit off of it at all. It just looked very flashy. So, for one thing, you need those Unstable Portals to grab early game board control, so that way you have big, powerful minions get momentum later. But Sherrod, it did draw a Flame Strike.
Yeah.
But the Flame Strike cost his entire turn, and then Dragon Warrior took the initiative.
Yeah, I felt like if Tom had potentially, let's say, gotten those Unstable Portals later in the game, and he had a handful full of spells, and he had the board presence with which to hero power consistently with, it would have gotten a lot more value. But like you said, board control is what's most important in Tempo Mage.
I will
and he needs way different spells to do that.
All right, so the Secret Paladin makes another appearance here. Tom gonna go over to the patron. Looks like he's trying to keep himself awake as well. It's been a long journey over from Taiwan as he has to adjust the jet lag, but it's his third day, so hopefully he's been able to get some good rest.
Yeah, not only that, but Tom is quite a frequent flyer. He's been to tournaments all over the world. BlizzCon last year, Gfinity twice, Assembly just earlier this month, the tournament which he won. So Tom is kind of using Hearthstone as a way to travel around the world. Has a lot of experience at LANs, and I think it's going to pay off. He's never really too nervous, even though he does get some reactions, or we get some reactions from him when he plays the game. Pretty good hand from Tom, I would say.
That's excellent. It allows him to effectively deal with all the small stuff.
I'll never
Fiery War Axe, Death's Bite. One thing to note as well is that a lot of these small little minions don't do well in the face of patrons, just because they don't trade very well. And I don't really know exactly how good this secret deck is against patron. I can't imagine. Very effective.
Well, if you remember to the very first match of our tournament, it was actually Kalento versus Tom, a series which Kalento defeated Tom with a 3-0 score. Unfortunately, we had a few internet issues during that time, and we actually played around 3 games of this particular matchup, Patron versus Mysterious Challenger Paladin. And I think in all 3 games, Kalento was kind of sort of in a lead. This game is going to be slightly different, though.
Reporting for duty.
All right, well, Kalento has a second secret. We know that one of them was pulled off Mad Scientist, and I think it might have been Avenge. I have to see, though. All right, and then this will prompt Tom to probably drop the Accolade Painted as well.
Speak to me.
Unlike in the previous games, Kalento isn't really getting any of his board control that he needs. And he's just drawing such small cards. Even letting his opponent draw everything that he needs.
Well, the Fiery War Axe is the difference maker here. It just allows him to stabilize early on. Imagine if that that Secret Keeper was able to run unchallenged with all these secrets coming out.
I think in the previous games where Tom played Kalento in this matchup, I got to talk with some of the players who are here at this event, and they mostly agreed that Tom might have been using his resources too fast, basically. Not saving them in order to combo off later in the game, being way too defensive early on, and not greedy enough. This game, again, it's going to be a little different since Tom definitely has a huge card advantage, and it's going to take Kalento either a Divine Spirit draw or a Mysterious Challenger draw in the very next few turns in order to turn this game back around.
Tom has several options here. If he's willing to take more damage, he can set up Death Bite. He has 2 of them, so they get clunkier the longer he waits. By playing Acolyte and Whirlwind, it's just a little bit too weak, I think, onto the board.
It's technically like one of the strongest plays you could make this turn, but also that Whirlwind is just one of the most valuable cards you have in your deck anyway. So playing to that effect, Tom, again, he's being a little greedy here, which he should be. He can afford to take that 4 extra damage.
Let me think.
Kalento not very happy to see a second competitive spirit come into the hand. That makes the first one redundant. He has enough mana to put a Secret Keeper to a 3/4, but that also makes it so that way the Death Bite just directly attacks into it. Is that enough damage to him? He'd do 7 total, and that's not really that significant right now.
Kalento just really out of options here.
This is one of the drawbacks of playing this deck. It feels like there are games where you just draw very awkwardly because you're bound to hit some secret overlap, and the curve is not always going to be there. You won't have the minions to play. You won't have the Mysterious Challenger, and you're going to have to play secrets from hand. And it feels very weak.
Yeah, to me, this seems like a very high-risk, high-reward version of the typical aggro Paladin. The aggro Paladin, again, it does depend on drawing the Divine Favor eventually against these kind of more either combo-y or mid-rangey decks or control decks. But the problem is, if you don't get the Divine Favor, this deck is even worse than the typical aggro Paladin because you have all these secrets which are generally useless on their own, or even in combination with the Secret Keeper. They're just quite weak cards.
Yeah, these are really weak. Oh, well. He's already played a handful of his secrets already. I'm not sure if his Mysterious Challenger is as effective as it normally is.
Well, you have to make something happen here.
Let me think.
Yeah, now the challenge is that his opponent, if his opponent has Execute, you have to kill this unstable ghoul, but then you make the Frothing Berserker naturally more powerful through it. The alternative... Is there an alternative one to just play Secret Keeper? I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think you win that way. As a Mysterious Challenger is kind of a new card, it's kind of an unknown card, so it definitely has the potential, at least, to pull off some shenanigans. That's exactly what Kalento needs right now, some shenanigans.
Yep. Oh boy. That's still a lot of secrets. Noble Sacrifice can at least absorb the blow from the weapon if he was going to have one. It challenges the Frothing Berserker directly.
Get down!
It's going to get revived, but a Whirlwind Execute will handle all of this pretty easily.
So, another thing to consider is that Tom's been dumping the hand very effectively. Oh man, imagine if one of those was eye for an eye. How awesome would that be?
I don't think Kalento has certainly teched in that yet. If he had, we probably would have seen it from one of the other Mysterious Challengers he's played throughout this tournament.
Yeah, but I think this is kind of how I imagine Patron to normally go against this deck. Divine Favor is not even that good, considering that his opponent's been dumping the hand. So he would have to have Divine Favor pick up like Consecration.
Yeah, not only that, but there's also a competitive spirit on the field. So it's kind of like the situation in Hunter where you want to use Quick Shot, but you already have a Freezing Trap on the field and you have one in your hand, so you don't get the full effect out. Kalento probably does have a Consecrator too in his deck.
But it won't be enough because if he plays, he has to play at least one card for Divine Favor to draw a card.
Does he have one more? See, Noble Sacrifice wouldn't be enough either. So he needs the Golden Annoytron.
Oh, he has an Annoytron in the deck.
I don't know, probably. Or actually, I think in this deck you probably want Haunted Creepers. So Cluncher's just going through all the options and he realizes that no, there's no way he can take that game whatsoever.
Yeah, I think he searched for his outs and there were 0 outs as far as we know. So that's going to wrap up Game 4. It's a tied series once again. And the Patron Warrior got a quick win. So we don't have to deal with a lot of the counting shenanigans either. So that brings it down to Paladin and Priest up against the Warlock and the Mage. That's an exciting clash of decks. I want to see that Mage deck more. Those decks are fun.
Oh yeah, certainly. And it seems to be, it would do pretty good against the Mysterious Challenger deck, as long as there are no, again, Mysterious Challenger shenanigans that kind of pop up. That Temple Mage
trying to
deck,
use that word, Monk. Shenanigans is a great word.
I know, it's amazing. The Temple Mage has a lot of like somewhat AoE spells like the Arcane Missiles. It has the Flame Waker, which can deal with a lot of the early threats that Kolento might bring out. In addition, something like Flame Cannon could be good or not so good against the lone Secret Keeper. We'll just have to see.
You asked for it.
All right, well, this time Tom does not get graced with the coin, but he has the Flame Waker, one of the key cards potentially in dissecting this deck, although it's still pretty new, and I gotta admit, I'm pretty lost sometimes if in terms of predicting these matchups, just based off of Theory Monk. So is there a favorite, do you think, or do you think it's 50-50, or are you taking more of a scientific wait and see?
I would love to give you some stats on this matchup, but I don't think any really exists at this point. I believe this might be even the first Mysterious Challenger Paladin versus Tempo Mage matchup we've ever seen in competitive play.
Speaking of first time being able to be seen, the Gormok Impaler, whenever that has a huge impact, like it can snipe the Flame Wakers and whatnot, Mana Worms. Very powerful.
What also is going to be very powerful is this combination of Mana Worm plus possible Flame Cannon into a Knife Juggler.
The interesting thing about the Knife Juggler, though, is that if you coin it out, he can just ping it and then nullify your turn. He knows there's too many ways to get punished.
Oh.
All right. Okay, so that's 3 for 3 for Unstable Portals into Legendary Minions.
Legendary Minions that have synergies
with his deck.
Exactly.
It's slightly ridiculous. Stop it, Tom. Stop
Are we going to see the Legendary Malagos plus Arcane Missiles?
What about Malagos into Arcane Blast? Now that card is ridiculous. It will snipe the Mysterious Challenger.
And then some.
Yeah, and send him back to Blackrock Mountain.
You could even kill off your own Malagos with the Arcane Blast, because it does 12 damage.
Oh, you're right. It does double.
I'll never
If
tell.
only you could force your opponent to have Wrath Guard, then just Arcane Blast in the face.
This might be, however, one of those games where we never see use of the Unstable Portal minion. It's just that you lose so much tempo from playing an Unstable Portal on turn 2.
Right.
That
your
opponent can just run you over.
Would you play things like Noble Sacrifice and Avenge to buff, and then let Secret Keeper be a 3/4 as opposed to Gormok? I mean, Gormok does provide the biggest minion, though. Worth evaluating, but I think now that he drew Divine Favor, that's a perfect 5 mana use for the next turn. So that's fine there. Oh no!
Well, it doesn't matter
Tom,
as much.
you have to click on the Gormok 4 times in order to get the Flame Cannon on it. It's just how it works.
I don't think it mattered that much, though, since he definitely would have wanted to kill both the bigger creatures, but the Secret Keeper is about as equivalent to this Gormok anyway.
I mean, yes, you're right, but I think he would have loved to kill the Secret Keeper and the Gormok. It was, out of all those scenarios that would happen, this was definitely one of the worst, because he would still have to be forced to play the Secrets, or play Secrets on this.
Job's done.
I think I might have just played the Malagos there. Get a
just straight up Malagos.
4/12 on the field, maybe.
What if he had Repentance, though?
Good point.
If he had Repentance, how much would you cry on the spot? I would weep.
I think you're so behind though at this point. Your opponent has initiative. He has a bunch of secrets on the field as well. He got a huge defined favor draw.
Yeah, and the competitive spirit can also be problematic too, because you can play Dr. Boom, but then he just gets a huge buff.
Please draw Arcane Missiles here. It would just make my day.
Oh no. So he plays Boom. He's still not playing around Repentance, but not Repentance, competitive spirit. Klento will still go for the rush strategy because he knows his board's very resilient. Mad Scientist can also come down here. Second Divine Favor! Oh my goodness. That's a lot of cards being drawn.
Yeah, so more like a standard aggro Paladin now.
This is kind of the way Klento intended his deck to go. Wow, good lord. Yeah, competitive spirit's pretty good with a lot of sticky minions with Divine Shields.
Who knew? This deck can even be good without the Mysterious Challenger.
It's just good when you get a lot of the card draw. That's what Mysterious Challenger does, right? Oh, and those boom bots are terrible too. Not going Tom's way at all. And then whoa, what is it too late though? Because I mean, there's a lot more than 8 health on the board, and you do know that Noble Sacrifice does exist, right? Off the secrets. Okay.
That was a little disappointing, I have to be honest with you.
That was so anticlimactic.
We were building that up like the entire game, but Tom doesn't even reward us for it.
Yeah, now he's gonna use Fallen Hero. And
yeah, I understand he's trying to win. I don't blame him.
Yeah.
It's a lot of money on the line.
Well, Noble Sacrifice is going to stop him here. Like, if he couldn't make that conclusion, he knew that this was doomed from the start because Dr. Boom won't get attacks. Is there anything unstable board can get? How about, like, Unstable Fool? That's hilarious. Yeah. That's even more, like, hypothetical synergy with
exactly. He's getting so lucky with getting these minions, yet so unlucky at the same time, being able to force to use Unstable Portal when he really needs tempo plays instead.
That's very close to lethal.
One more damage.
1 damage off lethal. I say you go for it. But and you can also play Mysterious Challenger. Just stay clear of the board. I wonder how many secrets Mysterious Challenger will even pull at this point. It might just be a vanilla 6/6. No, it'll definitely pull another Repentance. So it'll pull at least 1 secret.
I just want him to play it right now just to see how many secrets are left in the deck.
I would assume 2. I would assume a Repentance as well as a
Who am I?
Redemption.
None of your business.
Is that... It was 1 secret, I'm guessing? Yeah, it was 1 secret remaining.
No, it was 2.
He just played one from his hand, though.
Oh.
Yep, just 1 secret.
Oh, interesting. Well, this is it. There's nothing he can do. There's nothing he can draw.
I think he just wanted to kill that Mysterious Challenger off one more time.
He draws with his Arcane Intellect. Maybe he has an opportunity there. Maybe the Spellslinger can get... Oh, wait. Oh. Frost Nova, right? No, wait. Oh, wait, Frost Nova was a chance. He was at 2 HP.
Yeah, at that point, though, if you Frost Nova, it's probably still not a great option. You can't heal the next turn. You can't really taunt. He probably doesn't have that many taunts in his deck anyway, but
sure.
Somewhat
very low percentage chance to win.
Yet again, that deck had a lot of opportunity to give us such a great game, but Tom just chooses to win instead of going for the Malygos Avenging Wrath.
I wonder if the Malygos turn 6 would have ended up being the better play overall. It withstands a lot of the board. It doesn't. Every spell you get, like the Arcane Missiles, would have been really effective from that point on. And then it sets up Dr. Boom.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's hard to say because if the Repentance came out, that would have been a huge mistake. But it's so easy to say from our position that we know that information.
Yeah. I don't know if you can even call it a mistake, even if it's Repentance. In that position that Tom was in, he was really, really far behind. So he needed to take that kind of a risk all over again. We're going to come down to possibly the match point, the final game of our entire Onog Summer Circuit. Klento with the Priest, not a Warlock, facing off against Malygos Warlock and the Tempo Mage.
I have to imagine the Malygos Warlock comes out here for Tom. That seems to be the better choice overall against the Priest. They give you all the time in the world to gather your combo. They don't have the burst, generally speaking, although if you take out the Holy Smites, I mean, I'm not sure if Kolento has a lot of burst, but he could with like Holy Smites and Blackwing Corruptors. It gives him a little bit extra.
I think overall, as we've seen Kolento's Priest deck so many times over this weekend, just some of the cards have been a bit underwhelming, specifically the Dragonkin Sorcerers. We've seen 2 of them in his deck so far, and I've actually never seen them like get a huge effect off.
The Dragonkin Sorcerers, they just function as a dragon itself most of the time. It gives you an option to play on curve, or they just serve as the dragon you draw, so that way Blackwing Corruptor can get its jimmies off.
Yeah. Well, here's another reason that I feel the Malygos Warlock has the advantage in the matchup, and it's the Twilight Drake. Most of the minions that Kolento can play are really quote-unquote fair minions that are maybe undercosted by about half a mana or so, but the Twilight Drake allows Tom an option to tap every turn, and then on turn 4 he just plays, or even turn 3, he plays a minion that's way undercosted.
That Divine Spirit has a lot of interesting opportunities. Very curious to see how that will be worked in the future. Meanwhile, Twilight Guardian, a great draw. And Kolento will start doing some light pressure with this Death Lord. Although I've been in those games where Death Lord has pulled Malygos or Emperor Thorson. Very sad. Yeah. Tom picks up his second Blackwing Technician, but he's evaluating if he can play the Twilight Drake safely this turn.
Get in there and fight, maggot!
Instead, he's going for a Dark Bomb play to try to see if he can pull out something useful. No.
It's the opposite of useful there. If he pulled out a Malygos, the game might have just ended right there. There's not really many options for Kolento to clear off a Malygos. In fact, there's not really many options at all throughout his entire deck. Then Mortal Coil becomes amazing, Implosion becomes amazing.
Speaking of amazing, this is a really good opportunity for Kolento to commandingly seize the board, shoot down the 3/3s, trade down, and then have a dominant board position. Goes instead for a Divine Spirit, taking the opportunity to try and buff this Drake, and then grab some cards while doing it. But that will get silenced, punished, even though this was a cool opportunity.
If there was no silence in Tom's hand right now, I think this would just be a blowout.
Another blowout? So these guys are just going for back-to-back blowout plays. He still has the Blackwing Corruptor on standby, though, because of the Twilight Whelp, so that's what another good function is of that card.
Azure Drakes comes up to help along.
Yeah, so Blackwing Corruptor and Twilight Whelp can be played now because of the Azure Drake draw.
Must consider.
That's actually pretty relevant. Normally, the Twilight Drake would trade into the Twilight Whelp, but then you also have a Blackwing Corruptor on the field, so there's just a few too many targets that Tom has to deal with. We actually saw this matchup earlier in the tournament in the first series between Kolento and Tom, and in that particular game, it was like this game, very back and forth, a lot of minion trading, which I like a lot in these Dragon versus Dragon decks that we're getting in TGT. In the end, though, one player kind of dominated when Tom, I believe, he couldn't get the AoEs to finish off the board, and Kolento, with his hero power, it snowballed out of control. We're going to have to see where that tipping point is in this game, though.
Burn him down. Just play the dragons, let him deal with it. Sure, you lose the Blackwing Corruptor to the Twilight Drake, but you still have a decent way to fight on board. Twilight Guardian, not going to be the one coming down here, as you do have that Blackwing Corruptor very quickly going through everything. Soulfire even. No heals. Lost all his healing.
Yeah, I don't think Tom is too disappointed about that. In this matchup, I don't think healing is really important at all.
Oh, great draw. Fantastic pickup here. The Sylvanas will complicate
no
everything
time
now
for
that the
games.
silence has been used, and I don't think there's more than one owl in these decks, right?
There can be, but with the addition of Zombie Chow and the Abusive Sergeant and the Acidic Swamp Ooze, probably not. Usually one of those spots is the flex spot for the second owl.
Holy Nova is drawn here.
Holy Nova and Velen's Chosen.
Oh, and Valen's Chosen, you're right. But does that... I don't think the Valen's Chosen changes anything other than killing the Twilight Guardian. His opponent is fronting 14 damage if he kills off this Twilight Guardian. It legitimately might be better served by playing Valen's Chosen on the Sylvanas and then healing to try to get a Worm Rest agent. Two cards remain in Tom's hand. None of them are direct damage, but they could draw into direct damage.
Tom has a lot more chances to draw into that direct damage. If he runs a second Soulfire, for example, then he has his initial draw, he has a life tap draw, and he could also just get one more draw off the Azure Dig.
Is someone injured?
And he gets the Worm Rest agent. That's a pretty good draw right now. Oh, he decides to heal instead. He just goes for a really safe play. Doesn't want to die to a couple of other burn opportunities. Let's see.
Yeah. In addition, the Sylvanas is already doing so much work, so he doesn't necessarily need too many more defensive options.
Right. He doesn't actually want his opponent to trade into stuff as easily, so that way Sylvanas might steal something too.
Again, Kalento is in danger of dying. At least he has a taunt, and he has a Velen's Chosen to buff up that taunt, which is actually going to be pretty key. That also might be a reason why he saved this card. Even a Power Word Shield. So now that Kalento has seen the first Iron Beak Owl, he can kind of assume there's no second silence, and he can go for this type of play, which just gives him a huge taunt.
Me?
Yeah, he's going to have at least a 310. Well, you can gain 4 more points of taunt, or you can gain more through the Twilight Guardian. But first, he might be even looking to see if he can make a play with Sylvanas. The powerful thing about Sylvanas right now is that you could try to keep and preserve her, sure, or you have the opportunity to try and steal something and reduce even more damage on board.
I think depending on your read as to whether Tom has a second silence, I think you can be greedy enough to just preserve the Sylvanas.
What about if you end up playing Twilight Guardian, you're weaker because of things like Shadow Flame. Valen's Chosen is actually, I think, a slightly better choice here.
Yeah, I actually have to agree with you.
And that is very close to lethal. No, but you can Shadow Flame this and clear the board. And I think because Kalento didn't go for a Valen's Chosen, that ends up being the nail in the coffin here. Just too much pressure.
Let's see, if Kalento, he can Lightbane, then Velen's Chosen. He gets a Divine Shield on that, but I don't think that's a winning play there.
No, that's it. Kalento will pass here, and that's going to be a 3-3 tie. And that means we're going to Game 7, Monk. The winner of this will be the Summer Circuit champion to determine it all.
Yeah, we've had thousands of players play in our Summer Circuit, and it all comes down to this. It kind of reminds me of how in the EU versus CN tournament, there were so many players playing in that tournament, and in the end, Kalento managed to take it out against his opponent. And again, we're having Kalento 3-3 against Tom in the final match, and it's going to be a deck that Tom has kind of failed with a lot of the time, his Tempo Mage.
What a time for it to work, though, against the Dragon Priest, which has also been failing Kalento in this series as well. He's lost a fair share of games. And if you think about the way the head-to-head works, it might be pretty good against the Priest.
Yeah, we've seen Tom fail a lot, though, in the sense that he hasn't gotten tempo early on, and he's been forced to do plays like unstable portals early on in the game. And I feel like if he tries to do that against Kalento's Priest, and Kalento's Priest does curve out fairly well, which it usually does, then he'll be at a unique disadvantage. The hero power from the Priest is just often too much.
Kalento picks up Sylvanas, probably throw it away. Death Lord early on is great against cards like Mana Worm. So let it run its head uselessly into the wall of taunts. Wants to pick up his early game, and he picks up the Northshire Cleric. Meanwhile, Tom gets the Mana Worm early on turn 1. That's huge, considering that he has a world of options with that unstable portal that might open up for him.
Yeah, it's going to be a game, guys. Both these players' hands are pretty good.
Is someone injured?
That's good for Tom to go ahead and Flame Cannon this down, too. Doesn't have to use unstable portal. Although Flame Cannon on this means that the next target that comes out will be stronger against it, so he opts to go for that instead. Okay, so this hurts them both. All right, I don't mind. It's kind of interesting to see how the Nerubar Weblord will interact. This gives Kalento the opportunity to play the Death Lord here.
Yeah, Tom is not too worried about the healing potential or the draw potential from the Northshire Cleric. He knows this matchup is mostly about tempo instead of card advantage.
Yeah.
It's just that both these decks, they don't really have ways to get back in the game. Only 2 Holy Novas from Kalento, nothing like a Akanai Circle combo, for instance.
Ooh, that's what he wanted.
Very nice.
Oh! That's bad news. And Kalento does not have a way to answer it, at least not yet. He needs to pick up his 1 Shadow Word Death, which is unlikely to say the least. He's going to try to draw frantically, but that is ridiculous. Not to mention that Antonius is just a 5-mana or 5-attack minion, a 5/7. This is bad news, Bears. Fireball comes into the hand. All right, Stalag is a 7/4 minion.
It puts even more pressure on Kalento in the final game of the Onox Summer Circuit.
He can't play the 4-cost minion because of the Nerubar Weblord, and he still can't even kill it. He has to use the Valence Chosen in order to try to do something, and that's still not going to be very impactful. Kalento can't even draw for anything because if he tries to draw, he only have 2 more mana to try and address the board. So now it just looks like Tom may have Deathlorded his way into a victory because Kalento is almost out of options. He tries to go for a draw. He needs to get a Wormrest Agent right here, right now in order to buy some time. He can't. In fact, he's just dead, I think. The Fireball here draw is almost certainty here because now he just can get direct damage burn to finish off the game.
Yeah, I can't imagine a single card in Kalento's deck that could help him win this series.
You have been.
And Kalento gives up. Tom is your Onox Summer Circuit champion. Tom fought his way through the open bracket. He fought in pretty much every open tournament that we hosted, almost all 16 of them, and he's really well rewarded for his performance.
Yeah, well done to Tom. The Mage there was definitely his most interesting deck, a very complicated one to see if he can introduce to it. There's some risky picks, but in the end, I really like it. I like it. It introduced some really fun moments, and we saw some good draws. We saw some bad draws from the Unstable Portals, the Spellslingers. Fun tournament overall, Monk.
Yeah, really enjoyed that last deck, the Unstable Portals, and all the new RNG involved. The Death Lord, though, kind of sealed the deal. The Archmage Antonius, I just couldn't believe what happened there.
You can go ahead and just be mad about what, like, I can't believe he got that Antonius, but at the same time, that's the risk that you always run with Death Lord because we've all been there. When we first started running with Death Lord, all those risks are a possibility. Yeah. And I really like that Tom went for that opportunity as soon as he saw it. It seems to be his time to style. Tom is your champion, and he wins $10,000, 100 World Championship points, firmly securing his place into the Taiwan Regionals. You can definitely expect to see Tom back in a future tournament. I anticipate that we might even see him at BlizzCon if he continue this hot streak. That's the 2nd tournament in a row that he's taken down.
Yeah, I believe the next tournament, the next big individual tournament might just be BlizzCon. There's not really too much after that. And 3 in a row, that would cement him almost in the lineup of like Tiddler Celestial, he hasn't won 3 in a row, but he's placed so highly in so many tournaments.
That's right. That kind of consistency is unparalleled. You have Firebat and Tiddler in a very exclusive group. Maybe Kalento, because Kalento's also won a lot of those tournaments, were placed well in. And Tom is another fearsome Titan that's continuing his chapter.
Now we fast forward to 2018 when Tom made it to the World Championship and qualified past the group stage to the final 8. His first opponent was Samuel Zhao, a fairly new face when compared with the experience of Tom, and was quickly shown his place as Tom won in convincing fashion. Let's take a look.
Quarterfinal number 2, Samuel Zhao versus Tom60229.
就是每一季
I spend a tremendous amount of time on Hearthstone, playing on ladder and other tournaments. It's a huge time commitment trying to improve my ranking.
就是我在对练的时候
When Tom and I practice together, he gives me a lot of insights into the game.
What has helped me the most are the tournaments I have played recently. I have matured a lot and gained much experience, which is why I am here now.
I've learned a lot from Tom. He has given me a lot of advice and helped make me a better player.
Samuel Zhao versus Tom60229. Let's see what you got.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Hearthstone 2017 World Championship. Second quarterfinal of the day. About to get underway between, this is sort of an age-old story, Admirable. The teacher versus the student.
Oh, yeah. Tom and Sam connected after Bahamas. Tom, during the interview, said he actually didn't know who Samuel Zhao was. Yeah. Both of them being from Taiwan, obviously makes some pretty good practice partners, if that's the case. He mentioned that he thought that Samuel Zhao's aggressive play was exceptional and that he wanted to practice with him to learn more about that.
Yeah, and Tom was the one who approached Samuel Zhao to practice with him, which is a pretty big, gesture when you consider it. And Samuel Zhao mentioned that he felt really good about the fact that Tom was the one to reach out to him. But taking a look at the lineups, slight differences here, as we've seen throughout the entire tournament. Samuel Zhao being on Aggro Druid, Tom60229 being on the Jade Druid. And Jade Druid has had, I feel like, a lot more success. Almost all of the players with Jade Druid had qualified for the quarterfinals that brought in their lineup.
Yeah, I think one of the big things that we've been seeing is that Oaken Summons is proving a lot of worth in the Jade Druid package. How much do you really need Jade Spirit if you can make up that advantage in other ways? You think about some of your matchups. Against Priest, you're trying to win via the armor count. Against the aggro decks, you're trying to win simply by stopping their push. Jade Spirit doesn't really do those things, and the Oaken Summons provides you 2 waves of defense oftentimes. The fact that the Jade Druids have come prepared with that specific package, I think, has been a big benefit to them this weekend.
Yeah, for sure. And we're going to start off with the matchup right away. It's going to be Aggro Druid versus Jade Druid to start things off. And Tom's got one key card in that opening hand that has Aggro Druids all across the world sweating. And that's Spreading Plague.
Oh, I thought it was the Arcane Tyrant.
Yeah, Arcane Tyrant 2.
That is definitely somewhat of a problem more for Samuel Zhao's deck, I'd say, than it would be for some of the other aggro druids that we've seen. Samuel Zhao's tops out with Living Mana, Cobalt Scalebane, and Corridor Creeper. Top out with Corridor Creeper.
Yeah. Only one Scalebane as well.
No Bittertide Hydras.
That's right.
And that's been a big performer, I think, versus Jade Druid throughout the weekend. It's just such a large threat that it constantly has pressure on the Jade Druid player to mount a defense, then also be able to kill it afterwards. Now, while we've seen that happen, it's quite unusual that's the case. But he also has one of the more important starts here with opening an Enchanted Raven and the buff with the card draw right afterwards. That's a lot of pressure on Tom early.
That's right. But we've seen time and time again these aggro druids having blistering starts. But if they can't make a couple of big threats that they just keep buffing up, and they are forced to go wide on the board at some point, Spreading Plague has been a massive punish for these types of strategies throughout the entire weekend here at the World Championship. And
Tom Nolan over his turn.
Yeah.
It feels like something's up here. Like, you can tell he's already working on sequencing out these turns. In case Samuel Zhao has one of those blistering starts, how does he want to react if that's the case? That's a lot of planning that goes into a hand like this when you have Spreading Plague. You have a couple of removal spells, and you have a Jade Behemoth. You need to figure out at what points do those inflections really hit, and you have to take advantage of them. That time window is going to close because Sam Zhao has much pressure as well. So Tom He's got to get going about as quickly as possible here.
Yeah, but does have Jade Blossom. That's going to be a little bit of ramp, but we're still a few turns away from Spreading Plague. And Samuel Sal actually picks up Sousy Captain, so unless Patches is the very next draw, he's going to have a pretty powerful turn.
And this is one of the panouts I think that actually really benefits Tom, and one of the reasons why I think Samuel Sal might not find the easiest win in this matchup is that even though he's got this much pressure, his top end right now is Living Mana. So into a card like Spreading Plague, that card is quite ineffective. Tom having Swipe and having Wrath looks like he is going to get through this early push, and it's a matter of how Sam can attack afterwards. So this is quite a concerning situation if you're Samuel Sal.
Also, sort of the order of things, Galaka Crawler has been a Tekken aggro druid because players were expecting a lot of aggressive mirrors. Tempo Rogue was a deck that almost everybody brought to the tournament, and almost everybody expected everybody else to bring to the tournament. That, coupled with aggro druid being a popular choice, made Galaka Crawler a good inclusion for aggro druid. Also coupled with the fact that it's got the beast synergy with Mark of Yasharaj, that it's just an early curve minion that synergizes a lot with the deck. But if you play your pirates before you get the Galaka Crawler and your opponent's not playing any pirates in their deck, you can get into these awkward situations where you can't play your Galaka Crawler because your pirates are on your board.
Yeah. And this is one of the reasons that you see Sam Sal trade with the Enchanted Raven rather than that Patches instead. Swipe would have just been an abysmal turn for him if he chose to trade with Patches.
Yeah.
Keep a 2-1 around and then the 4-4 around. Those little things matter a lot, and he's also expecting Oaken summons quite often. Now Tom drew that fresh off the top, but now suddenly Savage Roar is prepared to fight through this and continue pushing that little bit of damage.
Yeah, and Savage Roar, we've talked about it a couple times over the past couple matchups that we've cast, but getting the value early with Savage Roar can oftentimes be a good boon for the aggro druid player because they may not have an opportunity to get good value out of it later on.
Yeah.
Maybe it can help you get over Spreading Plague, but a lot of times Spreading Plague comes after Living Mana and you don't have an opportunity to even cast it because you don't have the mana for it.
Right.
The turn post Living Mana. So he didn't really have any other options here. But even if he did, Savage Roar would be an enticing option.
And excuse my trade of the 4-3. He obviously will be using his health total in that spot.
Yeah.
His life total is largely irrelevant for the large portion of this game. By the time Tom starts delivering damage, it's likely he's locked in the game at that spot anyway. But this turn from Tom is really going to be an important one here. It really boils down to how much he removes from board, and then if Sam Sal has a big follow-up. The fact that he's missing, again, Bittertide Hydra is such an important measure. Almost any way you slice this, Tom lands a good Spreading Plague.
Now, I want to talk a minute about Samuel Sal's next turn. He's got double Living Mana in hand, but that will be going right into turn 6 for Tom. He saw a card kept on the mulligan. That card has not been played yet.
What choices?
Do you ever just not Living Mana?
Well, the problem then is that what happens for Tom's range that Sam Sal loses to in that spot, and those are really big questions. Maybe Sam Sal looks at it and goes, if his only defense is Spreading Plague, maybe I can get him to absorb just a little bit, and then Living Mana afterwards to push.
Yeah.
So that is likely something that he's going to think about and is very dependent on his draw. But if he doesn't play Living Mana, then the Jade Behemoths can start punishing Sam as well.
So that's sort of the point of, sometimes you just have to take the risk and hope they don't have it when you're playing aggressive decks, and that's a good lesson. When you are, even online playing aggressive decks, sometimes the right play to make is just to make your strongest play each turn and force your opponent to have the answers.
Now, Cobalt Scalebane,
that changes things.
That will change Sam's play. That is the minion in his deck that's designed to fight against Spreading Plague in an efficient manner, and you can see his posture change right when he draws that card. Like, oh my gosh, I thought I was going to have to take a huge risk, and now I don't.
Yeah, it's also a card that's been good for inclusions against Highlander Priest because it doesn't get killed by Dragonfire Potion because of that Dragon Tag. And
I think this is an easy trade here for Sam Sal. Not necessarily easy. I think it is quite a painful trade to have to make, but you would much rather keep as much health in your Scalebane as possible than set yourself up. And that is quite a poor result, I think, overall, because now Tom has the option for swiping and clearing off the Scalebane, but I don't really know if he has the life to afford that right now. Or maybe he does. That was a pretty quick decision from Tom.
Well, he might have a good read on what those cards are in the far left.
And that could be part of the case, too. What would Sam Sal have not played by this point? That could still be there. Yeah, thinking like Mark of the Lotus, maybe Power of the Wild. There's no opportunities to use those two particular cards. Sam Sao once again faced with the decision how to load up. At this stage, Jade Behemoth, Malfurion, those start becoming quite scary cards. But since he's stuck to his guns on the Cobalt Scalebane, he might just follow up with the Captain here as well. The thing that I'm fearing is he still doesn't really have a strong way to figure out whether or not Tom has Spreading Plague or not. The Cobalt Scalebane was his decided play. Yeah, that's when he built his deck. He decided to do that on turn 5.
If he just plays South Sea Captain, Tom wouldn't pull the trigger on Spreading Plague in almost any scenario. So it's not a check for it.
Right.
And he doesn't have a way to sequence that Galactic Crawler. And
that's exactly what he's thinking here.
Comes to the conclusion that he just got to hope he doesn't have it. He can't make a weak play again.
Oh, wow.
Force Tom to do it.
Second swipe as well. Yeah. And that's a big deal if Sam Sao doesn't draw a buff in this spot. That means his entire board game here.
Yeah, because most of the time Samuel Sao is going to attack in with these living mana tokens and put him at 1 health and just make it easy.
It's like this animation's just like taunting him every single time too. It's like 1 by 1. That's a pretty darn good draw though. Now the fact that Sam Sao has the second living mana and Power of the Wild to go with it, suddenly that changes a lot of this game dynamic as well. It's not as easy as Tom just sitting behind the board and setting this up. The thing about it is it's hard for Sam to trade off the board in a really efficient manner. So if this goes at a stalemate, what ends up happening is Tom just chips away at Sam's total until he gets to a dangerous spot.
Yeah, Sam needs multiple turns to be able to set up living mana into a buff.
Yeah.
Like Power of the Wild, because next turn he's not doing anything.
That's going to give Tom a lot of time to put something together.
Yeah.
Now he is only at 10, so that is quite a dangerous life total. So if I'm in Tom's spot here, it looks to me like you trade off a portion of the board and maybe go with Jade Behemoth to start accelerating that clock on Samuel Sao. His hand isn't super secure, so it makes a lot of sense to maybe sacrifice these Scarabs and start pressuring Sam back.
Yeah, that's the big decision point for Tom. This looks like the juiciest swipe of his life, but is it really? Is it better to actually build up a minion, start that Jade counter going, get an expensive card like Jade Behemoth out of your hand?
Is it even better to start
the board,
chipping away his life total now and just force Sam to play Power of the Wild maybe, or Mark the Lotus on a board that's already been partially weakened?
That's kind of a risk, because at this point he's had 2 draws since the last time he would have played a buff.
I like this play from Tom, yeah. Because the thing about it is now if he uses Power of the Wild, he's still stunting Samuel Sao's development because all of his mana is tied up in those living mana tokens. So if Sam uses Power of the Wild here and starts running back over these Scarabs, then Tom gets to use Swipe as a tempo play to really deliver that clock back to Samuel Sao. I think this is a brilliant move from Tom.
I think a lot of players swipe in that scenario.
I would have untapped, swiped, and said go in about 2.5 seconds. I probably would have lost.
Because we look at the scenario, what it would have been like if he did swipe, he would have had no development besides maybe a Jade Idol. Samuel Sao would have played a fresh living mana with more tokens, and then potentially followed that up with Power of the Wild, and the board wouldn't have been as strong as it was now, and Tom would be down a swipe, so he wouldn't have that to clean up the board afterwards.
And the thing about it is, from Sam's perspective, it really looks like Tom doesn't have that second swipe. That is a check for swipe in a lot of scenarios, and so the fact that Tom has made this brilliant move, it means that Sam is going to keep trading into these tokens and weakening up the board a little bit further and give Tom that opening to press back.
So Tom might be doing the math here of swipe a minion versus swipe the face.
Yeah.
If he swipes face, he pushes 12 damage. If he goes all face with that, he develops Arcane Tyrant.
Boy.
Yeah.
Well, Tom's all in, and I think this is a very winning scenario for him. There is no way really for Sam Sao to push back through this. And that's 10 represented on board with nothing that affects the board state in Sam's hand.
That's basically a checkmate scenario.
Or in his deck. Except for that. That is the only card that can provide any defensive measure.
But even then, any type of armor gain or damage draw at that stage would be able to allow him to push through, because Samuel Sao would have to Druid of the Swarm for taunt, and he would also have to hero power. They're bringing up to 11 with 5 health worth of taunts on the board. Tom just straight up has 12. So he would need an armor upgrade plus a hero power that would allow him to push through with the Jasper Spellstone.
Tom's got a lot of draws in the game.
Ultimate Infestation would allow him to push through because he'll be on 10 mana next turn. So we're looking at Branching Paths, we're looking at Oaken Summons, we're looking at second Lesser Jasper Spellstone, we're looking at Ultimate Infestation. All these cards just end the game next turn.
There's also a lot of cards that like effectively end the game as well, like giant defensive measures.
Yeah.
In the same vein, pretty much do the job. You know, Oaken Summons upgrades the Spellstone to 4. There's so much that Sam Sao has to have go right at the stage. But that is quite an awkward draw.
Yeah, now if he draws into Oaken Summons, it's not enough. Branching Paths would still be enough.
No, Oaken Summons would still be enough.
He would Lesser Jasper Spellstone attack it.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. Because of the, I believe
he doesn't get it. In fact, he doesn't really draw anything of much value here. And now Tom's got to worry about offensive pressure from Samuel Sao. And that's what I wanted to talk about before Tom had cast that Nourish, is what happens if he fails the draw?
You mean, would it better be have just played Jade Behemoth and played it safe that turn?
I'm not sure. I don't really know. I mean, he does get to break through here, so if he has enough to fend off against, say, Savage Roar and Mark of the Lotus here, the Ultimate Infestation will end the game, but Tom has to now do a bunch of math on where does he lose?
Time waits for no one.
He's got to clear off these tokens because of the threat of Savage Roar. He can no longer go with that aggressive game plan. Samuel Sao would have plenty of mana in order to do that.
I think that's finally locked it up. Sam Sao has no offensive pressure left.
Yeah, even a Savage Roar draw would have not allowed him to push through, and that means Tom takes game number 1 in this quarterfinal. Again, Jade Druid having a lot of success here at the World Championship.
It's, again, the Oaken Summons. Tom drew it right on turn 4 after an aggressive mulligan, and that card was a major impact to him winning that game. I do believe that before Tom Nourished, he had thought about that turn and thought, I have enough to clear off the board, but just wanted to take his time and figure out the best way to fight back against it. So
yeah,
I believe Tom had that calculated, and tight play from him so far.
Yeah, that's right. Samuel Sao on the back foot now. But also another thing we want to highlight to you guys is there's actually a line building up to have stuff signed by me and Admirable. But for now, the lesser casters of Frodan and Kibler are standing in for us. So thanks everybody. We'll be over there in a few moments once this match is done. And thanks Kibler and Dan for filling in for us. But for now, we'll see if Samuel Sao can bring it back in the next game right after this.
原本我只是单纯很喜欢魔兽跟卡牌游戏而已，当初完全没有想过自己会成为炉石的职业选手。直到在 ONOG 击败 Colento 后，才了解我其实很强。然后这一路上，我拿到了台湾第一。甚至是亚太第一。不过这些头衔跟讲座都没什么实际的感觉，毕竟比赛不是你期望怎样就会怎样的。唯一能做好的，只有调试好每一次上场的心态。这次我几乎把所有的心力放在这次比赛，现在是我状态最好的一刻。我一直不断的进步，进步，再进步。我一定会拿下这次的世界冠军。
当初遥不可及的梦想，现在就在眼前。从前只是个炉石玩家，到代表国家出征的选手。我经过无数的挫折，不断的调整、修正，再出发，才有今天的我。我是 Samuel Cao， 准备好迎接这次的胜利。或许有一天，你也能站上世界舞台。
Well met.
大家好，我是 Samuel Cao。
I'm Samuel Sao. I'm coming from Chinese Taipei. When I'm not studying, I'll play Hearthstone all day long. But on school days, studying is my first priority. My favorite food is a bowl of traditional Taiwanese beef noodles. I'm a Christian, so I always pray before tournaments. It brings me peace.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Hearthstone World Championship. We're about to jump into game number 2 of Samuel Sao versus Tom60229. 60,229 enemies vanquished. Is Samuel Sao the next one?
He's got to change the whole name after that.
If only. But now we're going to get into another mirror, well, sort of a mirror, class mirror, with Priest versus Priest.
Well, you say class mirror, but it's pretty much a mirror match. There's very little difference between these two lists. One of the major ones to look at is that Tom has come a little extra prepared for this particular matchup. Warlock has been a big ban of most players in the tournament. In fact, of the top 8 players remaining, I believe there's only been 2 non-Warlock bans. And that trend stays true to this match. Tom has a copy of Lyra the Sun Shard and Gadgets and Auctioneer in his deck, where Samuel Sao only has a copy of Lyra. And if you remember back to the Summer Championships, that was really the first appearance of Gadgets and Auctioneer in the tournament Highlander Priest lists. That extra card draw that you get can really fuel you to a Raza Anduin draw very quickly. However, Tom already has Raza and Anduin, so a very different battle that Samuel Sao is going to have to fight this game.
Yeah, and the difference being, Gadget and Auctioneer is there for matchups where you want to just draw through your deck as quickly as possible. When your opponent has a finite amount of health, where there's no real X factor, you're just trying to kill them from 30 as quickly as possible. Lyra's there when you're playing those matchups where you need a little bit of extra oomph. You need a couple cards that aren't in your deck. And we're talking about those matchups where your opponents may be able to gain some additional health, let's say Jade Druid or Big Mage. Lyra also has the added benefit of sometimes just catching your opponent off guard and giving you that extra ability in matchups that you may not have been favored in from the get-go. It's also just a body that comes out earlier.
Yeah.
And we've seen it sort of split up until the World Championship, where some players brought just Gadgets and Auctioneer, and some players brought just Lyra, depending on their feel and what matchups they thought they were going to run into the most.
Yeah.
So Tom basically has just a big advantage because he's got both of those.
Well, the one thing that is kind of curious to me is Tom's cut for the Gadgets and Auctioneer or the Lyra, depending on how you look at it. And it's that he cut Novice Engineer. And Novice Engineer is actually one of the, I'd say, better cards in this deck to end up having, just because of its card draw potential is so important early on. You want to be spending the mana early to draw cards in these styles of matchups, not necessarily later. So that is quite an interesting choice that Tom made, and I'd be curious to to know exactly why that choice is made. I mean, you exchange a 2-cost draw for a 6+ cost draw. I don't know about that, Teach.
Well, it's multiple draws, theoretically. Most of the time it is. So just playing a little bit greedier for that late game. But I'm liking the way Tom's hand looks right now. I mean, anytime you have Raza and Shadowy Brandon in your hand, especially in the mirror, you're feeling pretty good.
Yeah, especially if you have ways to fight off a little bit of early pressure. That does matter sometimes as matchup where you just get minions on board and start chipping away life total. Sometimes it can boil down to a race of that damage. You're not always putting together this giant amount of combo damage and killing your opponent for 30. Sometimes you both end up throwing your resources into the fray, trying to fight for that board position, and it ends up being just 2 damage after 2 damage over and over again. Sometimes you kill them, 15, 18 life or whatever. Wow. Oh my gosh. Tom is just, this is one of the best draws imaginable for this matchup, I think.
This is the Highlander Priest starting kit.
Sam Sal's facing that awkward pressure right now where he doesn't have an effective way to really fight back against this board. Lyra's going to get almost no value in this circumstance.
You can play Circle of Healing to just get 1 card off Lyra and force some attention to it, but it would get eaten up pretty easily by just the hero power and the Arcanine Soul Priest hit, and so he's just going to go ahead, heal his face, and pass. And
he's only missing Mind Blast at this point. Everything's there.
Maybe Holy Smite to complete the
Radiant Elemental
package.
And you notice that Samsao didn't play the Acolyte of Pain. He's trying to fend off against Potion of Madness being a big liability to him, but I'm not sure he's actually at liberty of making those styles of plays this game. It's just under so much pressure here. So maybe he gets the benefit of knowing that he has this Dragonfire Potion on this turn, and follows up with Acolyte and Spirit Lash in a certain way. But I think I would have liked to see him play that Acolyte of Pain and just try to get a draw. Maybe even just soak up a hit from the Arcanine Soul Priest in that spot.
Yeah.
This really is a race to assemble the Raza Anduin combo in a lot of situations, even if you are fighting for more in the meantime.
Yeah, it's true, and you do want to protect your life total, but maybe he's pretty confident that he'll get multiple draws later. Say he draws Spirit Lash, say he draws Wild Pyromancer. Those are cards where you can immediately get value out of Acolyte of Pain without having to worry about Potion of Madness too much. So.
Yeah, it's a true story.
But right now, I mean, Tom's probably going to jam Kazaka's next turn, fish for a good 1-mana potion that has damage attached to it.
Well, I think that could depend here as well. I mean, the Dragonfire Go does give Tom the option of looking for, say, like a big Resurrect potion in this spot. Maybe he favors the 5. It's just with his hand being this good, I do believe he'll go for 1.
Yeah. I mean, that
maybe there's even merit to like Auctioneer Coin Power Word Shield at this stage.
Yeah, but that 1-mana potion, if you get 3 damage, it effectively becomes 10 damage later on in the game with the Velen.
This is a big question, though. I mean, how would Sam Sao fight off a 4/6 Gagsden Auctioneer in this spot?
He would have to Psychic Scream, basically, or just use a silence, a natural silence. And I think that's what's going through Tom's mind, but...
Coin's so valuable.
Yeah, Coin is very valuable. It's 4 damage later on with Velen, and it allows you to open up that mana slot for the 1-mana potion.
I don't think there's any way you slice it. That potion is pretty darn weak for Tom at the end of the day.
Summon a friendly minion and add a random demon to your hand. Now, there's a lot of cheap demons.
Fuel for the fire.
That's right. Tom just sort of picking the only options that really have an effect in this matchup. His other options were freeze a minion.
2 damage to the board.
Yeah. I don't even know what you do in this scenario.
Well,
I mean,
if I'm in Sam's seat, I'm feeling quite desperate. So yeah. I do like the Spirit Lash in this instance, and I think there is some consideration just Holy Smiting your own Acolyte of Pain and seeing if you can pick up the right draws in this spot. He's just got a power cycle.
Looking for Raza, looking for card draw, looking for Kazakus. That's about it. I guess Curious Glimmerroot could, find one of those pieces.
Tom he's really wanting to play this Auctioneer.
I got the best deals
And rightfully so. I mean, this is a lot of gas that he's going to get.
I mean, he's at risk of overdrawing with the loot hoarder, but at this point, he doesn't even care. And he's got everything he needs already, basically, except for maybe the Mind Blast.
And that's the thing. When you risk the overdraw here and your opponent sees that, you're just going, oh no. I guess they have it. Like, why else would Tom risk this unless it's just a blunder?
At that point, Samuel Sal probably isn't even worried about that. He's worried about his own game plan, so he's probably just going to even push to Madness this loot hoarder to take the draw for himself.
I think he'd rather have the draw than go for an overdraw here.
Is there ever a merit to going for Lyra plus Radiant Elemental and then push to Madness and try and keep that chain of spells going?
I mean, he's got Mind Blast, he's got Anduin. If he finds Raza, the Radiant Elemental and Mind Blast could be key for him in this game. And staring down the Auctioneer with Tom having 9 cards in hand, going with 10 cards, maybe there is some merit to not Psychic Screaming, but that is terrifying. It's not a very good Psychic Screaming. You just put a Kazakus back in Tom's deck.
The light has betrayed me.
Sam knows this is the beginning of the end for him because he does not have his own Anduin active. He doesn't have Raza active.
This is as bad as it gets, I think.
This is quite bad. For him to even have a hope, this would have to be almost exactly Raza, or the next draw would have to be almost exactly Raza. Now,
what if he Glimmer Roots Raza? That looks like the direction to go right now.
In that case, I think if that's your hope, you want to Shatter Anduin first, so that way you stick a board afterwards. Getting it out of the way and then hoping that either your next draw is Raza or Curious Glimmer Root gets Raza.
Well, hold on. Tom is he's got to put on a show here. Looks like 18 to me.
18 max.
Oh my.
Yep.
That is horrid news if you're Samuel Sal.
Yep.
Tom playing Pit Lord? No, that can't be right.
I play Pit Lord.
Believe that.
He does not need armor anymore. There's no Raza on board. You might as well just make a 5/6. But we can now say that Pit Lord was played in the quarterfinals of the World Championship. In Priest, mind you. And yeah, it looks like it's just too late for Samuel Sal, unless he picks up healing from Lyra. That's the only way he can survive, even just past this turn. And then he has to worry about the board and clear that, but he's got to go for Lyra plus Radiant Elemental and hope for a miracle.
Chain of Smites.
A chain of Smites, and then a chain of Binding Heals afterwards.
No, just 15 Smites in a row.
Okay. Or a mixture of the two.
It's only like trillions to one, probably.
If that. All right, looking for a Holy Smite. Didn't get it. Looking for a Holy Smite. Oh, this could... Oh, almost. Not going to be enough.
That's it.
Tom has plenty of damage.
So much.
Not all who want that.
Tom's going to take a pretty quick 2-0 lead here over Sam Sal. And that hand was just gas. Sometimes you got the goods and you're just not beating it.
Raza Priest, time and time again, players considered to be one of the strongest decks in the game, but when they get pitted up against each other, sometimes the stars align for one player and they don't for the other. Samuel Sal is now one game away from elimination.
I feel like Tom has gotten wins on two very important decks to get win on. I think Jade Druid can struggle versus Sam Sal's lineup. I think the Highlander Priest is a bit more greedy against the aggressive lineup from Sam. Tempo Rogue is what's left.
And Tom has shown some pretty impressive play on Tempo Rogue, so we're going to see if he can close it out and complete the sweep in game number 3, World Championship. You can see on your screen now some of the fun that's been happening all across the tavern. And this is what these players are fighting for. The chance to become a world champion and put cards on their heads.
There's a lot happening around the tavern. There's small little tournaments that are happening alongside these side games. You can win prizes with exclusive HCT gear. And I believe that does conclude today as well. But really fun environment here at the World Championship.
Definitely. But all that fun going on, but probably stressful for these guys on stage. They might be having a little bit of fun, but their eyes are set on the prize. Tom currently has a 2-0 lead against Samuel Sao. The winner of this match moves on to the semifinals. And the loser goes home disappointed.
Now, mind you,
top 8 finish.
DocPone was just up 2-0. And you heard Kibler say it. They walked over to the analyst desk. They thought he had it locked up. And things turned around. Jason Joe won that series 3-2. Don't count Samuel Sao out yet, because aggressive decks can put together some pretty crazy starts, and things can change awfully quick.
And what deck was it that DocPone got reverse swept with? It was Tempo Rogue. Tom60229, that's his last remaining deck to find a win with if he wants a spot there. And Samuel Sao's first challenge is going to be with the Aggro Druid. At his opening start, reasonable outside the Savage Roar. Does need some minions to couple with those buffs.
That's what the whole deck is, though. It's buffs and minions.
Yeah, this one's a little bit different. Unlike Jade Druid that we talked about earlier, where having a few minions that you continuously buff, go tall on the board, is not really as good of a strategy against Tempo Rogue, because they have good single target removal with Vilespine Slayer, Backstab SI, things like that. It's about going wide on the board and making too many threats for the Tempo Rogue to be able to deal with.
I'm going to go with the Swashbuckler right away and try to soften up Sam Sao's board. It's quite wise, I think, to be doing that for the most part. And this is becoming an interesting situation for Samuel Sao, where having this many buffs, drawing the Fireflies are some of the better draws in the deck. It allows him to use the first one fairly liberally if he'd like. And the second one, the timing of that pressure can be a lot for Tom to handle all at once. Tempo Rogue does a decent job at fighting for board, but not against a lot of things all at once. Most of its time, it wants to backstab an SI7 agent, or play Sergeant Chain Gang, soften up the board for combat on the backside, even just coin Vilespine Slayer. It's when there's a lot of threats presented all at once that it really struggles. And so that's really Sam Sao's job right now, how to partition these resources to maximize his edge versus Tom's next turn or two.
Yeah, and it's interesting because just a Firefly plus a hero power is actually a play that I would consider, despite having this much stuff in my hand. Now, he does have buffs on the backside, but like you mentioned, maybe it's better to try and save these things and then buff them up in one turn. But the risk of that is that if Tom has a board to follow it up, then all of a sudden he falls behind. He has to, sort of make a tough read that Tom doesn't have reload to make that play. So he actually just does go with the Firefly, but Tom's got a way to clear up almost the whole board here. Decides to go with just the Power of the Wild for the Panther token, though.
So this is where the first big turn, I think, Sam Sao comes in. That draw changes a lot of that dynamic. That is quite a powerful draw right now. I'm going to be curious to see if Sam goes with 2 minions here, or if he wants to play the 1-5 in taunt mode, and then just buff up the board from there, looking to use the second buff immediately afterwards. Because if you look at his next 2 or 3 turns, it would be +1/+1 the entire board, so 2/6 taunt, 2 2/3s. Next turn he buffs those again, and the next turn he Savage Roars. So Tom would have to have quite a bit to fight that off.
Yeah. Samuel Sao assuming the thinking position. There it is.
Hands off the keyboard. You can't play fast then. And that's been a big a talking point, I think, for Samuel Sao. I have been quite a fan of his mechanical play in a lot of spots. He's been very patient, and you can see where his thinking is on these turns. Even when things seem quite obvious, he wants to take his time and dig very deep to see if he can find an alternative.
Yeah, he does take his time and play quite slowly with these faster decks. And we think back to Winter, where Samuel Sao qualified. Back then it was best of 7. And he had some, 3-4 hour long best of 7 matches when it was a control meta, but I saw your face kind of light up with that trade.
I don't like that trade really one bit at all. I think that if Sam Sao makes that trade there, what is the main thing he's playing around? Like a Sao Si Deccan SI7 agent, or Sao Si Deccan plus a dagger up? I think in that position he gets some extra damage, and also it ends up in a very similar situation. The fact that he's traded that off there, I'm curious what it really means in the long term. Maybe he's done the math on how the next 3 or 4 turns pan out, and that 2 damage just isn't relevant.
Now he's kind of in on that boat of buff up his stuff and then hope Savage Roar gets there, but by trading off a minion, that makes it weaker. And instead of forcing Tom to have it, he now put himself in a position where he played safe and potentially a little bit too safe. And now I'm curious, does he buff up his minions, or does he make a 3/2 token with Savage Roar being in hand?
This really is the interesting play to me. I think there is some argument for Savage Roar right now. Okay. About the control of his thought process is to protect his 2/6 as long as possible. If he plays the Power of the Wild right away, there's just never a world where Tom plays Star Next Chain Gang. And that's actually, I think, one of the better minions that SamSal can see played against him right now. That just plays directly into his Power of the Wild in that case.
That's exactly what he does. A great spot by SamSal. All right, now that's...
I'm playing Valaka.
That's tough.
I mean, if you play it now, it is a 3/4. You're taking the first 4 turns of the game is really, I think, where you can justify fighting for board with Aggro Druid. And he's done that. He's won. So I think you add this 3/4 pressure to it, you put Tom on a clock, and say, if you got it, you got me.
Or you sacrifice this 1/2 in order to play Power of the Wild, kill over his 2 minions, and then get Corridor Creeper online.
What to do? It's a bold call, Teach.
Or, no, there's no other or.
Those are really the 2 things for him to think about in this spot. And there's no reason not to take his time at this point. He needs to be picture perfect to make this a real comeback.
Corridor Creeper is going to get cheaper as the game goes on. And holds onto the Galaka.
Tom's just really not have a way to fight back against this.
Yeah, not a great draw with Shadow Step. There's nothing that he can really do.
He's getting punished for having Cobalt Scalebane in his deck. Tom has trimmed a lot of the defensive measures out of his deck. There are no copies of Tar Creeper. There's 1 copy of Elven Minstrel, and there's 2 copies of Cobalt Scalebane.
And another Power of the Wild drawn.
Wow.
Corridor Creeper plus Power of the Wild. He could push 11.
This is really
this turn. Put Tom at 6.
This is really the turn where he's got to think about how his game plan looks versus Vilespine Slayer. And with another Power of the Wild, it looks quite strong. Cobalt Scalebane doesn't punch through his taunt minion.
Yeah.
And he's pushing 11 damage this turn. I mean, that sets Tom up for lethal. So even through a Vilespine Slayer this turn, SamSal looks like that he's got the pressure to end this.
Yeah. And that's got to be what he's thinking about here, making sure he does the math and understanding that this is going to be the best chance for him to win. Goes in, puts Tom down to just 6 health. Even Vilespine Slayer doesn't save him. Is there a world where he needs to find something from Swashbuckler?
What can he even find? I can't think of it. I do believe that's where he pretty much has to go with this.
Branching paths.
It's not there.
Swipe's not enough.
I can almost see the numbers going on in Tom's head.
Well, let's go again. Fate Spinner.
It's a 5/3. Can't backstab it.
No, can't backstab
Blow up the
it.
board.
That would be a pretty sick play.
If it dealt 6 damage to
If it dealt 6 damage to everything, but Tom concedes. SamSal puts himself on the board with a win with Aggro Druid. And is this going to be a repeat of quarterfinal 1?
Well, SamSal does have a little bit of tech in his lineup to fight off against this style of matchup. He does have Highlander Priest with Galaka Crawler in it. And that reverse sweep has begun. And every single time that inches closer, Tom's going to be more and more nervous about it.
This one, This one could be getting close, but Samuel Sao still has a big hill to climb. Will he be able to reverse sweep this Tempo Rogue? We'll find out after this. We still have some business left here with Tom versus Samuel Sao. Tom still has a 2-1 lead, but it's with Tempo Rogue as his final deck remaining, and we've seen this deck show weaknesses earlier today.
It certainly has. And Samuel Sao practicing with Tom for this event, it's not really much of a surprise that he has an identical list to what Tom has. But there is one distinct difference that sets out in this matchup. Number one is who has the coin. Coin offers you a lot of tempo mechanisms that you do not have without it. And then number two is what are the cards that really impact the matchup? A lot of times you think to it and you go, well, Keleseth, obviously a big one. Shadow Stepping Keleseth, that can be game ending. But when it comes down to it, it's the South Sea Captains, it's the SI7 agents, it's the Vilespine Slayers. Those are the cards that really make the biggest impact in the match.
Yeah, we saw in, I believe it was Ant versus Stanudachi, where Ant was able to get Keleseth coin, or Keleseth, Shadow Step Keleseth. With Shadow Step Keleseth. 3 Keleseths, if you've been counting, and he still fell to Stanudachi, who just tempoed him out with those exact cards that you mentioned. So,
and you heard Ant mention even this morning when he was speaking with Dan Kibler, he feels like that he didn't play that matchup entirely optimally. Like, he made a misplay with his coin, and how different things would have been had he been more patient. Corridor Creeper is another one of those tempo plays that really impacts things. But Sam Sao did pick up quite an interesting card from the Swashbuckler with Sonya. I've known a lot of players to include this, and I personally like Sonya in the main deck myself, but the fact that it's come off of Swashbuckler, that is something that Tom cannot really be prepared for.
Yeah, it's very true. There's a couple players in this very tournament who include that. Muzzy notably has a Sonya in his Tempo Rogue. And so that's just a little bit of extra benefit. But you mentioned the coin, and players are putting counterfeit coin in their list naturally. Notably, a player named Rage hit rank 1 on the America's ladder just about a week ago with a list that had a counterfeit coin. So if you have the coin, you're automatically at a favorite in this matchup.
Sam Sao is determined that he will at least not be trading the Swashbuckler here. Swashbuckler, I think, the more beneficial of the two when it comes to things like Shadow Step, the Sonya he's got. And I like the push of the damage here. I think a lot of players would take this trade straight up, but Tom doesn't have a way to take advantage of it. Get your free point of damage and set the initiative on Tom to trade. Every little point here counts.
Yeah. And Tom taking it slow, that coin is incredibly valuable, so he wants to make sure that whenever he uses it, it's for the best of reasons. Next turn has the possibility of Flame Elemental coin Edwin, and then the following turn he could coin Vilespine Slayer, so 2 great opportunities.
I'm now officially worried for Samuel Sao because he doesn't have a way to actually take advantage of this Sonya. I think he may be forced into playing it here and really trying to operate on a curve. Sarnak Chain Gang is his only turn 4 play. He has no other tempo plays lined up, and he's got Cobalt Scalebane, a card that just does not operate that well in this matchup. He has to try to get something going, and Tom is going to punish this very hard.
And with Corridor Creeper in hand, another Cobalt Scalebane picked up.
This is, I think, probably one of the worst panouts that Sam Sao could have seen. Both Scalebanes, the Lich King opening hand, no synergy with Shadow Step, and a Bone Mare this early.
The deck's called Tempo Rogue for a reason. It's because you utilize tempo tools early on in the game, and none of these cards are doing that. They're all sort of those support cards.
And that's the thing, Cobalt Scalebane's included in this deck because these players anticipated having to ban Warlock so much that they wanted the extra strength against a deck like Highlander Priest. How much does it cost them when they don't get that going? Sam Sao not attacking with his dagger last turn means that the captain is now protected behind a Saronite Chain Gang. That trade would have been much better for Sam Sao had he preemptively attacked with that dagger. He's pretty lined up to use a Cobalt Scalebane in this spot. I mean, maybe the Shadow Step to try to buy time. But look at how much worse that is when that captain lives at 1 health.
Yeah, and because of Samuel Sao's slow start, Tom has not been forced to use any of these tools, which means he's going to be able to, as we talked about earlier, make a lot of stuff in 1 turn, which is what Rogues struggle with. He's got Corridor Creeper now for free. That's just going to be more fodder to combo with Edwin Van Cleef.
And it's desperate when players use Shadow Step on a Saturday Night Chain Gang.
How long can it go on?
I don't know. I apologize for the feed in this instance. We'll try to get this resolved as quickly as we can. Just like that. You're welcome. And this is Edwin Van Cleef territory.
Yep.
Tom is pulling way ahead.
Yep.
Sam Sao, I think, needs to draw exactly Bile Spine Slayer, or he is going to die quickly.
And even then, he's got 2 big threats on the board that he needs to deal with. Bone Mare still stranded. Lich King still a few turns away.
Oh.
Shadow Step does absolutely nothing in this scenario. The only thing it does is maybe he can Shadow Step the Firefly to make sure that he has a Bone Mare target next turn, but then he'd be doing nothing else, and he would be thoroughly dead.
I think Sam Sao knows that the end is near. This was a huge turn from Tom.
And he will have that guaranteed target for Bone Mare next turn, but
that's too much.
It just seems like too little too late.
Board clear. Take 15, go. Tom knocking at the door of the top 4 the 2017 World Championships. His first World Championships was an early exit. He went 0-2 in that tournament. And since then, Tom has never given up. He's had a wealth of performances across that career.
Well played.
And add another one to that, because Tom is moving on to the top 4 with a 3-1 victory over Samuel Sao.
And gave the stat earlier, there hasn't been a world champion that didn't lose once in the group stage. And so far, the players that have had success are the ones falling first in the quarterfinals, as Tom becomes our second semi-finalist.
Both players at 2-1 have advanced through, and there you can see the camaraderie and the friendship that's developed over the last year. A lot of respect for each other.
Yeah. Practice partners, Tom sort of acting as a mentor, but Samuel Sao, Tom admitted, taught him a lot about how to play those faster decks. And there you can see our first semi-final is set. It will be Jason Joe versus Tom60229, 2 players that have been to the World Championship before, so I'm looking forward to that one. But for now, let's go ahead and hear from Tom and Tom on the stage.
Thank you very much. I'm Tom, joined by Tom. Talk to me about what your feelings are now that you've qualified for the top 4 of the World Championship.
现在打进了那个总决赛的4强，现在心情如何呢？
好想拿冠军。
I want to win it all.
Oh, all right. He definitely wants to keep moving on, of course. But, the thing I want to talk about and highlight is the fact that you and Samuel Sao practice with each other. You're both from Taiwan, and you both kind of consider each other as part of your group that came here to the World Championship. So I want to ask, what were you guys talking about before the match going into the quarterfinals?
大家都是老乡，他是同胞，然后一起从那个台湾到这里打比赛，然后一路上是都互相扶持。然后那个赛前有跟互相有说些什么吗？
比较有趣的是，他没有特别准备对橘子的牌组，然后就是因为我们已经练习过了，所以就是他直接当做我会晋级来准备的。
So one thing that's worth noting is that when he practiced for the tournament, he didn't practice Orange's lineup. So he just presumed that Tom's going to win against as Orange. So and they practice against each other, so it's all good.
Gotcha. Well, the last question I want to ask is, you said that you were looking forward to coming to Amsterdam. How have you been enjoying not only the crowd, but also the local city?
然后是来到阿姆斯特丹大总决赛，除了这里有很多那个观众以外，对阿姆斯特丹这座城市有没有比较喜欢的地方？
我们来的前2天有在阿姆斯特丹晃一下，可是小曹未成年，所以没办法进赌场。
So the first 2 days when we arrived here, so we did some sightseeing, but Samuel Sao was still underage, so he can go to the casinos.
Yeah, I picked a bad year for Samuel Zhao to qualify because he's underage, but Tom being the responsible adult, and he's going to the semifinals. Please give a round of applause for Tom60229.
Tom's next match was against one of the greats, who could easily be called a legend in his own right, Surrender. With his opponent currently running on a 15-match win streak in HCT, Tom knew this was going to be his toughest opponent so far in the World Championship. Let's see how it went.
Semi-final 2, Tom60229 versus Surrender.
톰 선수랑은 저랑은. Since Tom was in a different group from me, I haven't been able to watch him play, but I know he has a very similar lineup to Stanudachi.
Surrender is a very consistent player. He has performed very well.
Because we are in the same region, we have met a number of times in competitive play.
I am looking forward to facing him because I really like his lineup. He's from the Asia Pacific region, and he is a very good player.
His play is top-notch, but I'm hoping that because my decks are more favorable to his, I should have a better chance to win.
It should be a good show for everyone.
Tom60229 versus Surrender. Let's see what you got!
And it's time, semi-final number 2. Who's going to join Frozen in the grand finals of the 2017 World Championship? We'll take a step back and look at their lineups, and only difference really being the Aggro Druid versus the Jade Druid. And another interesting thing is Surrender bans the Highlander Priest away from Tom and leaves up that Cube Warlock. Why is that, Admirable?
Well, a lot of times when you're playing these aggressive lineups, Warlock is a class you're looking to dodge. It traditionally is stuffed full of ways to simply remove the board and then defend yourself. With Tom's Cube Warlock, he has copies of Doomguard in the deck, and what that means is a card, Possessed Lackey, won't guaranteed pull a Void Lord when it dies. Sometimes it will pull a Doomguard. That little bit of advantage that Surrender can get from that outcome means that sometimes he will have the aggression to simply push through. If this was a traditional control Warlock, he would be banning it, I believe. But since it's that Cube Warlock, he gets that little bit of extra edge. But already, right away, this is the one I wanted to talk about, the major difference in the lineup. Tom is bringing Jade Druid, and Surrender has brought Aggro Druid to the table. Jade Druid, in my opinion, has been the deck of the tournament that's so important to people's lineups. It needs to get a win. And against aggressive decks, it definitely can struggle in that spot. However, Tom has brought the Oaken Summons Ironwood Gold.
Yeah, which is slightly better against the aggro versions. But Jade Druid's still floating underneath a 50% win rate throughout the event, so it still is going to be a tough matchup. And like you said, it's going to be crucial that Tom finds a win. And for his sake, he wants to find a win early, because that makes the rest of this match easier for him. But starting off, patches drawn for Surrender, not what he wants to see. But he does have some good stuff to scale up the early curve. Coin plus Elven Minstrel allows Surrender to sort of get that resource advantage that you sort of need once this game starts to go on. But a lot of times against Jade Druid, you'd rather have early pressure.
Yeah.
And that's something that I don't think he's going to have enough of at the beginning of this game, especially with Tom's draw, which seems to be quite strong.
It definitely is. The early ramp, I think, is quite important to this matchup. To be unlocking card draw prior to having to defend yourself is a very important deal. And Surrender, lacking that little bit of early pressure, sometimes you could be possibly seeing a coin South Sea Captain in the spot and then Surrender starting to push the damage. Instead, because he's got both Elven Minstrels in hand and he's got the Cobalt Scalebane, he's going to simply look to fortify his position and start to wear Tom out of cards. Surrender's goal will mainly in this game, due to his hand context, be about being strong against Spreading Plague.
Yeah, and you just saw on your screen Surrender's path to get to this point in the tournament. He defeated Omega Zero, one of the best players from China. He defeated Stanudachi, one of the best players from Europe. He defeated Frozen, one of the best players from the Americas. The only region left is Asia Pacific, so this is sort of his final test. And the cool thing about it is both of these players have been touted as the best in Asia Pacific for a very long time. So it's really fitting that these guys meet in the semifinals.
This really is, I think, like the final test for Surrender, so to speak, where he has been beating all the other regions, and that has been something that's consistent to him throughout this year's HCT. He's just had such brilliant performances, and every single time you see him play, it feels like he's getting better and better. And Tom certainly has his work cut out for him, because that's what he's been doing his entire career.
That's right. He's already has that World Championship experience under his belt all the way back from 2014. And he said in a lot of his interviews that he felt like he disappointed himself and everybody from his region when he had a pretty rough performance. But now he's back, having a good performance here. And Tom's going to go with double card draw.
Yeah, his
branching paths.
His hand was quite lacking in substance after the Spreading Plague. And so he's got his eye on that Nourish for a couple mana crystals. He wants to pull far ahead, get substantial defense down, and then look to unlock the time to use Ultimate Infestation and the cards afterwards. The key to that is and the cards afterwards. That's where Surrender's going to look to try and punish Tom before that. Coin Cobalt Scalebane looking like it could do that, but that is a big draw for Tom right now.
A lot of times the sacrifice you make by playing Nourish for crystals like this is you get behind on tempo. And that's why Arcane Tyrant has sort of made its way to these lists, because these cards that get you behind on tempo, Nourish, you know, even Ultimate Infestation at times while it's up to 5/5.
Look at this. I'm very curious about that. That pressure seems like it could benefit Tom a lot. Maybe he's looking to see coin in a play from Surrender and then opt for it later on, like behind the Spreading Plague. If he plays it right now, the minions do just kind of run in. Like sometimes Backstab just gets to kill it with the Swashbuckler. And so his goal is to Spreading Plague, load the Tyrant behind it, and then use it to trade off something big.
Yeah, I think that's definitely his plan. He realizes that it could just die to coin Vilespine Slayer, Spreading Plague, and then throwing the Arcane Tyrant behind it.
That is a brilliant play from Tom, and he gets to wipe out this Captain. And you can see it on Surrender's face, like, yep, that's what I was hoping would not happen. Wow, that is a brilliant display of timing from Tom, where it's not just the most pressure you can put on the board, but the timing of that pressure that is paramount.
Deviations from the norm. That's what we've been seeing so far in these these couple semifinals. Definitely high levels of play, and Tom almost to that Ultimate Infestation turn already as we come into like turn 5. So he's got a reasonable turn 9 lined up, which is something that you definitely want when Ultimate Infestation is on your mind, is coming soon. And now Surrender, the coin is gone. He's got Backstab to couple with Elven Minstrel, but it is a loss of tempo when you go with Elven Minstrel. You're getting more resources, but you're giving up potentially a stronger board position.
Yeah, Surrender right now, he's just looking for a way to solidify something that is difficult for Tom to handle. You know, seeing the Wrath and seeing Spreading Plague is a bit of information for him. He knows that Tom's going to come correct with something powerful on this coming turn. And so because of that, he just plays another 5/5 and says, all right, then deal with this.
Jade Idol pick up from Tom, just going to allow him to get these Jades up. But there's still a lot to be thought about in this play. Eye of Blackpaw, while I guess those Shades Ramps, it's one of the most powerful cards, also one of the highest win rates in the mulligan, which is weird for a 6-drop.
Just such a strong card.
Yeah. He thought about for a second maybe Iron Will Golem challenges the board differently, but it doesn't. Eye is definitely better in that case. Tom's going to realize that.
Yeah, Tom even going to just trade off his Scarab here, says the job's done. I have board position, I have Ultimate Infestation. I think I can win from here. Great use of his life total and to recognize that he no longer needs that defense because that's suited just in his aggressive position on the board.
Well, if there's any card you want to combo for Elven Minstrel, it's probably Prince Keleseth, since you buff the cards that you're going to draw. But a little late in the game, we actually ran the numbers earlier on this week, and the win rate of Prince Keleseth plummets when it's not played on curve. By, you know, over 10% when you talk about it in that regard. So while it's good, the benefit of it comes from you playing those bigger minions early on in the game.
Yeah. Shout out to our friends over at HS Replay.
That's right. And now Tom has solidified a fantastic lead in this game, and Surrender's going to need to come with something creative to get him out of this one, because I just don't see a way.
It's going to have to be insane. Tom is coming correct with up to 3 more Jades next turn. He's got Malfurion in hand if he needs extra life total. Once he dumps his whole hand, he's already got the second Ultimate Infestation.
Yeah. Even that, he can be free also to utilize, you know, if you draw a second Jade Idol, he can probably just play it, because most of the time you don't go to a scenario where you need to shuffle Jades in this matchup.
Oh,
it's
no.
not a fatigue scenario.
This is a counter pressure matchup for sure. I saw Surrender talking to himself. He's trying to find a way out of this. Well, we saw this a little bit yesterday when Sintolaw had stolen Jaina away from Frozen in the combo Dragon Priest versus Big Mage matchup. And for the second time, we see a Death Knight hero enter the opposing player's hand.
The question is that enough to sort of swing the tide in his favor? Because he may have control of the board for now, but the longer this game goes on, I feel the more Tom will have opportunities to just get these Jades out of control and control the overall state of the game.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I think this is still an uphill battle for Surrender, but cards that Tom can't really account for can definitely change that circumstance.
I wonder.
And he's got to be precise here. Malfurion is very valuable when you get it online early, because then you start to benefit from it. But Tom realizes that he just sort of needs to play a smart game where you can test the board, and Malfurion may be too much of a loss of tempo for him to be able to do that.
Yeah, for now that is appearing to be the case.
My first instinct is Bone Mare, just because
you have a Bone Mare.
Because the 7 or more mana.
You know, we said the longer this game goes on, the better it is for Tom. But Surrender, I mean, he has that Keleseth buff cranking now, so stuff like Corridor Creeper is certainly an awkward size for Tom to deal with when you get to a certain point.
Yeah,
it's not running over a 1/5 and then getting swiped away. It's not getting hit by Ultimate Station correctly.
Too soon.
And Surrender wisely cutting down the size of his board. He'd rather have multiple big minions than a bunch of small or damaged minions.
Yeah, at this stage, it's so likely for Tom to you know, like have swipe and extra ways to deal damage that Surrender would just rather get the most use out of those cards possible, which is helping protect his big cards.
Ultimate Infestation, not really too much of an option here, considering he would have to, you know, discard a card.
This is looking like one of the opportunities where Tom can try and set up as strong as possible and look for landing that Malfurion. As soon as he's able to land that on a fairly clean board, he really gets out of the game much cleaner after that. So setting up this, another Jade here, clearing off the board with the aggressive use of swipe, this tries to set it up for that Malfurion. And Surrender is going to try as hard as possible to disrupt that at every stage and binds a second Vile Spine to help.
Yeah. Sort of where the name Tempo Rogue comes from. Always playing for tempo from a board where he looks pretty far behind.
Still so much defense left for Tom. Because he's got the Arcane Tyrant, he knows a 10 in hand, he can still play a card as well. So another big swing.
But now, double Oaken Summons still left in the deck for Tom, and he's drawn all of his 4 drops. That card later on in the game is going to be just gain 6 armor. That may not matter.
We might be in a Shuffle Jade Idol game as well. I mean,
it rarely happens, but when you draw this many cards and the board is back and forth this much,
then it happens.
Sometimes it's a necessity.
Yeah, and this turn here for Surrender, this allows him to get the Malfurion online, I believe. I mean, that was his first instinct, and I would want him to go that direction.
And I want to keep an eye on Tom's reaction here when he sees Malfurion, because if he's been hand tracking, he knows that the card that Surrender just moused over is the random card that came from Swashbuckler. And he hasn't played it thus far. So Tom might be fearing that this is a high impact card, but is Malfurion enough to chop through? Because right now Surrender, his hand is decent, but Leroy has very limited use. Firefly, while it is buffed by Keleseth and it's a 2/3, is more of a combo activator later on in the game. So his hand really just doesn't have much big stuff left. It doesn't have as much substance.
I'm looking at clearing off the 3/3, and I'm curious if Surrender's making poisons here, or if he wants to try and protect Corridor Creeper and pressure it all. I imagine he's likely still in the business of trying to fight for board, and this is how he's going to fight for board, is with aggression.
Yeah, Poison Spiders has sort of been the go-to choice for a lot of players here. It's a really awkward card to deal with one swipe gone.
And you mentioned it, that card is just plainly 6 armor right now.
Gain 6 armor, buff your Jasper Spellstone. That's effectively what that card reads at the moment.
Oh, you have Malfurion, do you?
Well, so do I.
And that's going to buff up the Spellstone too. So that clears off the Corridor Creeper. Surrender loses that value. Hero Power clears off one of the Poisonous Spiders. Tom's weakest minion kills another Poisonous Spider. And it looks like he's going to be left with nothing on board.
And Surrender needs something big as a draw. But one thing about Surrender's list is that he doesn't have quite as much top end as some of the players we've seen in the field. He doesn't have Lich King. Edwin Van Cleef, though, that's quite large, but he needs to deal with these Poison Spiders, so we would have to hide it behind a Serenite Chain Gang, backstab one of them.
That's exactly where he's going. This is the... Oh, he doesn't. He has the Malfurion Hero Power.
Malfurion Hero Power, that's right. Not often a variable that we're used to having to worry about in Tempo Road. But this is a daunting task. Surrender's looking at Tom's health total and then looking back at his hand and probably thinking, how in the world do I deal 27 points of damage? Plus however much armor gain he still has left, which is Oaken Summons, Malfurion Hero Power.
Is eternal. He knows he's still got the 2 Ironwood Golems somewhere in that deck as well.
Yeah. And that dread is setting in for Surrender as you see him just sort of take a step back and think, what's my best shot at winning this game? And that's building as big of a Van Cleef as possible and hoping it lives.
And more defense for Tom.
So Tom has to be thinking double Elven Minstrel gone. Not much stuff in Surrender's hand.
Double Vile Spine gone.
Yeah, is the board likely to get bigger than this? But Fandro, you get the best of both worlds. Nourish effectively costs 3 mana because you get the mana crystals back. If you draw some more Jade Idols, you just keep shuffling them and building bigger stuff.
Well, there's 1. Make that 2.
7-7. 8-8. 9-9.
Yeah, that's 28 power Tom just added to the board.
And now, without the dagger up, Hero Power.
25. Oh, that doesn't have charge. It
doesn't have charge. Malfurion's claws do not count as weapons.
My thoughts are plagued.
Look at Tom. We saw him do that yesterday when he was in another spot like this, where his nose is open and he's just hoping his opponent doesn't have the right combination to kill him. Because this spot...
Wait. I think Leroy Shadowstep Hero Power would have been lethal.
And I think that Tom forgot about that that's 3 damage.
My thoughts are plagued.
Because there's 12 damage on board, the Hero Power would be 15. The Leroy's fucked.
Wow.
Surrender taps out. Tom takes game 1.
Tom did leave his nose open there to the Leroy Shadowstep. Goodness.
If that last draw was Shadowstep, if that draw off the top for Surrender was Shadowstep, that was game. That would have been a brutal way for Tom to lose. And you could see it get to him. There was a chance for him to play around it. He could have put taunts in the way. He could have done a number of things that turn in order to play around that. But in the end, he takes the win. Now the question is, will Surrender answer back and continue his win streak? We'll find out right after this. Welcome back, everybody, to the Hearthstone World Championship. You're looking at footage from Frozen. He's waiting upstairs to find out who he'll be facing in the grand finals later today. Will it be Surrender or will it be Tom? And Tom is hoping to find success here that eluded him at the World Championship in 2014 and win a championship for himself and for the Asia Pacific region.
I think the Asia Pacific region was underestimated.
Surrender. Tom60229 advances to the top 8.
But after this tournament, APAC will get some respect.
Tom60229 has sent yet another European player home.
Both Europe and North America have won a world championship. I want this one to be from the Asia Pacific region.
We still have some business left here.
Tom and Sam, both of them being from Taiwan.
It was sad to eliminate my countrymen.
And there you can see the camaraderie and the friendship that's developed over the last year. A lot of respect for each other.
But one of us had to continue to carry the flag, keep going, and try to realize the dreams we both had.
Tom is moving on to the top 4.
If I win, more people in the region will start playing Hearthstone and following the game.
I want to win it all.
I try not to think too much about being the first Asia-Pacific player to win a title. It's too much pressure. I just need to focus on the game.
And one thing's for sure, we're guaranteed a player from Asia Pacific in the grand finals.
Lay down your cards and surrender. Do I have to lay my cards down? What if I just surrender? That's not good enough.
You got to give him up.
Okay, fair enough.
Shout out to the guy holding up that sign as well. Those blue Mammoth shirts means that he had some success at those side tournaments, so give him a pat on the back. Unless he stole it, then don't. But congratulations. But now it's time to get back into this match. Tom currently has a 1-0 lead over Surrender. We're moving into Cube Warlock versus Aggro Druid, and this is a tense matchup. We saw this in the first semifinal with Frozen versus Jason Joe, and Frozen was able to get the better of him, but it took near perfect play in order to do so. There was many moments in that series where if he made a different line than what he did, he would have been dead the following turn. So you have to walk on eggshells in this matchup and make sure you're thinking about everything if you're in Tom's shoes.
Now that same goes for Surrender in this spot as well. I mean, it came down to the end where Jason Joe, if he would have traded off the second Mistress of Mixtures, it wouldn't have been able to attack into Jason Joe's 1-2 and set up a big Defile play. Even that one little moment could have changed the way that looked. Every single thing in this matchup is paramount because the edge is just that close.
That's right. On Surrender's perspective, he has to worry about playing around the various removal spells that Tom packs, the Defiles, the Hellfires. He has to worry about maximizing his damage because 1 point of misdamage can mean the difference.
That's a good looking hand from Tom. 2 kobolds to upgrade that Spellstone the full way. After both of those, that'll be a 7-point drain for 4 mana. He's got Defile in hand to help clear the board already. He's got Mortal Coil to pick off weak minions and draw extra cards from that. This is about the ideal hand for Tom in this spot. He's got the tools he needs to fight off Surrender's pressure early.
He still needs to find some of those pieces later on in the game, though. He needs to find something to solidify that victory. Possess Lackey into a Dark Pact or a way to trade it off. Void Lords with Skull of the Minari. But the one thing we talked about in Tom's deck, and this is why Surrender chose to not ban the Warlock despite it being by far the most popular ban choice in this tournament, and that's that Tom is playing the greedier version. He's playing the versions that have Doomguard, which means Possess Lackey plus Dark Pact all of a sudden only has a 50% chance in those cases to pull a Void Lord. And if you pull a Doomguard, oftentimes, while it can fight for the board, it doesn't block enough damage to be able to win you the game.
Yeah, not only does he have the Doomguards in there, but he's also got the Mountain Giants as well. His goal was to be stronger versus Priest when it comes to pressure in the matchup. And all of those cards combined together means that Surrender has a window of opportunity to push the aggression and end the game. It's a very small window of opportunity, and it's not always there, but sometimes it is. And so Surrender, when he sets up right here, he's pretty much strong to anything that Tom can come with on this turn. And that Mark of the Asheraj set up to give him draw into the deck, find a Savage Roar, and try to end that game as soon as possible. And Tom drawing 2 Mountain Giants here is a big hurt for him.
That is not what he wants to see. Those cards are, in a lot of situations, unplayable against fast matchups because you have to tap and draw so many cards early on.
Surrender sets up the Dire Mole here, and that gives Tom the Kobold into Defile. Now there's a 1 health, 2 health, 3 health, and 4 health minion, and they're all gone.
That's a big swing.
But that's a big reload.
Yeah. Maybe that's what Surrender was thinking. Maybe he was also thinking that, well, he plays his first Kobold Librarian, and that's the only card that activates that in the rest of his deck. I can dodge the second one here in order to put power on the board.
Can he afford to Mountain Giant in this spot? He's facing down 11 damage. Savage Roar will kill him outright. Mark of Yasharaj plus any board buff will kill him outright. And even if he lives after he plays the Mountain Giant, what does he do from there?
Yeah, and the thing is, not only does he go, it's a matter of will he ever have time to stabilize if he takes that much damage? Even if he's not looking at lethal damage, if he takes that much damage, even if Surrender doesn't have Savage Roar, he's probably in a bad spot anyway. So a wise choice by him to get that Spellstone out of the way. But now he needs, what, Hellfire? Exactly. It's 15 points of damage being represented on the board.
He's got nothing defensive in hand. This is the nightmare for Tom, is you draw all of your clunky cards, and you never have an opportunity to wipe out the second wave of pressure.
Mountain Giant Mixture seems like the only play that he can really make. And then he has to hope for a miracle draw, and Surrender is still on Mark of the Lotus as an out to win the game moving into the next turn. He's got 2 copies left in his deck.
That's why I look at this hand and I wonder, how does Tom win if he actually just plays the big boys? He can't. I think that this is possibly a life tap scenario and hope for the best. Oh, Fire gets found. But Tom's not out of it yet. So that's all that mana that Surrender's invested now goes back into Surrender's pool. So the second living mana gets to come out in this spot. He gets to add another minion to that if he wants. And then it's Wave of Pressure number 2. Can Tom handle both of them? Or number 3, rather. Excuse me.
Surrender going to throw out the Dire Maul here.
Just an extra minion.
Just an extra minion.
No Dark Pact. He's facing 13 points as well.
Does he have to tap again?
That's another nightmare
second
scenario.
Hellfire.
He could also draw a Defile in that spot because he has Mortal Coil in his hand to activate it.
6%
for 1 draw.
For 1 draw. 6% chance.
He can get the second Defile. So he has 2 outs.
Defile.
And it's 6 and change percent, so it's about 13% to hit a second one here.
Because he can Mortal Coil down one of the minions and then Defile.
Side effects? No.
This keeps him alive for an extra turn, though. Yeah, that's a clever use from Tom. We actually saw Frozen do that exact same thing to try to gain life further down the road. And so Surrender, he looks nervous about this, but he does not have an option. It's forward march.
Yeah, that's just sort of a battle of odds. With 2 draws for Mark of the Lotus, that's an 11% chance to win for Surrender. If Tom taps, he has a 13% chance to draw.
So now he's given himself the extra turn of draw plus a life tap draw after that. But that life tap draw will cut Defile. Defile would not be an out in that situation. So in this spot, he also gets stuff like Dark Pact. Can potentially bring him back into it.
What's in the 4? Prince Taldaram.
I think Tom's gonna tap again. Dark Pact gets drawn, but he doesn't have the mana to possess Lackey and Dark Pact.
Can Dark Pact the cube?
Can he wipe enough damage off board to win in that spot? So he takes 2 off from one of the Treants. That leaves 11 for Surrender plus the hero power at 12. Dark Pact only brings him to 10.
Doesn't look like enough. He needed that Dark Pact off the top, and then he needed to take that 50% chance to get Void Lord instead of Doomguard. And
Wow, Surrender ties it up. All in pressure is the name of the game for his aggro Druid deck. And just barely gets there every single turn on the brink of disaster, but he ties the series.
And again, that's a good call from Surrender, leaving that deck up because he knows that it's way more vulnerable to the aggressive decks because of the fact that it's greedier with Mountain Giants, greedier with Doom Guards, and he capitalizes it and ties up the series at 1 apiece. And currently Surrender on a 15-match win streak. In fact, nobody's been on more of a hot streak than Surrender lately. But his 2017 didn't start out that way.
Last spring, I decided to change my approach to the pro Hearthstone scene. I used to think that I didn't have to play in all the tournaments because I was making money by streaming, and I thought that was good enough.
Look at that smile. It's a
Then my good friend Hoy won the spring championship. And I thought, I'm not going to be remembered if I'm just a mediocre player. I decided that I wanted that too, and my attitude changed.
We have a champion. Surrender from South Korea is your Hearthstone Championship Tour summer winner.
작년 썸머 때부터 I have a win streak that's been going on since the summer championship.
Surrender advances to the top 8.
It's definitely increased my focus. I want to see how long I can extend the streak.
We're going to be seeing him semi-finals of the Hearthstone World Championship.
If I don't win now, I will have lots of regrets.
TJ Surrender may never lose again.
It's looking like it this way. He has won 15 HCT matches in a row. The last time he lost was back in round 3 of the summer playoffs, and that just gives you context right there. The next player in line is Pavel with 12. And Surrender's not done. If he wins this, he just continues. If he wins the World Championship, that record's gonna hold until we start up again with the 2018 HCT season, which isn't for a few months.
You saw Purple and Muzzy down there as well. All 3 of those players that he has longer winning streaks than had 10-0 playoff finishes.
Yeah. He went through the playoffs after round 3, then went through the summer championship, winning the whole thing. And now, will that continue here? Will Tom put a stop to it? It's tied up 1-1 currently. And we're moving into Warlock versus Rogue.
Surrender, you know, I've seen a lot of facial expressions from Surrender over the course of these last few tournaments. I don't recall him quite talking to himself during that point, though. I mean, these guys are playing not only for that world title, but there is a ton of money at stake. And that is the worst draw in Surrender's deck. That's gonna put a big hurt on his aggressive potential.
I mean, imagine what goes through players' heads when they're on this big of a stage in the semifinals tied up, and they draw just about the worst card in their deck. You just have to sort of forget about that and make the best use of what you have. That's the risk you take by playing patches, is sometimes you're going to draw it. And it seems like we've seen it happen a lot over the course of the World Championship.
You know, these are very crucial matches, and it's something that I look at when I think about that scenario is actually Frozen's lineup. He didn't bring Corridor Creeper. He can't draw patches if it's not in any of his decks. He's playing solid builds that target the metagame. Almost every other player in the tournament settled on one of the more standard-looking lineups. At this point, this is the absolute worst time it can happen, but it happens.
It happens. And as we take a look at how these hands look, Tom, Spirit Singer Umbra is another card that we haven't really got to touch on very much because it's not in a lot of the lists. And Spirit Singer Umbra in Carnivorous Cube can make for some pretty big swings in a game. And a lot of times Spirit Singer Umbra, if you just play it on turn 4, it's like a must-kill threat.
That's really, to me, the big benefit of the card, is it's a form of disruption. It offers you so much value if it's left up that your opponent often doesn't have the ability to just leave it unchecked. They have to put something into it. But if you're going to draw patches, I would guess that this is also a pretty decent one to pick up alongside with it. Prince Keliseth is pretty darn important to this matchup.
Yeah. But again, we talked about it earlier. Even just turn 3, if Keliseth's not played on curve, the win rate plummets.
Yeah. But
for all the decks that run it, and a large part of that is because of the synergy that it does have with patches.
Yeah, one of my questions to that, though, is Surrender fighting the early aggressive push in this matchup? His minions are going to fight directly against the Kobold Librarian. It's going to fight directly against Mistress of Mixtures, against Hellfires and Defiles. Is it the timing of that pressure that's more important for Surrender, or is it the early outright aggression? The early outright aggression certainly matters, but I think it's the timing of pressure that matters more.
Yeah, I mean, they're both paths to win the game at the end of the day. And you're happy to see it drawn on turn 3 than drawn on turn 15.
Right.
But still, now the big thing here for Surrender is pacing out these threats. Yeah, playing Prince Keliseth on 2 is great, but what are you doing after that? It just gets challenged. He needs to put something on the board. Surrender realizes this and goes with a pretty small Edwin, but an Edwin that's not being challenged at that. And
this does hurt Tom's ability to just coin out that Spirit Singer Umbra if that was ever on his mind, though.
Yeah.
So he's looking like Surrender is actually going to get quite rewarded for this play. And I like this, too. Again, the early aggression matters, but it depends on what form of it. Stacking up minions that are large works better against these control Warlock decks because they have so many tools to pick apart small boards.
And now Tom trying to think through this one. He could tap play Mistress of Mixtures, that Stone lines him up for a Mountain Giant play on next turn.
Play the Kobold, maybe try to look for another option.
Look for additional removal, but Kobold is also a great tool in coupling with the Defile. Well, I mean, right now it just sort of gets eaten up.
Well, this is, I think, a brilliant play from Tom. And the reason why isn't because I think the Mistress gets eaten up. It's because knowing that Surrender has that 4/4 on board means it's very difficult for him to play a 3 health minion right now. Tom could play the Kobold and the Mistress of Mixtures and then rip the Defile with it. He's saving both of those tools to start that chain of Defiles.
That's a great spot, great point.
This is exactly what Tom did in game number 1 with the Arcane Tyrant as well. He hid it behind the taunts rather than playing it for free immediately. And that timing and that pressure, I think, gave him a big lead in that game.
That is going to set it up.
Truth is found.
Surrender now, though, likely to play. Seems like Patches plus Neutral next turn, so this is the time we want to get Kelset rolling when you're about to start generating those resources.
His attack on the previous turn with the dagger actually alluded to this play as well. Oftentimes you'll see Surrender save his dagger in that spot just to try to get more value, and Tom holding on to that Mistress of Mixtures, that is exactly the direction he's headed with that Kobold, that Mistress, and that Defile in hand. And it's very difficult for Surrender to anticipate a 3-card combination when Tom has had 2 opportunities to play one of those.
He's basically using it as 3 cards, draw a card, gain 2, and clear your opponent's board. That's the combination that he's got his eye on. But the thing is, Tom doesn't have a way to stifle pressure beyond that. Currently, he's picked up more Mountain Giants, which will naturally get there. But no cheating demons out with Scoldum and Ari or Possessed Lackey, and that's where the big strength of this deck lies.
Yeah, something really big to look at here is that Mountain Giant's often a card Surrender's not at all worried about. But because he didn't have that early pressure, it gave Tom time to simply build his hand size and make those a lot cheaper. And Cairn in Surrender's list is a card that can be quite difficult for Tom to fend off in terms of pressure. It just gives him something that will stick to the board.
Yeah, it's a card that fell out of favor because, largely because of Corridor Creeper. A 6-mana 4/5 was directly challenged by sometimes a 0-mana 5/5, which sort of pushed it out. But Surrender opted to go for it, and it is better in this type of matchup because the Warlock doesn't have great removal to deal with Cairn. And of course, Tom doesn't have a Spellbreaker in his deck, so he doesn't have a way to sort of immediately get rid of it.
Well, Tom's hand is starting to shape up pretty nicely, but he is under a lot of pressure. So now the thing he's got to worry about is Leroy Jenkins from Surrender. He knows what cards are in the deck, so he doesn't have to worry about Cold Blood shenanigans. But at 16 life, if he just starts trading this Mountain Giant onto the board, that pressure is going to continue to mount on Surrender's side. At some point, Tom is going to have to swing the board.
Yeah. Leroy Jenkins currently 7 attack because of the Prince Geliseth. And again, we talk about Tom's list and sort of the risks that he took with building his lineup. And of course, with the Doomguard package and Mountain Giants, you leave less room for removal.
That's right.
No Twisting Nether in Tom's list. He's got the 2 copies of the Defile, the 2 copies of Hellfire, and the Amethyst Spellstones. That's about it. That's his removal package. He relies on the combos that piece this deck together to get through these parts of the game.
This is the other benefit to hanging on that Mistress of Mixtures. If you get the time, Mistress represents 8 points of life gain rather than just 4, and some of it's immediate. Well, that's an interesting draw. He can combo that this turn alongside 2 Corridor Creepers as well.
That seems like a pretty powerful play to me.
So there's the first trade. There's the second. Tom's getting more life total, but now this is that timing of pressure that Surrender was looking for.
And because of the buffs on the minions, Tom's clear is going to be tougher.
This is looking really tough for Tom at this stage.
He still can do it. Hellfire, Kobold Librarian, Coin, Defile.
Oh, because that sets the first Corridor Creeper to 2.
That's right.
Wow.
So it is a clear, but it's a lot of resources.
Look at how important that Keleseth buff 1 turn earlier could have been for Surrender. Now, say that Corridor Creeper was drawn at some point with a Keleseth buff. That board doesn't happen, I don't believe. Oh, it does with the Vile Spine. Never mind. I'm an idiot. It's looking like carry time. Notice, though, that Tom is approaching that 9 mana spot where Void Lord hits. If Surrender sees a Void Lord hit at this stage, he is going to be in big trouble.
Yeah, a lot of times as Rogue, you're looking to kill the Warlock on turn 8 and dodge all these demons, but carrying out a 5/6 is quite a big deal. But as soon as that first Void Lord drops, especially with only 1 Vile Spine Slayer left for Surrender, you pretty much need to get through it immediately, because as soon as you don't, you open up your opponent to be able to cube it, you open up your opponent to be able to trade, and make use of these combos that they have in their deck.
Surrender gonna attack. Possessed Lackey gets drawn for Tom.
Still the 2 Doom Guards left in his deck, though. He's got 1 Void Lord, 2 Doom Guards, so if he goes for Possessed Lackey plus Dark Pact, it's actually more likely that he draws a Doom Guard instead, and outside of that, he doesn't have a way to guarantee that Doom Guard lives the following turn to be able to cube it.
Is there a chance that he just plays Possessed Lackey?
Is there a chance that he just plays Mountain Giant?
The Possessed Lackey could, if it stays on the board for a turn, he doesn't die, then he's got the cube for that chance at it. It would be the Dark Pact immediately, I have to think. This is a tough spot for Tom. All of his plays are risks at this point. No matter what he does, he will be vulnerable to something without a favorable outcome.
Yeah, and the Life Path. And just plays the Possessed Lackey onto the board.
That's a 7-point Leroy right now. So 7 plus the 5 on board. Plus 2 from that. Is Surrender 1 damage off lethal?
1 damage off lethal. If he had a dagger equipped, he would end the game right now. And now the big question is, do you deal that damage? With the dagger hit in Leroy, he puts Tom at 2 with SI7 agent in hand. This Possessed Lackey on board, Surrender does not have insight into what's in Tom's hand.
I can't believe, I can't imagine here that Surrender thinks that Tom has a Dark Pact in hand already. Tom chose to life tap and play Possessed Lackey, taking a risk on his life total where he could just outright die before that.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't Tom have Dark Pacted this Possessed Lackey immediately, I think is what Surrender's thinking right now.
Because he puts him at 2, he's got the combo activator. Tom would need healing. Even Possessed Lackey wouldn't be able to fight back on the board long enough. No, he's just going to build up a bigger board.
And I think this is quite wise as well, actually. With this particular play, Surrender now has an opportunity to even bust through Void Lord with the Vile Spine Slayer. So he would push through Void Lord and then pressure Tom on the swing after that. So this one's important.
Void Lord gets the Void Lord.
And here's the thing. That Leroy in hand now is not getting through for a long time because Tom has an insane amount of combination of the cards here. The Prince Taldaram to copy the Void Lord, get an extra Death Rattle there. The Carnivorous Cube, get the Void Walkers right away, and then use the Dark Pact to heal up and make 2 more Void Lords. I think Tom might have stabilized this turn.
He can't do it all this turn, though, and the question is, which one does he go with? He could Carnivorous Cube the Void Lord and Dark Pact the Carnivorous Cube to make double Void Lords, but he doesn't get immediate value out of the first Void Lord. But this is going to be the way that he stifles the most pressure.
Where does Surrender just break through in this spot? This is just a lot of attacking he's going to have to do. And, mind you, there is a Void Lord underneath that Carnivorous Cube.
He can actually even eat the Carnivorous Cube.
With a Carnivorous Cube?
With a Carnivorous Cube.
Now, I don't think he's going to do that, but I don't know where Surrender breaks through again. This is going to be a giant wall of defense that Tom sets turn after turn.
I don't know, Admirable. 4 Void Lords seems pretty good to me.
It's about as good as it gets. It's hard to beat 1 Void Lord.
And that's why a lot of players opted to not bring the Doomguard package in the greedier Warlock decks this tournament is because against most decks, the Void Lords just get there. You don't need the Doomguards to end the game. And this combat gets really complex.
Yeah, your question might be why isn't Surrender trading off one of these minions, but I imagine that Defile is somewhere on his mind. How does that math change when he has a natural 2 health minion? Tom's not thinking about that. Tom's thinking about how he's about to get 2 more Void Lords.
Yep. Yep.
Up to 15.
And a giant board for Tom.
How on earth does Surrender break through?
He's still got a lot of power on board.
Swashbuckler Defile, maybe? I'm sorry, Swashbuckler Twisting Nether. Something insane is going to have to happen for Surrender to win this game. And he's not even going to play that one out. 2-1 lead for Tom. He is on match point.
Now the pressure's on. Surrender 1 game away from his hopes at a world champion title will end. But Tom now, he's just 1 game away, and it comes down to Rogue.
Whew. I'm glad I'm not Surrender spot.
I am glad I'm not in either of those spots, but we had so many people show up to the World Championship today. We opened another room. You're looking at the theater, which is broadcasting the matches to all the folks that came by and couldn't even make it in the main room. It's an insane atmosphere.
It really is. I mean, the energy in the crowd has been insane. Frozen waiting for the winner of Surrender versus Tom. That match is coming up next. He's already through to the grand finals. And that smile, you can tell he's enjoying himself, but I'll tell you who might be feeling it a little bit more than a smile right now.
Yeah.
It's that guy.
There's a little smile.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta be happy, but Tom has just been so calm this match. Aside from the one moment where he felt maybe he had made that mistake in game number 1, Tom has looked super focused.
We've seen players be up in series and then not be able to get it done with Tempo Rogue. We've seen it time and time again.
Think to the Doc Pone match versus Jason Joe.
That's right.
Doc Pone was on match point, 2-0, 3 losses with Tempo Rogue right in a row.
And you know who has a similar lineup to Jason Joe? It's Surrender. So that's a lineup that can beat Tempo Rogue. And right off the bat, Surrender, even just as mulligan. Great options to start. Kazakus, Shadow Reaper, Anduin. The piece he's missing is Raza.
It's a pretty darn good opening hand for Surrender, I'll say that. I do want to talk about Tom's Tempo Rogue list for a little bit here, though. He's included 1 copy of Elven Minstrel, which is traditionally pretty good in this matchup, but he has 2 copies of Cobalt Scalebane. That's a card that's included in this deck to pressure through Dragonfire Potion. 5 damage to the whole board, wipes everything away, but not to dragons. Cobalt Scalebane is the 1 card I think that can really pressure through that. And Tom's opening hand, oh my.
That is gas.
That is a huge opening hand for Tom. Surrender, the shake of the head. That is not the start he wanted to see.
When you put 2 titans of players and of decks in this instance, and of cards, with Kazakus, Shadow Reaper, Anduin versus Kelisa, Shadowstep, Kelisa.
Buckle in.
Buckle in.
Oh my. That I think that's the best draw in Tom's deck right now.
Yep.
This captain might be a little bit better.
I don't know. I like pushing 4 extra damage.
The look on Surrender's face.
But Tom, he's not autopiloting this. He's probably been in this situation maybe hundreds of times.
Think back to Ant in his rounds during the World Championships. He opened up with Keliseth Shadow Step, Keliseth Shadow Step, Keliseth, and didn't win that game.
He did not. And he said he felt like he could have played it better. He felt like he was, kind of on autopilot and, trying to ride the momentum of the good early draw in order to win the game. But he didn't. So Tom making sure that he's just doing everything correctly. The patches trade into the Acolyte of Pain is the obvious one, but he thinks about everything.
Is someone injured?
Maybe this trade is weaker to Blood Mage Spirit Lash. Who knows?
Look at how desperate Surrender is. Healing opposing patches to draw cards. He needs to find something to answer this board.
This guy's toast.
Tom, you want to waste time drawing cards, go ahead. Damage incoming.
12 damage on board, 13 with the dagger hit. Any point of damage.
Galaka Crawler? Is there any hope here now?
Yeah, but the thing about the Galaka Crawler is, if he does that, what else does he do? He delays Kazakis.
Play a Wild Pyromancer?
Yeah, Galaka Crawler, healer, player, Wild Pyromancer.
Anything to try to fight for board right now. I mean, he's got Psychic Scream in hand. I think there is a chance he can get back into this, but it's going to require some picture-perfect draws.
That's a start.
He can Kazakis for the 1-cost potion next turn as well, and Tom draws a second Bone Mare to go with it. So the pressure really alleviates here for Surrender, and this is exactly what he needed. He needed Tom to stumble for one turn to try to get back in.
I mean, his next few turns are laid out. Next turn he can go Kazakis for a 1-mana potion. 6 is going to be the weak point.
So many.
That's going to be the turn where Tom is going to need to take advantage of something. But then he's got Psychic Scream on 7 into Anduin on 8.
That's the solution Tom comes up with. Play a big 7/7 there. Can you deal with that?
And a 1-mana potion, unless it's perfect, is not going to be enough to deal with the majority of this board. He needs deal 2 damage to all and deal 3 damage.
At last.
He could get deal 2 damage to all and freeze a minion. He does get freeze a minion, but is that better than gain 4 armor?
If you need the perfect potion, it just might. Surrender. Look at him in the tank right now.
Yeah.
How do I win this game?
If he picks freeze and then gets deal 2 damage to all, he can kill everything and then freeze the Corridor Creeper.
No 2 damage.
Oh, those are not good. Not good.
I wonder.
Not too quickly. Just draw a card?
I don't know. I really don't.
I think make a 2/2 probably has to be the best option to soften up the board for Dragonfire.
The healing's gone from Surrender's deck as well. He uses Binding Heal. He's got to hope he freezes that Corridor Creeper, and he freezes it. Surrender at 14, facing 9 points, or 6 points of pressure. Cobalt Scalebane gets drawn for Tom.
Just when you think Surrender is out of the woods, at least for one more turn, it's a 7/7. Not only does it not get hit by Dragonfire Potion, but it doesn't get hit by about anything except
Shadow Death. Does Surrender have that one more turn, though? Tom's got Bone Mare coming next turn. Surrender has to survive with as much life as possible. I'm looking at Wild Pyromancer with a Silence and a Shadow Word Death. He can isolate Tom's board to just 5 damage, but it will require a lot of resources.
But then the question is, if Bone Mare comes out next turn, he goes to 1. He Psychic Screams, he's dead to a dagger hit.
No, he can Silence to put the damage down to 9 total. He can peel 2 more off with that Silence.
That's the only way. Wild Pyromancer Silence on the Corridor Creeper.
So you want the Wild Pyromancer there, I think. So Shadow Word Death, Wild Pyromancer Silence.
That's right.
Or Silence, Wild Pyromancer Shadow Word Death. Either of those combinations puts him in range to live for a turn if Tom doesn't draw damage.
And this also puts an extra minion on the board to be able to contest the following turn.
Swashbuckler Bone Mare will drop Surrender down to just 3 health remaining.
It is such an uphill battle for Surrender. Bomb after bomb being played at 3 health. He picks up the Raza. So that's going to be great post Anduin, but he's got a lot to worry about until then. He can actually get away with using the Dragonfire Potion this turn if he feels like that's not going to get any better.
That's exactly what he's going to do. That gives him an extra couple points of health to work with, and it gives him the security of Psychic Scream needing to wipe the board in case Tom's got another Cobalt Scalebane, or just tons of pressure.
He's also been on a Leroy draw for the last couple turns to just end the game. And this is playing into Shadow Reaper Anduin. Oh, I thought he was going with the Bone Mare. Do you take the value from the Shadow Reaper Anduin now, or do you wait for a better position? We've seen players get punished so many times this tournament for delaying Shadow Reaper Anduin because they think they're going to find a better spot.
He's going to go for it now.
He's got to do it.
This is so tough for Surrender.
And again,
Tom is the second Bone Mare in hand, and now Surrender does not have a further way to heal remaining in the deck outside of Priest of the Feast. So here's the push. Surrender drops to 2 points of life.
South Sea Deckhand. SI7 Agent. Leroy Jenkins.
A couple of a Minstrel that could draw those cards.
A Minstrel that can draw those cards. All of those things are outs for Tom going to the next turn. He's got 1 SI7 Agent, 1 South Sea Deckhand, so
shadowy thoughts.
If he draws 1 card, that's a
look at Tom.
12% chance. Yeah, he's
looking over at Surrender occasionally. He knows he's right on the verge of winning. Surrender has been in this position so many times this weekend, where it looks like he's on the brink of disaster. He somehow manages to find a way out.
And Psychic Scream has to be on the menu here, but the question is, does he play the Novice Engineer first and Psychic Scream that back into Tom's deck?
The shadows grow.
Does he play the Blood Mage after to try to get a second card draw?
Yeah.
With Novice Engineer next turn. Tom finds the damage, and he's going to move on to the grand finals, eliminating Surrender 3-1.
Ending his match streak at 15 and cementing himself as the king of Asia Pacific.
What a series between these two. It was heavy hitting hands back and forth, but at the end of the day, the overwhelming pressure from Tom and the double Keliseth opener was just too much for Surrender to fight against.
And now the grand finals are set. It's going to be Frozen from the Americas versus Tom60229 from Taiwan. But for now, let's head on stage with Frodan.
Tom, that was a pretty intense series. Tell me about how you're feeling right now going into the series and now that you've won.
刚才是非常激烈的一场比赛，然后跟我们大家说一下你现在感受如何？
因为过去每一年冠军都有贼，所以我相信我会赢 Frozen。
So every world champions that come before us has a Rogue in their lineup, so I think I want to win.
Well, it's definitely a good precedent. Having Rogue is really important, I guess, just historically. You said that in 2014 you weren't really happy with your play when you came to the World Championship. And you've been commenting about how you've been playing in every series before this. How do you feel like your play is today so far?
你之前也在那个采访中也提到，2014年的世锦赛的时候打得不是很满意，然后也在对那个之前的一些比赛做过很多自我的检讨，然后对目前来说打的自己的表现觉得如何呢？
我觉得我今天状况没有很好，像是德鲁伊打贼那一场，最后应该要防炸鸡暗闪，所以我觉得我可以再打得更好一点。
I don't think I played particularly that well. I think in a matchup when I played Druid, I should be aware of that my opponent might have Leroy Jenkins, but I didn't really kind of be caught off guard on that. So I should be played better.
All right, always looking to improve. My next question is, how do you feel going up against Frozen in the grand finals? People are talking about his lineup and saying that he is going to be the hardest opponent for any lineup to beat.
在那个总决赛那个最后一场比赛会对阵到 Frozen， 然后很多人都说 Frozen 的他的带的卡组是可能说是16个选手里面最难打的。然后你对对上他有什么想法呢？
他带的 line-up 的确比较好，但我觉得技术上我会赢过他。
He definitely has a really good lineup, but in terms of skill plays, I don't think I'm a lesser opponent than he is.
All right, it's going to be a great match. Please give a round of applause for Tom60229 from Taiwan.
Frozen gave Tom the hardest challenge in his whole World Championship run. With only one match win between him and the title, Tom was quickly put in a terrible spot, going 0-2 down and knowing that a single game loss would end his dreams. How did Tom turn it around? With the help of one of the most ambitious mulligans in Hearthstone history. Let's take a look.
Championship! Frozen versus Tom60229!
I think Tom probably been playing the best out of almost everyone here.
Frozen's lineup is another tough one to face, so I'll just leave it at that.
Tom60229 has the same lineup as Jason Zoe, except he has Jade Druid, which I can't tell if it's worse for me or better.
The North America region has won the Worlds before, so this one has to go to Asia Pacific.
I think I'll do my best to carry NA.
I just hope the best man wins.
Frozen versus Tom60229! Let's see what you got!
Excitement is in the air as we get underway with the grand finals of the World Championship. We've talked about how their paths have converged to this very moment, Kibler. Both these players, for many years, have been on the verge of even coming to the World Championship multiple times. Tom60229, 2014, exited out in the group stages. In 2016, he was second in his region for points and stopped at the last call invitational. This year, first in points. Is he deserving of the World Championship versus Frozen, who took the risk of building a unique lineup?
Both of these players last year made it all the way to the last call. Both of them knocking on the door were denied, but now there is only one player in their way between them and that title, and Frozen already got Frost Lich Jaina in his opening hand. We see a 9-drop kept in the opening hand. That's how important that card is to his deck.
That's right. The name of the game for Frozen is to survive against the Jade Onslaught until he's able to stabilize either by controlling the board so commandingly or by using Skulking Geist and destroying the infinite combos or the infinite board presence that's made from the Druid.
And we see Tom off to a strong start with Jade Idol into Wild Growth with Nourish and Aya still in his hand. Ooh, that is not what Frozen wants to see. One of the few cheap spells in his deck ends up running into a branching path from Tom, so no draw off the Raven Familiar.
Tom does have this branching paths. And unlike those other control matchups, it's not necessarily as imperative to get your life count up versus killing the mage. If you look at how a lot of the control mages that aren't burn focused, they care so much about how tall and wide the board is. Jade Druid's very good at both.
Frozen does pick up a Dragon's Fury off of this second Raven Familiar. Not nearly as powerful as against perhaps the aggressive Druid decks, but still a strong card to sweep off the Jades if they do get out of control.
Now, many times we look at Nourish and we think it is a card that we want to ramp with, but then Tom doesn't have any more draw. So this is a position, Kibler. What do you think Tom needs to do?
It's definitely a tough spot for Tom here because this is a matchup that is very much about pressure and attrition. Tom needs to keep enough pressure on Frozen so he can't just sit back and ultimately get to Skulking Geist and Jaina and really shut everything down, turn things around on him. So without the ultimate infestation already in his hand, if he does Nourish for mana to ramp up, he does run the risk of just running out of breath. But it will be card draw for Tom, who would have drawn ultimate infestation immediately. So I'm sure he's a little sad about that choice at this point, but it would be a big risk if he were to simply ramp his mana.
Yeah, of course, had he known, completely different scenario. He would have been able to ramp. But we'll see if the mana crystals end up being the limiting factor here for Tom60229 as his Jade train continues with Eye of Blackwall.
Frozen with the Medivh Valet off of Ice Barrier. Able to take down Aya, but that does leave a Jade behind. And Tom, with a bit of a mana advantage still, thanks to the wild growth, is able to keep the pressure on here.
Yeah, and I wonder if that card draw Frozen ends up being one of those factors that allows Tom to build even more Jades before Frozen can get to that Skulking Geist. You look at Frozen's AoE, and it's fantastic. Dragon's Fury and Meteor, Flame Strike, all very powerful tools. But eventually, the Jades will get out of range. And, you know, one of the things about it, too, was the fact that Frozen plays cards like Ice Barrier, right? It increases the chances compared to the normal control lists that have bigger spells.
Yeah, well, Dragon's Fury here hits a 4, so he does not kill the Jade Behemoth. This is a big part of why Tom chose to take that attack with his 3/3 Jade. It allows a small hit off of the Dragon's Fury he knew was in Frozen's hand to not clear his board guaranteed.
And at the same time, Frozen knows that there's a chance that he hits a second ice block or you know, his Arcane Intellects with the Dragon's Fury. So he's willing to take that hit even if it didn't work out as well.
Now Tom does have a wild growth. He can ramp his mana up to get to Ultimate Infestation much sooner. Though he does have a hand that is... Oh, he's actually...
Look at this!
I was going to say he has a hand that is a little bit too full from the Infestation, but Tom recognizes that. He wants to cast Infestation next turn and not run the risk of potentially burning cards. So he just damages his own minion with the Spellstone, which does leave it vulnerable to the Firelink Portal from Frozen, but this will be Infestation time as Tom deals 5, draws 5, gains 5 armor, creates 5 Reddit threads.
Yeah, and it'll be key for him to not burn some of those really valuable cards. Arcane Tyrant, the last draw here. And Frozen, of course, small little acknowledgement that he wished that Tom burned a card. It would have made his life a little bit easier.
And the positioning from Tom here with his smallest minion in the middle does make the Meteor in Frozen's hand much less impactful, but what is impactful is Frost Lich Jaina, which is going to start to allow Frozen to ping down damaged minions from Tom's side of the board and allow him to convert these removal spells into threats as well. From Tom's side now, he needs to try to make minions that are frankly out of range of most of the damage-based removal in Frozen's deck. He is, of course, afraid of polymorphs that can take down anything individually large. So, thankfully for him, Jades do tend to go both tall and wide very well.
Yeah, it's difficult because at 3 health and above, there's so many ways for Mage to manipulate things with Blizzard, the 3 damage adjacent from the Meteors, and then Flame Strike's at 4, so there's so many breakpoints. And of course, like you said, you know, the polymorph, just to make a little 1/1 sheep. That can also get tricky. Tom's just going to try and extend to the board while reducing the low health minion count. We'll see if Frozen will opt to go for an immediate Water Elemental or perhaps play a little bit slower.
Meteor on the 5/5 does give him a ping to create a Water Elemental on the Arcane Tyrant, so able to convert some removal on multiple minions and give himself a Water Elemental. Malfurion is a big draw for Tom, though, because that allows him to generate significant threat out of his hero power as he can do meaningful damage rather than just 1 a turn. The Spellstone in his hand is also interesting because if he plays Malfurion, then hero powers for armor, he can use... Actually, the Spellstone's already upgraded once, so he actually wouldn't even have the hero power. If he plays Malfurion, he can play the Spellstone straight up for 6 damage to kill the Water Elemental and get that threat off the board. There is some risk of creating small minions that can potentially be whittled down by Frozen, but he does have the opportunity to potentially create the spiders, which can mitigate future possible Water Elementals preemptively from Frozen if he doesn't AoE them away.
And look how deep Tom is into his deck. That's so crucial for Tom to be able to get so far ahead of the Mage draws that even if the Skulking Geist comes, maybe the Jades are too big for the Mage to even overcome.
Yeah, and they are spiders for Tom here, recognizing that the 1/5s are not relevant and that having a preemptive solution to those Water Elementals is very valuable. And the Plague Lord punch to the face does put Frozen in a bit of a precarious situation from a life total perspective.
Yes, and one thing too for Frozen is to consider the threat of multiple angles. You know, we talk about branching paths and how it can be used for burst. That's 8 damage that's staring at him if he lets it go. So he's going to utilize Blizzard, even though the board is not terribly imposing by itself. He's not at the most comfortable life total.
Vandal plus Endurance.
Yes, and this allows Tom to draw the Jade Idol potentially and then shuffle it in.
And there's that Jade Idol. Frozen still does not have Skulkengeist, so the threat of these recurrent Jades is a very big deal. Already at 6-6.
Yeah, but he needs to kill off this Blood Mage Thanos. Deny the easy ping here from Frozen. We know that Frozen has multiple ways to get that as well. Also could just collide to the 5-3, but now Frozen has multiple removal options yet again.
Nothing super clean to deal with most of the board. The Vandal is actually a pretty big problem for Frozen because it does mean that those Jade Idols can just continually create both threats and the future possibility of additional Jades.
It doesn't allow him to skip the turn. Usually when you have the Jade Idol Infinites, and assuming you're going toe-to-toe with resources, Druid one turn has to skip on their final Jade Idol to shuffle it into their deck. But I don't even know if the game will progress to that point, Kimber, because Frozen will try to get to the Skulkengeist, or Tom's going to blow him out of the water.
Frozen's Arcanologist will find his second copy of Ice Block. This potentially allows Dragon's Fury better chance of hitting high. He does have both of his Arcane Intellects remaining in his deck, so there could be a low damage Fury if he goes for it. So Polymorph and Pink, which does generate another Water Element and deals a 6-6. Vandal's left up, so a Wrath and the Plague Lord ability from Tom both have both abilities. Branching Paths, looks like he's going to dig, I believe.
Yeah, just wants to draw.
Trying to find more Jade Idols. Just keep the massive minion train rolling. And there's two of them. So gigantic, larger and larger man after larger and larger man.
Frozen's also crucially drawn a lot of his cheaper spells. So Dragon's Fury can hit the 7 on the Flame Strike, but that's his final spell. In fact, most of Frozen's deck is just minions. So after Tom is done setting up his pressure here.
That's another Jade if he wants it. The 9 health Jade does get out of range of even Dragon's Fury plus Ping if he hits the highest cost spell in his deck.
Oh! I see Skulkengeist.
That is Skulkengeist. That is something Frozen crucially needs, but is it in time? Tom has already created so many large Jades that Frozen now needs to ensure he can deal with what's already on the board. He has Ice Block, so he can buy time. That was the last possible turn I think Frozen could have drawn Skulkengeist to still have a chance in this game.
Well, here's another thing too. You know, Frozen is staring at 24 damage just on the board, let alone the hero power and any kind of burst coming out here. So he's going to try to see if he can stall over the course of multiple turns.
Yeah, this does mean that Tom has, I believe, just a Jade Blossom left in his deck. So he is working with everything that he will have for the rest of the game.
Tom's has 22 damage, can't even pop the Ice Block this turn. That is so crucial. And the second Branching Path being used confirmed that for Frozen, that Tom wouldn't have the damage.
Frozen has no Water Elemental, so this is the life total he has to work with. The Iron Gold is actually pretty big here because it does mean that Frozen can't preemptively damage any of these minions with his minions on board to then get Dragon's Fury off to damage them.
And there's 2 Arcane Intellects, a Polymorph, and a single copy of Flame Strike. It is 1 in 4 to hit the ideal Dragon's Fury.
Arcane Intellect, only 3 damage. That is not enough to clear off almost any of these minions. It does set the Iron Golem into range and allow the Medivh's Valet to kill off several of these, but there's still 2 big minions left.
The sequencing from Frozen was also to account for the low outcome of Arcane Intellect and Polymorph, so that's why he traded the little small minion first. So even Frozen accounting for the bad possibilities. Now Tom, you know, Ultimate Infestation is always kind of a liability here, so that card seems kind of weak. And then his double Ogun Summons is purely just life gain at this point. That Jade Blossom is his last minion, or minion of substance, remaining.
So if Frozen can deal with these minions and, importantly, sustain himself against the Malfurion hero power. Because even if he can kill all of Tom's minions, if he doesn't make Water Elemental, it's possible for Tom to just punch him in the face and break his ice block and then kill him the following turn. So here, Tom's looking to mitigate this Water Elemental, which opens up the possibility of him continuing to punch face, and that's exactly what he'll do. He will punch the face with Spider Fangs and break Frozen's ice block with still a gigantic minion left up.
Yes, and also making it more complicated for Frozen to get the 1 damage Icy Touch and converting it to Water Elemental. Frozen picking up Polymorph here would be pretty huge.
Flame Strike is too small to kill any of these Jades. He has to ice block, because there is still the Ultimate Infestation remaining in Tom's hand. Frozen knows Tom has drawn his entire deck, so the threat of the 5 direct damage, even if it will send Tom deep into fatigue, would kill Frozen if he doesn't put up the ice block this turn.
What will you do, Frozen? After you ice block, how are you going to ensure safety?
Melts away.
Without being able to, he has to also set up to deal with the follow-up board too. Even if it's just a single Scarab that survives off Spreading Play, he'll die because he's at 1 life.
He does have Dirty Rat, which can get in the way of smaller minions, but yeah, Meteor plus Ice Block. He knows that no reason to bother to attack this minion. Tom is fatigued, but he can break the ice block. As you said, Spreading Plague. Just that Scarab alone threatens lethal damage.
Frozen waiting for his next draw in anticipation. Oh my goodness, he picked up an Arcane Artificer!
This sets him, this is the perfect draw.
Wow!
This from Frozen sets him to 8 life. He's out of range of Infestation, and he pings down the Scarab to create a Water Elemental. I think all of a sudden, Tom is he locked out of this game?
He has to kill the Arcane Artificer, but then he's not dealing the damage necessary for the Ultimate Infestation, and the Water Elemental is going to be able to gain damage. Perhaps that fist pump was more than just happiness to see the draw, but it could be the happiness that he has sealed this game.
Tom had Frozen at 1 life. Both ice blocks broken. Malfurion hero power at the ready. But Arcane Artificer brings Frozen back into the game, and I think it is Tom who is without a way out of this.
He's thinking about maybe Frozen just has only minions. If he...
Oh, he concedes! Frozen with the enormous comeback takes game 1.
What a turnaround by USA's Frozen to barely survive the onslaught. Tom was barely unable to finish that game.
That was the closest it gets. Frozen drew the Skulkengeist at the last possible moment to stop the Jade Idols from just making larger and larger men. And then the Arcane Artificer, when he was at the brink of death, absolutely got him back into that game.
He had to deal with a lot of bad outcomes. That early draw from the Raven Familiar really messed up his hand economy. Then he had to deal with Dragon's Fury not hitting the optimal damage and taking way more pressure than he needed to. But Frozen was able to roll with the punches and just barely able to get over game number 1's obstacle.
And look at the relief on his face. He was clearly feeling very stressed about that particular game. His back was against the wall, but now it is Tom who is looking to find a reset here. He was so far ahead, and to have that victory snatched from his hands, that's got to be tough on you mentally. here in the finals of the World Championship.
That's right, because Frozen said he wasn't exactly sure how to even approach Tom's Jade Druid. He said in the very beginning, before the series, he doesn't even know that makes him better or worse than the traditional lineup, because Jade Druid against Highlander Priest can be very volatile depending on how the Priest draws. And then he has the Jade Druid mirror, so that was a big win for Frozen.
Well, speaking of volatile, here we are in the Tempo Rogue versus Highlander Priest matchup. We have seen some powerful starts featuring Keleseth's Shadow Step throughout the weekend, as well as some clearly very powerful Highlander Priest games. But Frozen is playing a bit different version of Highlander Priest. As we see from Netherspite Historian in his hand, his version has some dragons.
Draws the chain in the opening hand, the most important card off the mulligan. So you have early game play, Shadowy Brand in the second most.
The Cleric is very good here too. Against Tempo Rogue, it can give you a tool that can help deny your opponent's early game aggression.
Wow.
And give you the ability to potentially draw some extra cards. And Frozen to play on turn 1.
Get that mulligan from Tom. Keeps Cobalt Scalebane and Vilespine Slayer, 2 cards that are very powerful for mid-game tempo, but almost concedes the fact that he has a very low chance of getting any kind of board dominance early on.
And we see here, speaking of board dominance early on, the Northshire Cleric is really preventing Tom from being able to safely play the Swashbuckler. He'd love to play Swashbuckler, get patches out of his deck and go on the offense, but if he does, that Cleric will just start feeding Frozen cards as he heals up.
That's right, patches is a liability.
No dragon drawn for Frozen, so the Historian is waiting for some new history to be made.
That's right. Tom, of course, waiting for some way to snipe that Northshire Cleric very easily. But at the same time, we've seen Temple Rogues take it very slow against the Highlander Priest, primarily because if they're so happy to take the board early and they overextend and Priest clears it once or twice, then Rogue has no more cards. And that's where cards like Evil Minstrel really come into play.
Actually, I had a chance to talk to Frozen before the match, and he mentioned that Tom's version of Tempo Rogue he felt would be easier for him to beat because there is only a single copy of that Elven Minstrel.
Wow.
And here Frozen, with a kind of an amusing play, smiting his own Cleric.
Right.
He decides, okay, well, this smite is less important than the possibility to find the more powerful cards in my deck.
Yes.
Decides to just cash it in for a card here.
Yeah, it's essentially just 1 mana draw a card for Frozen. He's okay with that because Holy Smite doesn't seem like it'll do much right now.
Tom has gone a bit wider here.
It looks like he's setting up for a very powerful Cobalt Scalebane to have multiple targets. Not only is it a dragon and a lot of stats, but it'll set a minion's attack to 4, assuming all these 1/1 survive.
This also means that even if Frozen attacks into one of these minions and heals up his Cleric, he will still have 3 points of power attacking the board between the 2 pirates and the weapon that he has set up.
It's true. He does have the flexibility of even playing Serenite Chain. But look at what Frozen's been able to pick up. It's a Potion of Madness.
The Power Word Shield gets the Cleric out of range, and Potion of Madness can allow him to clear off both of these minions, which makes even a South Sea Captain draw for Tom not allow him to present any meaningful threat.
And now he's able to hold on to Circle of Healing in case he needs to use that for later. And again, emphasizing how important it is to be 1 card deeper into your deck. Because now, losing that Holy Smite doesn't seem that bad of an idea whatsoever.
Not at all. And Tom here, we see a little bit kind of exasperation perhaps crossed over his face. He has the ability to coin out either the Vilespine or the Cobalt Scalebane that he did keep. The Scalebane is very powerful against Frozen's deck. There's only really the Shadow Word Death that can take it down easily. But Tom decides that he wants to ensure no more card draw for Frozen. Perhaps a good decision since we see the Circle plus Wild Pyromancer waiting for Frozen's hand, but it's Raza time.
Wow, the tempo of Vilespine, sorry, the Vilespine's tempo is not very good, but he has double Shadow Step, which makes Vilespine's ability to get crazy value very strong against Priest. But here's the thing, Tom's not really shoving that much damage. A lot of time when you're playing Vilespine in this position, you want to hit with a second minion, so you can pressure your opponent and continue to stack advantage on the board. That's a great move, but Tom doesn't have much to follow up.
Tom could have played Cobalt Scalebane that turn and attacked the face, which would have buffed his Vilespine up such that there was no trade option available to Frozen. that could potentially run into a silence, but could be a problem. But Frozen here with Kazakis, Icar of Undeath as a 1 here has to be kind of attractive since he does have Raza as well as Cleric in his pool, though the fact that he did Potion of Madness the patches does add another small minion that could potentially be resurrected and not work out for him quite as well.
It is worth noting that that is why you want to take patches if you are a priest with Potion of Madness, because if you do resurrect it, at least it's a 1 damage charge as opposed to a 1 damage do nothing. Or one mana minion that does nothing.
All right, well, Tom picks up a Bone Mare, but only 6th mana this turn. He does have some potential trades on either of these minions, and a number of options of how to spend the rest of his mana.
I gotta imagine the Pyromancer is very threatening.
How long can this go on? How long can this go on?
Yeah, I love these preemptive attacks.
Yeah, this is something we see a number of the players do over the course of Worlds this weekend. Gives them the ability to ensure that even if Frozen heals it, it'll be down, if it attacks into something, it'll be down to 1 life. Ooh, Kazakis Potion time with a Auctioneer, gonna draw quite a bit for Frozen.
Oh my goodness!
Oh dear, he finds the Cleric, draws 2 cards off the circle, 1 card off the Auctioneer. Frozen is drawing yet another here with the Raza Hero Power. He's just drawing his deck.
That is the key for Frozen to unlock his deck's potential, his card draw. And there was actually multiple options there, but given how the circumstances played out, and because Frozen's able to keep that circle of healing by drawing with that Holy Smite, he now has opened up a world of possibilities.
Frozen has 9 cards in his hand. Still has not found Shadow Reaper Anduin, but he has a wealth of options available to him. And frankly, Tom needs to deal with his board.
So many options.
The Auctioneer from Frozen here has to die. There's no way Tom can possibly allow that to live and hope to win the game.
And the Auctioneer tech is paying off dividends. A lot of people choose Lie with the Sun Shard, but Frozen even set up that path too. Remember, Kazakis often choose the 5 mana potion so you can draw 2 and a lot of value. But he took the 1 mana potion knowing that he has Gadget's Hand Auctioneer in the hand. He's going to go for a big stack.
This is the swing turn that Tom is looking for here.
Yes.
Develops a pretty big board, debating if he wants to add a quarter of 3 for 2 for 3. I think he's afraid of Anduin, afraid of Dragonfire Potion.
I would be. My opponent just drew 5 cards last turn.
Nether's Bed of Storing could find a Duskbreaker here. These are all pretty attractive too.
Yeah, the Malygos is certainly interesting, but I think it's a little bit too much mana. And then a Dragonlord Operative is the most tempo and value.
And the Bookworm here allowing him to take down the Vile Spine just gives him the most immediate impact on the board.
That's true. You know, trying to limit your opponent's Bone Mirror opportunity is also pretty valuable.
Where does come down. Frozen can clear the buff Chain Gang with his board if he chooses. He also has Silence, which will allow him to keep the Kazakis around. Just a lot of options.
Frozen has draw opportunities here, either through his Novice or his Acolyte.
Looks like he's thinking about Acolyte plus Spirit Lash.
I wonder.
Spirit Lash allows him to clear the minion with his Kazakis, but then I'm wondering what he's going to do with his other remaining 4 mana. Possibly play the Twilight Drake at that moment.
It's the sort of hand where you just have so many possibilities that it's a lot to calculate. Frozen been doing a lot of calculating all weekend.
You see that Tom's holding on to 1 card from the very beginning of the game for a long time. So I wonder what he's also reading. We've established that Frozen is a big hand reader.
SI agent, so that can continue to help with his tempo plan.
I hope you like my invention.
Rope is burning though. Frozen needs to figure out exactly how he's going to navigate the rest of his turn. And it will just be adding spin to the board and taking down the buff Chain Gang.
Twilight Drake is the only dragon remaining, but Frozen has a 4/12 on the board, and the Vile Spine already got double Shadow Step, so I think in Frozen's mind, it's like, well, does he have another Vile Spine in his hand? Unlikely.
That he does, though.
Yeah, he's going to get some bad news. This is a big swing turn here from Tom.
Yeah, will absolutely pick apart Frozen's board, but thanks to all that card draw, Frozen does have that Dragonfire Potion he just drew, so he will be able to clear this off quite easily.
Yeah, very big difference of whether or not this Dragonfire Potion lands. Frozen gonna hesitate. Don't immediately snap call if you don't have to. Think if you can even conserve your resources.
He does have even just Velen Spirit Lash if he wanted to go for that, but that wouldn't clear off everything, and it is just such a clean clear with the Dragonfire Potion. Frozen can even go on offense with the SI
This guy's toast.
And crucially, the more damage he can get onto Tom, the more he can reduce his life total before he even gets to the stage of the game where he plays Anduin, the less hero powers he has to do to burn him down.
Yeah, Tom is playing very conservative with his resources, trying to extend the length of this game. Now he's starting to sense that Frozen doesn't have the Anduin because he would have had multiple chances to do.
Only 8 cards left in the deck, and there's the Shadow Reaper. Right on time to take care of Bone Mare. The crowd loves it. And Tom does not. He concedes. Frozen is up 2-0.
One more win is all that separates Frozen and immortality. As we will find out what will happen in Game 3, the USA fans are chanting. Fans and friends have flown across thousands of miles and kilometers. Cheer on their favorite player, Tom, right now. On the other end, you gotta wonder, what can he do right now as he's down in the dumps?
It is tough, and I believe he knew coming in that Frozen's lineup was a tough one for him, but I think that he hoped to be doing better than this. Down 0-2, he cannot stand to lose one more game.
Here's the thing, those were two matchups that are very favored for Frozen on paper. You look at the Big Spell Mage with the Sculpted Guy's tech, great against Jade Druid if it's able to line up its game plan. Highlander Priest with all of its removals against Tempo Rogue, especially because Tom's Tempo Rogue only has one Elven Minstrel, so he's definitely on the less greedier side. Or greedier, depending on how you want to look at it. And that even favors Frozen. So now we come to Frozen's last remaining deck. Can he win with this Jade Druid?
Frozen does have a very interesting
that is a sign of things to come. We haven't had a champion yet. But if you stick around long enough, you'll get to see that come down in full force.
Well, we are perhaps one game away from seeing a new Hearthstone World Champion. Frozen only needs to win with his Jade Druid. And as we've said, Frozen has a very unusual lineup in general. Even his Jade Druid deck is a bit different than most. His Jade Druid deck is focused around Violent Teacher, which allows him to take a much more aggressive stance in matchups against control decks. It also allows him to go wide with minions against Tempo Rogue, and that's one of the crucial differences. I feel like it's much stronger in that matchup.
That's right. And by already banning the Cube Warlock, Jade Druid doesn't have that many weaknesses. Tempo Rogue is one of them. But he has a Jade Druid Mirror, and he has a Highlander Priest matchup. And if Tom wants to reverse sweep, he's going to beat the Jade Druid 3 times. Just one expansion to go. In Knights of the Frozen Throne, Jade Druid was the public enemy #1. And Tom could play a hero to all the time travelers out there if he can take it down 3 times, but he's going to turn to his Highlander Priest for answers.
I think Frozen might be the hero if he just beats this Highlander Priest here, though. But Cleric is available for Tom on turn 1, which we have seen played very often in this matchup to prevent the Jades from coming down without the risk of card draw from the Priest. Frozen does not have, I was going to say he didn't have Ramp, but he just drew a Jade Blossom. And Tom with the Glock Crawler, he's going offense. He needs to get damage in rather than just wait for the combo and burst damage because there is a lot of armor gain available to Frozen.
Yep, that Northshire Cleric is a problem for Frozen because playing Jade Blossom means that Tom has a guaranteed weighted card draw. He can bump into it and heal. But Frozen kept the Nourish. That's something that I remember he was one of the first players to talk about that. He's like, you always keep Nourish in any kind of slow Druid deck. Back when Malygos Druid was popular in the Winter Championships where he qualified for the Worlds.
Tom 3-0 with this Highlander Priest deck so far this weekend. He's gonna have to make it 4-0 if he wants to keep his dream of a world championship alive. not the first time Tom has been down 0-2 in this tournament before, though. He swept against Doc Pone after he was at a deficit. He came back and had that reverse sweep. Can he do it again?
Yeah, the difference between back then and now is that the stakes have never been higher. Frozen coins out Aya Blackpaw, has a lot of J trains going, leading into Malfurion the Pestilent. Tom picks up Shadow Reaper Anduin, so the Death Knights have been located. And Tom is drawing more and more with this Northshire Cleric. He's going to even silence and remove the Aya. This is starting to get out of control in the card draw for the Priest.
Frozen does have the option to drop a Behemoth or Nourish this turn. I think he is likely thinking of Nourishing to avoid that card draw coming through, but no. He just needs to get on this board here and defend himself. That damage, even just from the small minions, does add up. Circle of Healing does offer quite a bit of potential card draw for Tom if he wants to cash it in. But those Jades are starting to get bigger here. So he's going to have to figure out how to deal with Frozen's offense as well. Hit Circle draws 2 cards for Tom. Shadow Vision is going to give us more options. Shadow Pain is a great way to deal with that Behemoth.
Blessed be this funnel cake.
And the march of the tiny minions continues.
Yeah, and this little chip damage is starting to be relevant in my opinion. Like 22 is significant just from a Northshire Cleric and a Glock Crawler. And still, Frozen doesn't have a way to stop the card draw. This Northshire Cleric is single-handedly drawing half of Tom's deck.
Frozen debating Malfurion. One of the more important cards of the matchup just in terms of getting that armor total up. I have said many times throughout the weekend that I always feel so smart, and I feel like players are so smart whenever they make spiders here. And I think spiders may be what Frozen is looking for, since he certainly does not want to just make minions that Tom can attack into. There they are, the poisonous spiders.
No Potion of Madness.
But there is a Shadow Vision if Tom wants to dig for one.
Count 6 spells in the Priest's arsenal.
That cuts one down. Shadow Visions finds Potion.
Wow!
Those spiders are done for.
And Tom with the proper draw. We don't know if that horse might end up being the difference maker there, but it certainly improved his probability. Tom is firing on all cannons, not rattled whatsoever being down 0-2.
Frozen's Jades are getting bigger though. Jades lost 4-4. Swipe takes down the Cleric. Final hard draw may be dealt with, but it has done a lot of damage so far. Already available, the Shadow Reaper Anduin.
Shadow Reaper Anduin, and Drew starts out at 21 life.
Tom, holding on to the Anduin, does recognize the next Jades that Frozen will be making will be 5-5, so wants to get the removal effect of it in addition to turning into the new hero power. He's just going to keep the march of the minions going, connecting with the Priest of the Feast. Frozen with no armor. And as of now, no Ultimate Infestation. But he does have Vandrel, Jade Idol, and Nourish. He wants to get that Jade train to continue rolling.
Dirt that he's been holding for so long will finally be able to be of use. And right now, Tom's tempo early on is starting to pay off huge dividends.
Near the draw for Tom. Anduin still available, would kill one Jade, but will Tom wait? Try to get more.
Yeah, he has some powerful removal in the form of Anduin and Psychic Scream. Those are his premium cards to deal with a big fat Jade board. Auctioneer to draw more cards to find Raza has to at least be somewhat appetizing here, but his follow-up is not exactly great because he only has Mind Blast as a cheap spell. Oh, wow. Psychic Stream. I wasn't anticipating music this early here, Gibbler.
I think part of the thought process behind the Psychic Scream is getting some cards that are not those Jade Idols into Tom's deck and putting him in an awkward position. Alright, well, could be Anduin time now. No, Jason Behemoth and Accident Pink come down.
Yeah, he wants more off that Shadow Reaper Anduin, because in Frozen's hand, he could potentially have multiple Jades because his Jade Idols got shuffled and he just drew with Nourish.
Well, with the Psychic Scream gone, Frozen has a lot of ways to just go wide in this board. Talking about the Violet Teacher build of the deck, which he just picked up.
Yes.
That can create significant threats thanks to Branching Paths, which you see 2 copies of already in Frozen's hand.
And also, Shadow Visions has been used. So sometimes you think about the second possibility of a Psychic Scream that's discovered with Shadow Visions, but Frozen has seen that possibility and can eliminate that.
Frozen trying to figure out how best to create threats, protect himself, and get the pressure on Tom.
So the Violet Teacher and the Spellstone was originally what I was looking at. I think the Spellstones are only upgraded one time. Actually, one of them also got upgraded, so he does have it available for him. This is interesting though. He's choosing to play even slower. Doesn't want to extend too much onto the board. And that could be one of the reasons why Tom just picked up Dragonfire Potion.
There's Raza. Tom has all the pieces now. Raza, Anduin, even Radiant Lyra. So many tools.
Yeah, we mentioned that Frozen has Gadget Sam but no Lyra. Tom choosing both, and it could be a huge reason how he's going to win this game here.
It is Anduin time. Takes down the one big Jade and starts the hero powers at Frozen's face.
Could be he probably was counting his damage. He has Raza for the following turn, and I mean, we've seen even the games end just solely off of that.
Frozen now trying to figure out, much more crucially, how to defend himself. Gonna go ahead and spreading plague.
Now Frozen thinks that for the rest of this game, he's going to be ahead on board, so the most he's going to be able to ever get from the Spreading Plague is just a single Scarab anyways.
Kazakis, another big, powerful card for Tom.
Yes. Tom has in the teens worth of damage right now. But we'll see if he's able to generate even more. He's going to look for that very crucial.
Goes for 10 mana potion. He wants big power here.
It was so fast, I didn't even see what he picked.
I didn't even see what the options were. Deal 6 to all summon an 8/8. Okay, so Tom is looking to wipe the board that Frozen generates and push with another big minion.
Frozen's Jades are at 7/7, so that could clear all the Jades up to 8/8.
Frozen actually has 20 points of burst damage right now. Each of those branching paths represents +6. It looks like he's going for armor. But this is the power of being able to go wide with Frozen's deck. He is able to threaten these counter lethals. But he recognizes now, okay, I'm the one who's under pressure, and Branching Paths is going to have to be used for its primary focus in this matchup, which is armoring up.
Yeah. Does make you wonder, though, what if Frozen had the ability to stand onto the board and even pressure with more Violet Teacher tokens? I think a little bit optimistic, given that Tom had removal. But that's the kind of delicate balance you have to weigh. Do I go aggressive, or am I just going to play very defensive? And all of a sudden, Frozen was kind of a critical danger zone. Now he's at 47.
Yeah, and we've talked about how powerful the armor gain can be in this matchup. Specifically, getting above 20, even 30 armor, as we've seen Frozen getting now. The chances of the Druid winning when a priest gets that much armor is very, very low, but Frozen has no ultimate infestation. He has all those cards that were shuffled into his deck by the Psychic Scream that are keeping him from drawing Ultimate Infestation. If he doesn't find one, despite all this armor gain, he may just run out of resources.
This might be just an exhaustion game plan here from Tom. Forget trying to just kill your opponent. He has no cards. And Frozen shaking his head because he knows the Dragonfire Potion clears everything. And Tom, if he can even stick the Lyra on board, that's game ending in itself. Frozen needs a big draw, but remember that Psychic Scream also complicates his draw process.
Pay attention,
Another Teacher.
class.
Without any other spells, though, Teacher does not do much. And it is Lyra Radiant time.
Tom immediately going, recognizing that he doesn't have to think very much about the early stages. He needs as much time to adapt to any cards that he draws off of this.
Some players not recognize quite how fast they have to go, but Tom, all cylinders firing. Devour Mind, even more resources. Frozen with no cards. Tom just generating more and more.
Frozen needs an ultimate Infestation or a Nourish.
Furious Glimmerroot. That could have been an ultimate infestation if that had not been shuffled into his deck. And Frozen sees the writing on the wall. We're going to game number 4.
Tom showing some life. Refuses to get swept like so many before him. We've had multiple sweeps in the grand finals of the World Championship before, but he will not join them, at least not for now, and perhaps even become the champion himself. But that is just one step on a long road to try and reverse sweep Frozen.
And Frozen's Jade Druid deck is all that remains for him to need to win, to claim that championship. Tom with his own Druid and Tempo Rogue. These matches can still go either way.
Right. And remember, Tom has a more traditional, it's more of a new age, but the standard build of the Jade Druid that you come to expect, versus Frozen has the Violet Teachers, which is quite the gambit, but will it be able to be enough to get tempo? It's happened before.
We have seen the Violet Teacher plan from Frozen end up being enough aggression, even with the spreading flight from the opponents.
You remember the Jade Druid mirror that Frozen had against Scintillol. He was heavily unfavored against such a greedy version of Druid, but because the Violet Teacher generated just enough tokens, that helped him get enough board presence for a win.
Tom with the Edwin Van Cleef in his opening hand. That is a very powerful tool against Druid. Can very quickly make a giant minion.
This is a great cue by Tom as well, recognizing that.
Oh, an Intervate. That can help make a huge Van Cleef.
Not this turn, but the next turn. We could be in for some fireworks. And Frozen doesn't have removal, he's got ramp. Nothing to backstab though, unless he wants to backstab his
Southsea.
Is it worth doing that at that point? Because you're all in on one card.
Tom could also take it a little bit slower. He could try and get the hero power this turn, fire off the Edwin the next. Maybe there's a Jade Blast.
He saw 2 cards being kept. He saw the Jade Idol be played, and then his opponent didn't play Wild Growth. And then he also knows that Frozen likes to keep Nourish, but that might be too slow.
Go time. He's going for the biggest Van Cleef he can make. We saw that backstab moused over. When Frozen sees this, he knows what's coming.
Yeah. That is a 10-10 Van Cleef. And Frozen does not have a way to deal with it right now.
We have seen Frozen face down huge Van Cleefs early before. In fact, I believe he beat a 10-10 Van Cleef on turn 2 in the Winter Championship to qualify him here.
He has 2 turns left to survive. Violet Teacher is interesting. He can play Mark of the Lotus and Violet Teacher that will summon a decent amount of stats.
It does.
And he can swipe it down.
And this is the power of the Violet Teacher, giving him this board that threatens the Van Cleef, that threatens Tom.
Swashbuckler picks up Eye of Blackpaw, but the damage been dealt. Van Cleef did 20.
And Leroy is in the hand. Unless Frozen gains armor and kills the entire board, he is dead next turn. He can swipe, trade his board, and hero power, but he has to hero power this turn, or else Leroy plus the dagger will be lethal damage.
Oh no!
Wild Growth seals it. Frozen is going to take lethal damage from Leroy next turn, and we are going to a game number 5.
Just as fast as it began, it has ended. Frozen can't believe it. Tom has equalized, and we are going to one last final game to determine who will go home with the trophy.
Tom was down 0-2. Now, in the blink of an eye, he has brought the match back to even. We're down to a best of 1 for the World Championship.
It's going to be a Jade Druid mirror to end it all. And Frozen was looking comfortable before. But now he's looking as nervous as ever. The stress is piling.
Frozen has been a player we have seen look incredibly confident, look incredibly stressed. Right now he looks stressed.
The pressure is back on him. He was up 2-0. There was even the confetti kind of coming down as a moment of laughter to him. He was kind of smiling, shaking it off. But Tom kept his resilience.
Just look at the body language of these players, how it has shifted over the past 2 games. Frozen was sitting confidently. Tom was sort of slumped in his seat as he was down 0-2. But now it is Frozen who looks like he has the pressure on him, and Tom, he's just staring confidently at the screen.
The Tempo Rogue got the win it was supposed to. It was favored in that matchup. The Highlander Priest and Jade Druid ended up going Tom's way. With 2 games in a row, he is 1 game away from sweeping the Jade Druid, which we alluded to not too long ago. As we get ready for Game 5, Jade Druid mirrors can be very volatile based off of those opening hands.
And these are very different builds of the deck. They are both Jade
Yes.
Druid, but Frozen is playing
Oh gosh.
the Violet Teacher build.
Neither player wants to look at this. Oh wow. Oh, interesting.
That is not something I expected to see. Tom keeps Ultimate Infestation. He finds Wild Growth. He finds Jade Blossom.
Will that pay off? I mean, Frozen had 2 Ultimate Infestations, but he opted to go for the early game ramp opportunities.
Well, Tom has that ramp. Wild Growth gets the engines churning. Frozen finds Innervate.
Yes.
He can coin out the Jade Blossom, and then next turn he can Innervate out Nourish. Frozen's build includes 1 copy of Innervate.
Yes. And that early game tempo does matter, as being able to get your Jade count ahead of your opponent often will tilt the battles in your favor. The early game minions, it used to be Jade Spirits in the past, but now the Jade Behemoths won't matter as much.
Attention, class.
Violet Teacher comes down, and Tom does not have an easy way to deal with this.
He does not have any armor gain to let that Ironwood Golem attack. Unless he decides to fire up Branching Paths, he does not. It is Jade Blossom. Wow. Tom already up to 7 mana next turn with the Infestation in hand.
A crucial moment in this game here, since Frozen has 2 forms of card draw, but 2 forms of alternative uses as well. Gaining mana crystals can help him jump ahead of Tom's ramp.
One of the really powerful things about Branching Paths is it does allow you to more aggressively use Nourish for crystals. So Frozen can use his Nourish and still have the Branching Paths to fall back on if he can't immediately find an Ultimate Infestation. And he goes for it. He's ramping up. We are going to be finding some heavy hitters very soon in this game.
He knows that Tom still doesn't have the armor gain. He would have to generate it through Malfurion, and even then still doesn't have a way to answer the Violet Teacher.
Vandal plus Wrath here allows him to answer Violet Teacher
Yes.
with his Jade Gold.
Now Tom is firmly ahead of the board.
Frozen has that Innervate. If he does find an Ultimate Infestation next turn, he will be able to cast it. But this turn, it looks like it's time to be a Death Knight. Malfurion the Pestilent. Is it Spider time? It's always Spider time.
It's always Spider time, and you know, now we're starting to reach the climax of what these early game decisions will lead to. Frozen chose to throw away the Ultimate Infestations, and now is looking a little weak on the card draw outside the Branching Paths. And then Tom is going to have plenty of resources.
Double draws here, finds Jade Idol. And a Wild Growth.
Wow.
That'll get him to 10 for next turn. Jade Idol plus Spellstone lets him empty his hand. Take down one of these spiders. Next turn he will have Infestation plus Arcane Tyrant. Frozen does not find Ultimate Infestation of his own.
Pay attention, class.
Violet Teacher Branching Paths does let him go quite wide here.
I am ready
Even
to
has
learn.
potential to Mark of the Lotus as well. And this ability to go wide is much stronger against the threat of an individual Ultimate Infestation. But he still doesn't quite have the tools to take down both Fandral and the Golem.
Yep. Decides to even hold on to his Innervate. This Fandral is now going to stay onto the board, which allows Tom to kill that Violet Teacher.
Ultimate Infestation, like so many times before, draws Tom a huge hand. Another Infestation. Tom is just firing on all cylinders here.
I guess the solace is that Frozen is still kind of keeping up in the Jade count right now. But still looking kind of dicey here.
He is not keeping up in cards.
He does have the board tempo though. That is a lot of Jades, and Frozen's almost out of cards.
Frozen needs a big draw right now. He's shaking his head. He did not find it. Branching Paths lets him dig once again.
Oh! An Eye of Blackpaw just gets drawn.
Golems are a girl's best friend.
That's pretty big for Frozen.
It is, but his Jades are still smaller than Tom's. He is still behind. Tom has the opportunity to take lots of advantageous trades here. And with the Arcane Tyrant in his hand, Infestation number 2.
Yeah. The builds of the decks are really starting to show. Frozen doesn't have these Arcane Tyrants for the swings. And Tom, with the early gambit of Ultimate Infestation, is paying off in spades.
Another shake of the head. Spreading Plague is not it. We'll buy him some time. Tom with a fistful of cards will not give him too much longer.
Frozen choosing not to remove a minion, instead play Oaken Summons on no minion just for the armor gain.
Tom has a pair of swipes here. He can pick apart these scarabs and start pushing for damage. He can also just build more Jades. He has a Behemoth. He has a Jade Idol. Behemoth takes more Jade, swipes to the face, lets all these 4-attack minions take down the Scarab. Tom has an army. Frozen finds Wild Growth.
Card draw too late. Where are his Ultimate Infestations? He chose not to keep them. And now Tom has all the time in the world to establish his board presence. Things are looking dire for our USA player.
Tom finds an Aya of his own. He has so much pressure.
Even with such a sharp advantage, Tom is still looking to make 0 mistakes here.
Frozen shakes his head. Tom marching his Jade Golems to victory.
This might be too much, Gibbler. This is so much damage. 15, 25, 30, 31, 34 plus burst into hand. Ultimate Infestation is finally drawn.
If it gets too late, Frozen picks up a hand of cards, but Tom has a board full of giant minions.
He has 28 on board. The branching pass allows him to get an additional 10. That's 38. Swipe is 42. 43. He'd still be short, even if he could go all phase with everything.
But they can't kill him this turn. This board is almost inevitable. Frozen, look at his hand. He has swipes. He can pick apart a few minions, but not all of these giant monsters.
This is looking like it's gonna be over soon.
Frozen takes off the headset. Tom's victory is his. Tom60229 is the 2017 Hearthstone World Champion.
We have a new member in the Hall of Champions. Tom60229 from Taiwan takes the Hearthstone World Championship.
His first appearance was at the first World Championship in 2014. He had an early exit here, but he will not be denied.
In 2014, he fell in the group stage of the World Championship. 2015, went on a rampage qualifying for almost every big invitational across the globe, winning in 3 continents. Then in 2016, second place, losing in the last call, but finally gets that coveted World Championship.
He's the first Asia-Pacific player to claim the World Championship trophy, coming all the way through the last call, cementing his place among the world's best.
And can you say APAC will no longer be underestimated?
Not anymore. Not anymore.
All the contestants coming out to congratulate him. We have a winner. TJ is waiting with Tom.
Thanks very much, guys. I'm standing on stage with the current world champion, Tom60229. And I guess the first question to ask is, how does it feel?
现在感觉如何？
如果不是在台上，应该已经哭出来了。
If we're not on the stage, I'll probably start crying right now.
It's okay, man. I'll try and keep it short. It's okay. Another question. You're the first representative from Asia Pacific to ever win a world championship. Does this mean something special to you?
你是第一个从亚太地区获得资格打入总决赛，然后获得总决赛冠军的人，然后对你来说有没有非凡的意义吗？
这点当然也很重要，但是重点是我拿到冠军了。
It's definitely important that I won for the APAC, but the most important thing is that I won as a champion.
That's right, man. All for yourself. You did it. And next one. So, looking back to 2014, when you said yourself that you had a disappointing performance, did you ever think that you'd make it back to have another chance?
2014年第一次打进那个总决赛的时候失利，然后有没有想过自己有第2次机会站到这个舞台上呢？
自从2014年输过之后，我接下来这几年所有的目标就是希望可以再回到舞台，然后至少打好比赛。那可以赢得冠军，算是非常非常的幸运。
I think ever since I lost in 2014, that the last 3 years, all I've been trying to do is to just get back to the stage and trying to play good, and to be able to win this championship means so much to me, and I feel so lucky.
Last question. I just want to ask if there's anybody out there that you want to give a special thanks to, anybody that you want to give a shout out to. The floor is yours.
有没有谁是特别想特别感谢的，或者是想这次机会跟他说声谢谢的？
虽然平常都说我不在乎粉丝啊，但今天很感谢所有支持我的人，包括我的父母、我的粉丝，然后还有小曹。
I really want to thank to my fans, my families, and also Samuel. Although I don't express a lot of emotions in the past, but I'm really grateful for their support.
All right, well now to present the trophy, I'd like to welcome to the stage executive producer for Hearthstone, Hamilton Chu.
Thank you. Wow, what a match. It's been an incredible year for the Hearthstone Championship Tour. Over 50,000 players from 76 countries competed for the right to be here today. Only 16 made it, but only one made it to the very end. Let's hear it for our new world champion.
And before we go, we wanted to give a special thanks to anybody who's tuned in, whether it be the attendees here, the viewers at home, or the entire Hearthstone community. It's been a great year for Hearthstone. We hope you all enjoyed it as much as we did presenting it. As we look forward, we want to give one more shout out to Tom60229, the champion. We hope to meet you all around the hearth once more. Until then, GG and well met.
After becoming world champion, Tom went on to perform well in the new competitive system, Grandmasters. Making it to the playoffs of the 2019 Season 2, he faced Chonsu in the finals. This series could have gone either way, but Tom managed to assert dominance and joined Surrender as the season winners of 2019. We're back and ready to go with the final match of the day, and it is the finals, of course, of the playoffs. We have Tom60229 versus Chonsu, and the players are just about ready to go. I believe it's a double Shaman Shield and a double Priest Band, so both players on the same wavelength here.
Yeah, it makes sense to me, even with them having the different Shaman decks. Tom with the slightly newer Token Shaman and Chonsu with the tried, true, and tested Quest Shaman on his own side. They're very, very devastatingly powerful decks in most of the matchups. And I think while I started off the weekend thinking that the Token Shaman would be able to, if not dominate the Quest Shamans, at least have a favorable matchup, I'm moving towards 50-50, if not favored for the Quest Shaman, honestly. I'm thinking at this point, I underestimated how similar the early game is for both decks, really, because with Hair and Evolve for both decks, and of course the Mogu and Mutate as well, all the kind of mana cheating, broken Evolve stuff is the same for both decks, exactly. Whereas a lot of the extra stuff goes in the favor of the Quest Shaman as the game progresses. It's really only in the first 3 or 4 turns that the Token Shaman can really pull ahead. And I need to stop going off my own experience where I'm just winning endlessly with the Token Shaman. I need to remember, not everyone's quite so as amazing as me, and therefore can't take the wins. And so therefore, in conclusion, I think it's a fine shield on both sides.
Casper reminded me to tell you to send him the cash for those lessons. Private tutoring from one of the best players in the world.
Casper the Caster.
Yeah. If Andres ends up with a casting career, he has to change his name to that.
I mean, there's been rumors floating around of a GX versus Casters show match going on, and I'm just saying, if that happens, we get Hunter Ace, all right? That's just gonna happen.
Well, now I realise why I've not heard these rumors. I know who Hunter Ace is replacing on this team. As we go into game number 1 of the final series in the playoffs of the Asia Pacific Grandmasters Season 2. Tom60229 on the top, on the Holy Wrath Paladin, Chonsu on the bottom, on that Highlander Hunter. And again, said it once today, I'll say it again. I think Hunter's pretty good here.
Yep. I agree. I think it's a very, very fine matchup. The consistent damage, which only really got better, to be perfectly honest, with the addition of Call of the Wild and Ragnaros, Señor del Fuego.
Even a cheeky 1-drop start.
Oh. Into Zephyrus, into Animal Comp. I'll take that.
Your wish is my suggestion.
Imagine if it was backstabbed here.
Honestly, I'd love it. I'd love it so much. I wouldn't even care that it was bad. I would just be like, yes, Zephyrus.
You look at Zephyrus and he's making
just a memer all along.
A different hand gesture.
A very different one.
Yeah.
That's the Kango hitting the board. Honestly, part of me wondered if that's just Deadly Shot.
Huh.
Deadly Shot?
Deadly Shot's not good in the matchup at all.
Push 4?
Yeah.
He's good versus exactly Emperor or Thakal or an Acolyte.
Acolyte is probably the best thing you're looking at, yeah.
Acolyte is often a one-of anyway, as is Thakal, of course, and Emperor. So I was just wondering whether you just Deadly Shot and deal 4 to face.
I think that was a lot closer than it looks. I think if Tom was damaged more than he was, it would have been pretty easy. But given that you're only healing him for a small amount, you're obviously missing damage to face. But it does now present instead a pretty good Deadly Shot here.
But now, because he rolled exactly Misha, maybe he just goes double secret, or even secret hero power.
Or just push face, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I like this.
Yeah,
But like, how does Thakal kill the Misha? It's got to be Pyro X, which is fine if all that comes down. Now there's still a Deadly Shot. Elven Heart check. Oh my god.
Didn't even see it come into the hand before Tom had slammed it down.
Yeah, do you not know if you play it fast enough, it's Battlecry deals 2. It's the new expansion, Tombs of APM.
There's been a bunch of stuff like that in Hearthstone. If you play them quickly enough, it does it in a different order.
It goes all the way back to the chicken days. So back in like the early beta / alpha, of like there were cards that if you hovered over them, they dealt damage to you and stuff like that. Which, honestly, there's jokes that get thrown around now about Hearthstone being a very difficult esport to exist because of RNG rules the game. Imagine if that, I slipped and my mouse just went over the minion, lethal, I'm dead, sorry.
Everyone would be playing on their phones. It's like, strictly better. Don't have a mouse.
Can't mouse over the wrong thing if you don't use one. Imagine if we were a few years in the future and mice just don't exist anymore. It's because it's just eye trackers. And they just make really funny art on one of the cards. But if you look at it, it deals damage to yourself.
Yeah, imagine that.
Whoa. That game's coming out soon, 2030.
What's happening now, Ray?
There's a lot of damage going to Tom60229's face, which is normally the case.
Yeah.
You are Hunter, and as I said, everything, or the big removal that Paladin has, is not built to be used this early in the game, whilst under this much pressure. The Kango are already gone, by the way, so this Flash of Light, whilst not bad, is not mind-blowing. Wild Pyromancer is there. Maybe Wild Pyromancer Holy Wrath? Hammer of Wrath, sorry?
Yeah.
Still the bow, though. It hurts me that I can't see what mana that Cheval is on. I mean, probably like 24 or something.
20 something, yeah.
Like,
yeah.
But just for Zenith.
I wonder.
Just leading his coins timeout. Yeah, okay.
Just get the rat out, which is good. It means that he can actually try and deal with it next turn. He has Pyromancer into Shrink Ray.
I like
so
this
that rat trap is dealt with effectively if you Tom.
And it does also mean for Tom that going into turn 7, which is pretty classically the power turn for a Highlander Hunter, means they really can't develop. If he has Dino Tamer Bran or Siamat here, Chonsu just will not play it. Unless I'm very much mistaken.
What if
you have to
Chonsu
expect a clear.
has the Giga Read of
Well,
a snipe? He can snipe the Pyro because he can't play another minion yet. With the Shrink Ray.
I will amend that, sorry. Siamat does, of course, have Divine Shield, which means
quality
conk, or
if it's reduced.
Yes, or Pyro equality even doesn't then clear off the board. So you can play Siamat here, but
the snipe
Lord is
down,
it risky.
though, that is
pretty god
snipe.
Yeah. I think he probably will go for it. I mean, he's smelling a board clip.
If he's playing Hunter Pack, then
when Tom knows that it is a rat trap, sets it up.
There's a Bloodstinger in the hand.
Oh,
that changes everything.
Sorry. I'll just stop talking, shall I, Raven?
Shut up, Derek. It's a cool card in the hand.
It is a cool card.
And it is because it pulls stuff out of the hand and gets to hit it. So the Chevala, if the Chevala's cleaned up, this game is auto-won, but bear in mind, this is not a long shot. Chonsu is very much still winning the game right now.
Sorry. Stop talking, Raven.
Okay,
The
no problem.
Pyromancer just got sniped.
Yeah, it did. It's
Why
a
are you
good
still
play by
talking?
Chonsu. Do I have to wait for your permission to carry? Is this like when you jinx someone?
I hope you like my invention.
What was the longest form of jinx
I hope you like
at
my
your school? Because
invention.
you always added on like 50 addendums, right? For like, you know, only I can say your name to add it on. Every time you say your name, you have to pay me 10p.
Yeah, all those happened, but no one abided by them in any way, shape, or form. It was just like when we were trading cards.
It was the Wild
trade
West.
backs that happened
Yeah.
was obscene. I'm gonna tell, but we agreed. I'm gonna tell. I've changed my mind.
There's
This
always
is
that
not
one
how the
kid.
world works, Derek.
And the teachers never got it. They always sided with the tattletale.
No honor among the teachers in my school.
And I was like, just because I scammed him into giving me a shiny Gyarados doesn't mean I should be forced to give it back.
If anything, I should be rewarded for some great business sense. I got taught how the world really works.
Yeah.
CMAT now is available to come down. The rat was subdued, which means that the
One
overall
damage off
damage is
lethal.
away, but I mean, there's no choice really for Chonsu. I'm not even saying it in a bad way, but it's just going to keep on cracking. And I think, I love
think
him.
he goes soon. I think he goes soon.
I just think hero power is so good.
It is good, but what you're probably more afraid of is heal. And what this does is just
Removes a huge chunk of that issue, right?
exactly. If they don't remove, it's not good enough.
And again, you know, I said it last game as well. Shrink Ray, CMAT still deals 2 a turn, even if it's Shrink Raid, so it's still not a bad amount of damage, especially when you're staring at your opponent on 5 health.
And I just think it's all too much at the same time. It is that classic double-pronged attack from Hunter, where if you don't clear the board, they'll burst you from hand, and if you heal, they'll kill you with their stuff on board.
And honestly, this happens with such consistency, it's weird. Because versus Highlander Hunter, maybe on the surface, if you're not experiencing the matchup, you'd be like, oh, they don't go so fast, it's kind of okay. But it's not about the speed, it's about the consistency of damage. It's like damage every single turn for the whole game.
They can just curve out so well. It's crazy. Going for the timeout here is the only real out for Tom. Doesn't hit it. Game 2. The Highlander Hunter taking the win there. Chonsu could be a pretty big deal, finding that good matchup right there at the start. Because I would have to say, up against the Shaman and the Zoo as well, I feel like that might be definitely harder matchups. Not terrible, far from unwinnable, but the Paladin is definitely the one he was looking for there and is a very big win.
Yeah, I think the Zoo is okay to close for
Yeah.
Hunter. Maybe the Zoo's favored a little bit. I think the Shaman's a really unfun matchup because everything you do, they just do way better and more often, so it just feels very hard to come back in that one. It's doable, but quite difficult. But yeah, I agree. Just getting the Hunter win against the exact matchup you want it to in game 1. Great start. And just a reminder, in case you just tuned in for the finals, this is best of 5, so there are no floating decks anymore for these players. They have to win with every single one of their submitted decks, apart from the one that was banned out. So, as we're saying, this win on the Hunter is important. Just remember, if you watched, Conquest old school, where they had to win with every single one of the decks, it's the same here.
It is. And once again, if you have just tuned in for, as Raven said, the finals, this is the finals. The winner will be coming to BlizzCon to be joining Surrender as the other Asia-Pacific representative. We'll be finding out the other 2 representatives from Europe and Americas later on today. I think there's going to be a little bit of a break between Asia-Pacific and Europe, as it appeared.
The days aren't quite as long.
In the previous couple of days, exactly. But it's still a very, very exciting day of Hearthstone. And not only that, next week we're, of course, looking to head over to Bucharest to find out who will be joining us in Season 3 of Hearthstone Grandmasters.
Yeah, it's going to be a pretty big deal. And then not long after that, BlizzCon happens, which means there'll be the global finals. We'll decide who is going to be the global champion. But for this one specifically, I think there's an extra interesting level of importance in that if Chonsu wins and goes to the global finals, then 2 South Korean players go through from the Asia-Pacific region. And honestly, they can, South Korea continue to dominate in Hearthstone out of the Asia-Pacific regions. And I think that's been the case
probably since the beginning. Honestly, you know, we've had players along the lines of Kranich, we've had Surrender for the longest time, now we've got Chonsu as well, so I think that is going to continue, and it's going to be a very good showing for South Korea as a whole if there's the 2 players that get sent from the Asia Pacific region are the 2 main players.
And you can tell how much it means to Chonsu as a South Korean and as just a Hearthstone competitor. He picked up the Desert Hare.
He is ready to go.
He was on another level of elation there. It was almost inappropriate how happy he was at seeing that Desert Hare, because this is the dream, the absolute dream. That's not the dream.
Very middling, isn't it?
Yeah, the Tiger is horrendous.
Even bad. Maybe even bad. Yeah.
I'd say that's just about bad, because the worst thing is that you're expecting here, even though we can see he's going to be safe from it, 3/3s are perfect Mogu targets. That just value trades and buffs back up easily. Thankfully, however, Johnson
got away with it.
Yeah. He's got to deal with a couple of lackeys though, and he can only clear off one of these evil totems for the moment.
Does he ever trade and then slosh? Not slurp. He could bounce the hag. He could bounce even the spirit.
I think if he hadn't got the
got the evolve. Yeah.
Definitely would have
agreed. Yeah. Obviously, if you can evolve it and just have it on board right now, that's fine.
Tom now, of course, thinking about not only an evolve to upgrade his board, he'll also be considering a Plague of Murlocs to downgrade his opponent's board. That makes things a little bit simpler, though.
Mortals are so squishy.
How does he best work this out? He could go for Titanic Lackey on one of the 1/1s to keep it alive, or he could go for that after to taunt up a big minion.
Yeah, I think he evolves first after this trade. Okay. Just go face with a 1/1. I think just doing that's fine.
Probably hero power first as well to take a 2-drop.
But you could follow it with Mana Tide.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah.
I think I like Mana Tide.
Fair enough. Yeah, I'm on board with that.
Oh, that was an 8/8. Ready to ride.
Oh.
Wait. Oh, okay.
Yeah, okay, this is
okay. I was just like, would you not have just traded in the Wolf Rider? And just left the Doctor on full health? Like, how does it ever die on full health? Whereas it could die now. Example A. No, but you know what I mean, right?
Yeah.
A Wolf Rider, like that just dies to an Elemental like that, right? I think that was a bit, I don't know, a bit weird. Plays more into mind control tech.
It doesn't play more into mind control tech though, right? Because there were still 4 minions on board, and now there's no one giga good target. Like they're all just acceptable if they steal it.
Right, but like you have the Wolf Rider, which has charge, which means it can attack on that turn as well. Like if it's mind control tech.
Right.
I don't know.
I mean, it's kind of the same against mind control tech. I agree, it's close though.
Job's done.
The upshot of all of this though is that, as you can see, Chonsu looking slightly less happy than he did a few turns ago. It looks like Tom may have slightly just got the better of this.
He is ahead, but without a damage buff, Chonsu has time. And honestly, he's 1 elemental away from clearing this board, more or less.
Fair enough.
Right?
Yeah.
And then if he clears it, then buys maybe 1 more turn, gets to Shudder Walk. You know, I think he's not out of it yet. But if there is one, one Vecina, one Bloodlust, one even just some damage from hand at all, it's probably going to spell doom.
Because of the fact that Elemental would clear up most of this board, does Tom ever just play the Plague of Murlocs?
I would not be upset in any way.
Yeah.
Because like on average, he will get like what, half of his board have higher than 1 health?
Yeah. And sometimes you get
really
something like
good.
this. That's insane.
I don't know what he can draw.
Yeah, even Sandstorm Elemental just does not do it anymore.
Yep. Good play from Tom there at the end there. Just closing it out. I like that a lot. And Chonsu, nowhere way to fight back unless he evolves into a minion that is just Exodia.
Yeah, there's no 3-drops here that can win him the game.
Gonna go for it anyway. Don't blame him. Aha!
Yeah.
Ready to ride! I like it. Just get the trade and be like, your wall leader died.
Assert dominance before you instantly die.
You may have won the war, but I won this one battle.
I won the war. Leader!
Aha! So funny. But that is going to even... Derek's serious face is really weird because he never actually has one until it surprises you out of nowhere. So it kind of scares me a little bit. That's better.
That's the usual grinning idiot
yeah,
I know
exactly.
and love. Yeah.
That's the usual grinning and not sure if he's laughing at you, with you. Can never decide. But that's going to be evening up. Thank you. And the Shaman deck looking a little bit better there.
Yeah, looking much more on form. It was pretty much just a case of doing, like I was saying, it's more important for the Token Shaman to pull ahead, but it just has slightly more tools to do so. The Thunderhead being able to be the little bit extra that was needed to pull things over there, because if you're both doing evenly powerful stuff in the early game, it's who has that little bit of extra spice that can pull things in the lead. Sometimes that's the Mind Control tech or the Sandstorm Elemental from the quest. Sometimes it's the Sea Giants or the Thunderheads from the Token Shaman.
And that's the thing. I feel like the matchup, whether it gets decided that quest is slightly better or the token slightly better, I feel like it does hinge on certain cards from both sides, right? A Solar the Murlocs versus a Sandstorm Elemental, for example, makes all the difference either way. So I think it does hinge very, very closely if one player doesn't just run away with the game early on. But let's move swiftly on. We have the Holy Wrath Paladin for Chancellor on the bottom, and Tom60229 on his specialization of the Zoo deck.
Double Consecration in the starting hand. If we think back, like, way back to old school Zoo in like Naxxramas or Classic even, Double Consecration in Paladin was like the dream. It's what you always wanted to just clear up their boards. Now I'm not so sure if Double Consecration is the way to go.
Doesn't even kill a vulture.
Yeah, exactly. Why I like Chonsu going for that. Because we're looking at Scarab Eggs, Evil Recruiters to 5/5s, Nephicet Thrashers. Just doesn't get the job done enough.
Back in those days, the 3-drops didn't have 5 health.
Ugh. Simpler times.
Chonsu, probably pretty happy at this Scarab Egg, to be honest. He, as long as he's not getting flame imped into, you know, continual chains of the worst, or I say worst, most aggressive minions, then he's probably looking pretty good. I'm guessing that's our spectator is hovering over that Scarab Egg. So if we could get that moved at any point, that would be great.
I wonder if they're just really hungry.
Thank you. Oh, okay, that was naturally moved by Tom. Thanks, Tom. Still didn't work though, mate.
I think we're going to get Scarab now. Yeah, there we go. In case you want to have a life cycle of a Scarab works. First you get the egg.
Then you get an evil recruiter knock at his door.
Job done.
The circle of life.
Evil recruiter just holds up a Scarab on a big rock.
Not gonna lie, I'd watch that.
Same. Our face is like it's going to be the follow-up here into a Fellstalker, into an Evil Recruit. And if we could get this mouse positioning move, I would love it. Anyway. There is something hiding behind that evil demon, I promise.
This is Tom's strategy all along. He's thinking, yeah, if he can't see it, he won't play around it. Oh well, I'm sure we'll get that at some point. But for Chonsu, it is a case, I think, correctly so, of just keeping on with the draw. You know, timeout here, even though it saved, what was that, like 12 health there or something? It's just not worth going for it quite yet, because you need to get the card draw first to find the removal. Far from the best quality in the world, but honestly, gets the job.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good. It might not win him the game, but it sure made sure he didn't lose it because he was looking in a huge problem. And now Vulture into tap into our good friend, Mr. Flamewaker.
I guess there's not enough spells to really make use of it, like Plague of Flames.
I honestly think the most important thing is it's just a 2/4. It's pretty tanky overall.
Chonsu taking a second to think here. He was just going to snap kill off the Flamewaker in the 3-1, but now he's thinking, yeah, it should probably be the Vulture. He's got no wide board AoE, so every 3 drop that comes down is a nightmare. position in the Void Walker, of course, from Doom in the Tomb. This was not the breaking point that made Tom go for Zoo. He's been playing this for weeks, but it definitely helps.
Gang Boss.
What did I say?
The new edition, the Void Walker.
Oh.
I was like,
wow.
Wait, Void Walker's been out of the game?
Thing. Yeah, just because it was on screen.
Yeah. I did that all the time.
Gang Boss.
Hammer Wrath. Let me take that flame in. You could have Hammer Wrath the 1/3 Void Walker and then swung at the Flame Waker.
Yeah.
But now, one of the age-old interactions of Imp Gang Boss versus Wild Pyromancer means that...
True,
no, I'm being serious, right?
Yeah,
It will generate tokens every time it takes damage, so it's not quite as strong as it used to be.
Chonsu keeping up with the draw, though, in honestly pretty impressive fashion.
Also, the quicker he draws, the quicker he can Zephyrus into Twisted Nether, shortly.
That's just 2 damage straight up right there, in addition to the 4 damage it already gives, which means we're now at 8, 14. Is that 1 damage off lethal? Oh, no, it's exact lethal!
Flame Waker, my friend.
Oh.
You've got a lot to answer for as Tom takes the Zoo game. And that was just, oh wow, that was just impressive. I didn't really see that coming. But he got there. Grim Rally, one of the few spells in the deck that would have actually triggered the Flame Waker in a positive manner. Obviously, Plague of Flames, as you mentioned, plays his own board, so he would never have played that. But wow, exact lethal. Chonsu just couldn't hold on.
Did you see how quickly Tom added that up? I was still counting up the initial damage on board, and he'd already blooming finished the turn he was making. That was like that.
It's impressive. Honestly, Tom, throughout the whole season, we've talked about how laid back he looks when he plays compared to many of the other players in Asia Pacific. But for me, it's more that he looks laid back, and as I've said to you before, it's relaxed, sit forward, make the turn, sit back, done. There's no, in and ahhing during the turn happening, unless there's outcomes that happen, obviously, that you can't predict, you have to think about. But overall, what impresses me is he just does the turn. He just plays it, it's done, it's a solid turn 9 times out of 10. He gets it finished in time, he doesn't really over-rope or anything. So, impresses me a lot, and him just like clicking on that so quickly is pretty sick, actually.
It is. His APM off the charts there, his mental APM.
Oh, yeah.
And it does mean now that he's left with only his Paladin to take a win with, which I think is a deck that Tom is more than equipped to work with. I think the deck, maybe aside from Priest, that we've seen misplayed the most across Grandmasters Asia Pacific Season 2. There have been many instances of players not realizing the best lines, when you just have to go for a straight up 1 in 3 or 1 in 4 to be winning the game rather than playing it out to the usual win condition. But Tom, I feel like, as we saw there, his ability to, pretty much figure out what his turn is going to be entirely on his opponent's turn leaves him the perfect style of play to be piloting this deck.
And funnily enough, Tom's 2-0 with Zoo today. Pretty impressive. And also he got here with Zoo overall.
Yeah.
So yeah, maybe Tom just sees things that we do not. Let's go into it. Maybe the last game of the series, the last game of the day, and the last game of Asia Pacific Grandmasters as a whole here. If Tom takes this win, he's going to be going to BlizzCon into the global finals. If Chonsu takes a win, he holds on and continues to fight for his chance.
And as I was saying at the start of the weekend, if you take out of these 16 fantastic competitors, and it ends up with Surrender and Tom60229, that really just cements the level that these two players are on.
And the thing is, the level they've been on for years now. Yeah. Tom was playing and competing at decent to high level in 2014, and I'll obviously say back then I was not aware of all the tournaments that were happening in the Asian region as well. I was a very new Hearthstone player, so it's not like I had in-depth knowledge of what was going on, say, over here. And Surrender also been very prominent and successful in the past few years. So these players aren't just, flash in the pan. They've been doing it almost from day one, and they're still doing it now. It's insane.
Evolve on this turn is not amazing, to be perfectly honest, for Chonsu. But he needs to be thinking, of course, about the clears that could come down, primarily Consecration, but also just Pyromancer with a coin is a little bit difficult, a little bit awkward.
What if you just made a trade of the 2-2 into the 1-1?
And played Novice?
Sure. He keeps the 2-3 up through Conk. Pyromancer coin doesn't do anything. Well, okay, he doesn't do nothing. He keeps a minion through that as well. I wouldn't mind Evolve, though, honestly. Yeah. And there's still 3 drops, like most... 3 drops on average is pretty okay. That's fine.
Pretty good outcome.
Yeah,
that's one of the better Evolves I've seen, actually.
Just needs to bounce that Zephyrus. Coin Shrink Ray means that you can still push 4.
I think you're a pretty happy chappy to see that as Chonsu.
Coin used as well?
Yeah.
Engaging TC-130 until dislocated.
Fast play.
Yeah, Chonsu knows what he's got to do. Not getting any mind-bending turns right now.
Look how this sets up as well. If Chonsu can find a Kobold Lackey, he is looking at stupid amounts of damage. Even next turn, it could just be Lackey, Hero Power, Wasp with a 6 directly to face.
Good pickup, though. And honestly, that was really good, because if not, Tom would have had to have timeout.
Yeah.
And that is a very early timeout, especially when you realize this isn't Token Shaman. Tom isn't going to clear the board once and be safe.
True.
I like card draw here.
The hero power changes after you play it, so you're never toteming first, I don't think. Your mana's too tight here. So yeah, I'm fine with starting with the Novice Engineer. Unless you want to go Lackey, Hero Power, Wasp, which doesn't seem great.
Right. And for me, the reason that the Wasp's extra damage makes no impact to what you actually want to do means that you may as well just Novice first.
Yeah.
See what you draw, because it might change.
He does want to go for the totem first. Fair enough, he prioritizes having maximum card draw.
And also, honestly, him rolling a 1-1 was actually pretty sick. So next turn he wants Hero Power double Novice potentially, which again, don't get me wrong, 4 cards.
Do you need that much though, is my question? Would you not rather draw a card immediately to get more pressure next turn? Because Hero Power double Novice is 0 in terms of development.
It is, but when you think he's got like Lackey Generators, Life Drinkers that he can play out, he doesn't need to end this game in like the next 60 seconds, right? He is playing Quest Shaman, which means he has a lot of reach, especially when you include the Barista.
Part of my thinking, though, as to how many generators he has, is he can afford to just play out one of the Novice Engineers first to like, and still have enough mana to spend it.
This is looking insane, though.
Yeah, this works out very nicely. Even the armor he's gaining could maybe come into play in terms of denying lethal from Tom60229, although it's unlikely.
Not bad at all. Do like the kill on the Pyro. Even though the Kangor's a little bit annoying in terms of the health generation, the Pyro can just clear your board. So I do appreciate that overall. Flash of Light number 2 coming down. Wow, Tom has been quite fortunate in when he's drawing these Flash of Lights. They're coming in at clutch times. One to help with the clear, and the other one when Kangor's still alive on the board. Ooh. Does mean the rest of his turns a little bit lackluster now, though. Guess he just... He's gonna hold it back. Oh, 25. Close. I wonder if he should have just played Acolyte there.
I'm wondering if he should have traded there. He's getting a pretty big punish from Barista Lynch now, whereas he could have just traded into the 2-1.
I guess.
That had to have been better, right?
I guess one of the problems is, like, in this world, Tom's dealt a tiny bit of damage chip in his armor, and also his Kangor always gets traded in 2. And basic, you know, like Hearthstone rules dictate if you know your minion's always going to be traded into, then you take the face damage, right? As a general rule, because Chonsu's not going to be like, oh yeah, you keep your Kangor. He always trades.
I don't like this turn from Chonsu either. I think that should have just been Barista, Mogu, trade in the Mogu for like a value trade with the Rush, and then upgrade it with the Witchy Lackey. I feel like he missed a huge amount of development on this turn for extra value in hand, which he doesn't need.
If he's scared of overcommitting,
you've created that out of nowhere. I think it's
maybe he thinks that he needs the Mogu as a backup. I'm just trying to.
Yeah, of course.
Because if he does that, if he's got Barista on the board, he's got an evolved Mogu on the board, and then a clear comes down, and then his answers are like 1-drops. more or less.
Right.
Maybe that's what he's thinking. I'm not saying it's right,
Yeah,
but maybe
yeah.
that's what he's thinking.
If that was what he was thinking, my response to Chonsu would be, "You're right, mate. Congratulations on making the finals." However, I think having an 8 drop on board there is way more important. That would have just shut out this play from Tom. You cannot play Thaurissan against that much pressure. And now look at the hand for Chonsu. He could be at 6 cards as opposed to 10 cards and have dealt 8 more damage this turn. More potentially.
This is still a pretty sick turn.
I demand the best, though. It's the finals.
Ooh. Plague of Madness?
Yeah.
A card I honestly forgot existed?
What does that do? It's obviously weapon destruction, potentially, later on, if you want to destroy
There was another
True Silver.
consideration. Dire Frenzy on Live Drinker.
Oh!
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, didn't even think
No matter what class I play, I always want to play Hunter. It's not the worst suggestion I've ever given.
Yeah.
Because I've gave some real bad ones. Oh, he's back!
Sorry, what? Okay, missile launcher's probably pretty bad, but the rest are fine.
I'm pretty sure that cheeky legendary on the right has a 100% win rate in GM. I'm just saying. Well, Tom has to do something, and I'm pretty sure it's going to be a timeout. Because this represents so much damage.
Yeah. Spend as much mana as you can.
Yeah, and this is the kind of style of what I was moaning on about earlier, of the no consecrate that turn in the previous match.
Okay.
Because Tom's equality'd. Well, there could be like random evolve comes down, but he spent his mana, which means he has more mana to spend the turn after.
Yeah.
And it doesn't always work out, but it's just an example of the theory, basically.
Tom having to
MLG plays.
Having to bulk slosh his missile launcher.
It's all part of the plan. Because now, next turn, if the mech lives, he can attach it, and it's buffed by tons of health, so it's burst. If Galvanizer lives, that's insane.
Yeah.
He just wins. And then if Tom plays a mech, he can then bounce his EMP operative and kill it. It's all here.
coming
This
together.
was planned years ago from Chonsu. You go down to the basement in his house, and there's just like those little
Red string.
wool strings everywhere, linking to all these minions that he knew would be made. And Chonsu's like, oh, I'll give you a poison weapon, mate. You want to take that 5-5? Deal some damage to yourself?
It's like the diagram in Stormlight. Like, you can see everything for years to come.
Oh yeah, the walls. And stuff.
Yeah.
References only those two will get.
I appreciate we have that little literary audience.
Reporting for duty.
See the Chevala come down now, though.
Hanging on by the skin of his teeth, really.
It's still not great, is it?
Not really. Hero Power, Life Drinker, Lackey. We're looking at a lot of damage now.
So it's 23, so 3 and 4.
He has to clear something off the board, so he loses 1 damage. 3, 8, 9.
Is he 1 off?
11, 15.
I want to say he's 1 off.
I want to say he's got 21 damage.
Wait, but the Galvanizer's alive. Oh, the missile launcher has like 1 million health, right? It got double.
He doesn't have mana though. How?
We got double bogged. Isn't that just more damage than a life drinker?
You're right. You're right. It's like 8-8 or is it a 6-6?
Wait, so 4-4 normally.
Did it get? Was the hero?
I think it
power
got doubled.
active, though?
I think so. Chonsu, hover over that missile launcher quick. And it deals 1 at the end of turn.
That's also true. And he could then also go hero power Lackey as well.
Chonsu, hey, hover over the missile launcher. I need to check for my sanity.
I think it was just lethal.
The missile launcher, Chonsu, I need to see it. He's gonna clear.
Did he get time to do everything he needed to though?
Probably not. Oh, the Galvanizer.
It's the wrong trade. I think that might have been lethal.
Did you forget it has magnetic? And it's buffed from Bog? And it wouldn't have taken up a board space. As long, he makes one trade, but he can play 2 minions whilst trading away 1/1/1. So it pluses up, right? He doesn't have to double trade.
Yes.
Which is the key to open up more damage.
And I'm thinking, like, even if it was a 6/6, I think that might still have been lethal. Like, there was too much going on. I couldn't quite count, but
because it would have plussed up 7 damage by playing the missile launcher minimum.
Yes.
And there's also, you can fit in hero power and the Kobold Lackey.
Yeah.
So it's -1 from the board and then plus, what, 7? Well, plus 8 actually, because the Kobold. And the 1 damage at the end.
So if if Tom just plays Consecration here, he's alive on board. Oh no, wait, he knows the missile launcher in his hand, so he knows that he's dead 100% if he just plays Consecration. So that's not an option.
Oh,
So he could go Shivala, shuffle Consecration, and tag something in.
Frost Nova.
Or he can go Cypress.
This makes sense.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Huh. Frost Nova might have actually been better, funnily enough.
Yeah, that might be true.
You know what I mean? Because now Chonsu can play things, whereas Frost Nova, he never dies, right?
This is so tense.
I need him to hover over that missile launcher, please. I just need to see for my own sanity.
More lackeys, more lackeys. He can just look for lethal here.
Wow.
No kobolds!
He can make 1 really big minion. Can he discover an inner fire?
So we can't play the Burglar now, unless he's okay with overdrawing.
Well, wait, will he overdraw?
Generate 2 spells?
Oh, it's hero power. Sorry. I'm not used to the Burglar and Shaman. Apologies. I was thinking like it's 1 for 1. He's on 9 cards.
Right,
that sounds great to me, though. But yeah, you are completely right, of course.
Alright,
oh,
more damage.
Deal 3?
That is a fantastic minion to be generated.
Consecrate this!
Well, yes.
Oh, he can time out Consecrate.
He just needs to find the Holy Wrath.
This game's tense. And I still need Chonsu to hover the missile launcher!
Nothing he can do.
Oh!
It's time to test your metal.
I can't watch Raven.
It's coming down to this.
I can't watch.
He still doesn't win though, right? 4.
The victory.
And that's going to be game. Chonsu evens it up. 2 and 2. We're going to a game 3. But for me, someone rewind the tapes and check that missile launcher because I really want to know because that felt like enough damage.
Felt wrong. Yeah.
Because it was strictly better than we were adding up Life Drinker, and it was strictly better because you have to trade 1 less minion, and also even if it's just 6, it adds 6 to the board, then 1 at the end of the turn.
Yeah.
So that's 7. So it's strictly just more damage than a Life Drinker.
And he could still go Hero Power Lackey.
And he could still trade 1/1/1 off, which he always had to do anyway with a Life Drinker play, and then play an additional 4 damage from the Kobold. So very interested in that one because honestly, as soon as I saw the Galvanizer and then the bounce, I was like, that's pretty good. Like, that's a mech. So we'll have to see on that one maybe a little bit later on after the match. But there is 1 more game to go. And I'm glad it's going down to 2-2. Last game of the series to decide who goes to the global finals in a couple of weeks at BlizzCon. I am pumped. And honestly, everyone has favorites and stuff, obviously, and favorite players. But I will be genuinely happy regardless of who goes through here. I think Tom, as a previous world champion, will be sick to see him at global finals. And then Chonsu, I think with his performance this season and the fact that I think he's quite underrated as a player in general.
I agree.
I think it would be just as cool to see him there.
It just could not be more fitting. The 2 players who finished first in their divisions end up in the finals here. And of course, you could say Chonsu, the best performing player in Season 2 of Grandmasters overall, all regions, and Tom60229, the
one of the best performing players in Ep.5.
Full stop, just in Hearthstone overall.
And it's coming down to a Paladin match.
Yeah. This matchup is weird, man. This matchup is very, very weird. It often comes down to, at the end, timeout tennis, where you just end up going timeout, 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 and the player who runs out first, and therefore the player who played the first one, kind of just ends up losing. But of course, the decisions you're making along the way that dictate how that works at the end is where the real artistry of the matchup shines through.
To add an additional sprinkle of spice, I think Emperor will form heavily in the matchup too, because if one player gets to play Emperor, say, on curve, or even in a reasonable time frame, and the other player does not, we could be having another Dr. Boom situation on our hands there. Apologies.
Bless you, I suppose.
Do you say that for Hiccup? I don't know.
I don't think there is anything you can say. Stop
Shut up.
hiccuping.
Yeah.
You
Be
blooming
quiet.
weirdo. Did that seem like quite an easy swing into the Acolyte there? This matchup's so weird already. Tom obviously smells from the fact that the True Silver was equipped but didn't kill the Acolyte, that Chonsu is gearing up for an overdraw. So he just equalities his own board, partially to get a card out of his hand, and also, of course, just to make sure he cannot be overdrawn.
But that kind of also helped Chonsu, because now he has a better turn, because it loosens up more mana.
And Tom draws less cards?
Honestly, I don't know where you stand on this, Darren. But I was listening to Tyler the other day, and I think he was with Fino at the time, and he was saying anyone who tries to make Paladin overdraw is silly, because it never works. All it does is draw their deck faster.
Right.
Obviously, there's certain caveats. If you can overdraw them for 8 cards the next turn, fine.
Yeah.
But, the 1 to 2 cards, honestly, I can see his point. Most of the time, it doesn't do what you need it to do. So therefore, you're just making them draw faster, which often makes you lose faster. But where do you lie on this?
I think there's very specific scenarios where you can do it. Like, say there are 8 cards and you draw them 3 cards with that Acolyte. You're drawing them 2 cards to mill them 1. That's a bad outcome for you. You're, on average, making yourself more likely to die because you're speeding up the game. If there are 9 cards and you kill their Acolyte, they're going to draw up to 10 anyway. So you're just kind of overdrawing them a card from their deck at that point. Then I think it gets a little bit more blurred as to whether or not you're supposed to, because in this matchup, if you're hitting any of the 5 cards in Shivala, 2 Baleful Bankers, and 2 Holy Wraths, that can make the difference between winning and losing.
Let's see how it plays out so far. We're going to see another Holy Wrath, Shrink Ray, sorry. Going to come down and clear up Chonsu's Acolyte now with much not to do. But either way, big deal.
Ooh.
Oh, man. Imagine if it's playable this turn.
Filthy. Filthy. I honestly hadn't really even considered until seeing it this weekend, the Emperor off of Prismatic Lens effect.
Right.
It's nuts.
So this is Shivala, but honestly, that Flash of Light is a little bit unfortunate. I think having the playable heal is actually way important in this matchup.
Yeah, and even just the draw can make a big old difference to get there quicker. Because at the moment, Tom is pretty clearly ahead on the card draw, for the moment at least.
Guess what Chonsu's playing this turn, Darren?
Yeah, let me have a think.
Oh, it's so crazy. Double Holy Wraths hit, 1 Banker hit.
Reporting for duty.
I wonder if... I just want to see Chonsu just let rip with a Holy Wrath next turn.
It's not ridiculous.
That's what I mean. It's not crazy, is it?
Because of course you're pretty much just looking at 100% lethal, especially once he finds his Zephyrus, of course, as well. So 1 activation through to base will just win the game.
And for 6, well, he knows what that card is. I wonder. Oh, okay. Wow, 17 mana. That's a lot of mana.
Can you dump enough cards here in order to play your Prismatic Lens? How important is Baleful Banker?
I think I like Holy Wrath.
Yeah.
I think I'd Holy Wrath before I Baleful Banker.
Oh, does he have no minions left in deck? No, he does. He's got another Banker. Yeah. So he would be overdrawing if he went for that. He may say, fine.
I like Wrath because it might make Tom timeout.
Okay.
Right?
Makes you think you have Shivala left in deck.
Yeah, or it might just make him think, well, if he's Wrathing, it means he's setting up to just go. Because Wrath draws him a card, which gets him closer to 0 cards, right? I think I like it. Drawing more cards. And he needs to reduce the Chevale's mana down pretty quick.
Yeah.
There's no point being at 0 cards if your Chevale's like 15 mana.
6 cards left in deck, 17 mana.
Exactly. He needs to do something. Now, okay, he went for a quality prismatic lens. And he's going to overdraw. Which is fine.
Yeah, worst case like Banker. As long as he got the Zephyrus here, I think he's happy. Yeah.
And I think if he got either Banker or Zephyrus, he would have been fine.
Yeah.
And if he's only overdrawing 1 card, he'll only ever burn one of those. You know what I mean? So if he has one or the other, he can make a decent turn or at least a setup.
And I think probably only 1 Banker is necessary. I think that should
agreed.
Should be enough.
But if worst case he burnt Zephyrus and had 2 Bankers, it's fine. It's fine. And I think Tom has very limited options here. There was a question whether he was going to go timeout with this Emperor or not. He has not gone for it, but that means he could just be dead.
We're from this point onwards just looking at ripping the lethal at pretty much any point for these players. And Chonsu has to be thinking now, all right, is this a timeout turn? Do I finally have to blink, if you will?
I think it's a Shrink Ray turn. What about Shrink Ray, Consecrate? Swing Phase. Maybe instead of that, he has to Shrink Ray, Consecrate, timeout.
Okay.
He needs the Cheval, right? He needs it down, so he has to start using these high cost spells. It's gonna hold, so Chonsu could die this turn.
He's not even swinging either.
Yeah. Well, that's the problem. If he swings and then Tom heals,
he might just.
Then he's in more trouble, right? Because he's not necessarily going to have active Zephyrus or even hit the Chevala next turn. So Chonsu taking a risk right now. He might just die.
What?
And because Tom's already used a Holy Wrath, he can't guarantee it.
I guess that wasn't a swing. My thinking was, if he goes for the swing there, he can still just go for the lethal out of his own and then go Zephyrus plus Lava Burst for the win.
Oh, if you Tom, do you actually just go? Chevala, shuffle, take a 1 in 3 to win the game.
Are your chances of winning better than a 50-50 here? Because from this point on, Chonsu can just start timeouting.
But it's more than 50-50. You can shuffle 2 Chevalas in.
Okay, good point.
You've got 2 out of 3 chances to just go to the finals? Tom's a better player than I am, but if I had a 2 out of 3 chance, I would lock that in every day of the week.
But now on the other side, because the Emperor reduction here, Chonsu has a chance for lethal right now. Because he can just go Chevala, Baleful Banker, Holy Wrath, Zephyrus, Lava Burst. And I think he's just going for it.
Chonsu's locking it in. Tom took a more measured approach. Is he going to suffer for it? We're about to find out. Chonsu's response doesn't look great. He can go for it again, though.
He can still carry on. Timeout still in the hand. It's not over. But the problem is, if you are the first player to timeout, you are probably the player who's going to lose. And now for Chonsu, if he doesn't do it, I think it's just game over. Should he have started the turn with Hammer of Wrath face? No, that wasn't lethal. He needed the mana for Zephyrus.
Yeah, because the Holy Wrath's already done damage, right?
Yeah.
I'm still mind blown that Tom didn't go for lethal last turn.
I think that might just be a lock in Tom's favor, to be honest.
I'm not, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying I'm right, Tom messed up, but I just have it so in my mind that if I had a 2 out of 3 shot to just done, game over, finished, done, finished for the day, I would have done it.
Weirdly enough, though, Tom had a 2 out of 3 chance to win the game, and if he misses, then he pretty much just lost. Chonsu took a 1 out of 3 chance to win the game, and if he misses, he pretty much just lost, which means it was kind of worked out the same way, either way for Tom, as in he had a 2 out of 3 to win.
I guess.
Obviously, he couldn't have known that
100%,
yeah. But it's just interesting how it shakes out.
Okay, so the first timeout was played.
Yep.
Which means Chonsu, on paper, is behind.
Big time. Big time.
It's time to test.
Okay, yeah, sure. This is fine. He still has Chevala, Shuffle, Holy Wrath.
What
Oh, now he's going to rack up the extra health, push him further out of range. This is actually a sick play.
Is this a lock? Because
I think so.
Tom does not necessarily have 30 damage he can deliver from hand, so I'm wondering if there's any way Chonsu can clear the board and destroy the weapon. I'm going to go ahead and say probably not.
Yeah, I'm going to say hard no. And most importantly, Tom ain't dying anytime soon. I think, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be seeing Tom join Surrender, because I love that play. The Shivala, Thekol, trade, boom, 35 health.
Same. Sipping from the Murloc mug of victory.
And to get me one of those. And Zephyrus is not clever enough to win this game.
So what happens if he goes Zephyrus Twisting Nether? He just loses on the spot.
Dies,
yeah,
right?
He loses on the spot.
Your wish is my quickly.
What?
Mind control for next turn? It's too much mana. You can't do that. Okay, so if he goes for mind control on the opposing Shivala and then goes, he steals it so he doesn't die because he's at 30 health. Is there any way he can clear the board with just a mind control?
Starts his own Shivala, right?
And Tom still just at 1 million health.
So he can play double Shivala. Double Shivala this turn.
Right.
One dies, but one doesn't.
He has to clear the board on this turn. A 1-1 in play means he loses the game. Oh no, wait, he takes a fatigue anyway, so it's the 29 damage from the 25 Holy Wrath, the swing of the weapon, means Chonsu just dies.
Loses.
There's nothing.
Wow, what a way to end the series here and to end the finals.
Unless he...
It's time to
he could go Hammer of Wrath the Shivala,
draw,
then shuffle, and then attack in to clear off the board and technically survive the turn.
But he would lose the game.
That's losing the game, yeah.
Whereas Chonsu just doing as much as he can right now, and maybe Tom just doesn't see it, honestly. You know what I mean? I doubt that's going to be the case, but maybe Tom just doesn't see it, but I would be shocked at that rate, and I believe as soon as he locks this in, which Tom, not one to make, I would say, silly mistakes in Hearthstone with his years upon years of experience, is going to lock this up. And I'm happy to say that Tom60229 is going to be your Season 2 Asia Pacific Grandmasters champion, and he is going to be moving on to the global finals at BlizzCon due to the most flashiest of finishes, 1 fatigue damage.
Yeah, even attacking him with the Shivalas there almost gave me a heart attack there. I remember Divine Shield. He's all right. He's still winning the game. And what a continuation of the legacy that Tom has set out. He's already won a World Championships, and now going on to BlizzCon in just a couple of weeks' time. He has a pretty good shot of making a repeat performance. There's only 8 players. I don't know, I did 5 there. 8 players who are going to be represented at the BlizzCon Global Finals. Yeah. So even though the competition is steep, because at the very least he's looking at Surrender from Asia Pacific, and then of course PNC and Fino from the European and Americas regions, it's still a very, very tough challenge.
It definitely is, but honestly, if you're a fan of the Asia-Pacific region in general, you've got to be happy with the overall outcome. Yeah. You know, this region is sending Surrender and Tom60229 to the global finals. Honestly, I think this might be one of the first times that the other regions should be a little bit afraid of who APAC is sending, because Asia-Pacific normally has had historically I guess a history of the other regions not really respecting them as much.
Yeah.
But when you literally send arguably just the 2 best players in the region and who are formidable outside of their region as well, I think it's going to be an impressive showing when we get to those global finals. But let's take a look at today's results and wrap it up for you guys. We kicked it off with Tyler losing, of course, to Tom60229. Bit of a rough series, honestly. I think Tyler, nothing too much to take away from him there. The games he lost, most of them at least, felt fair. very one-sided, where he didn't have much urgency in them. Then we had Dawn take a loss to Chonsu in the second semi-final today.
Tom, of course, taking the victory at the end there. And if you look at the way that both seasons of Asia Pacific have shaken out in Grandmasters so far, I don't think you could have written it to be more perfect when you consider Surrender and Tom60229 have been two of the standout players, undeniably, playing very strong Hearthstone week after week. But then the two runner-ups in Alutimu and Chonsu, I would say have been the other two players I would call out for their consistently very, very strong play across both the seasons. And at the right time as well. I think Alutimu was playing better Season 1, Chonsu better Season 2. So even though we do unfortunately have to say goodbye to Chonsu for Season 2 at least, he'll still have a chance to fight on in Season 3. He can hold his head high for a very, very strong performance.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, but I will just reiterate, very happy with the two players that are going to be going to the global finals. Excited to see how that one plays out, as Surrender and Tom60229 will be heading to BlizzCon in just a few short weeks. In the meantime, though, we have Bucharest coming up next weekend, where we're going to see a ton of plays and a ton of Hearthstone get played out, along with, of course, finding out who is going to be sent by the European region and the Americas region as today progresses. So stay tuned, stick around in a couple of hours' time, where Europe's going to kick it off and then America's to follow as usual. But that is done for us. We're done with Season 2. It's over. It's finished.
It's been a lot of fun. There's been ups, there's been downs, but I wouldn't have given it up for anything.
Exactly, and I couldn't agree more. It's been a pleasure, Derek, to cast with you as always. But for us and for Season 2, we are done. We hope you enjoyed the show, and we'll see you next time.